In places like this, the upper classes don't bother coming. Only migrants from the provinces and other countries do so. They don't have the right to vote in the town hall or go to mass in the cathedral. When the sun shines on the Tiber River, it's the liveliest place in the city. Children wake up and cry, and women carry the batons to the river to be washed. The narrow, winding streets were filled with the stench of toilets and the smell of toast. The girls in the attic put away the dry petticoats. The hard-working men, clutching their disheveled hair, walked together to the dock. It was also the liveliest place in the city when night fell. The sweaty Anna gathered drunkenly in the small bar. The small merchants who had just come from the capital with their goods were washing the animals in front of the inn. The woman with the seductive figure and the charming face was twisting her soft waist, looking at whether there were any men in expensive clothes passing by the door, trying to pull them in. When night fell, the place was completely dark. There were almost no street lights, and the street was rough. Very few people could walk in the dark without stumbling. Every house and every door was locked. No one answered no matter how many people knocked on the door. Trust did not dare to leave the road and walk into the alley. Occasionally, there would be a pair of bright eyes in the darkness of the street corner, but when you looked carefully, there was nothing. There were often legends of people being killed and their bodies being dumped here. Every time, the bodies would be thrown into the river. The city hall also did not want the big shots to accidentally see a body rising and falling with the river in the early morning. Hence, they paid a boatman to search the river in the middle of the night. When he encountered a body, he would bring it into the cabin. The moment Lei Lou, Bing, and Lei Lou arrived, an unpleasant stench assaulted their nostrils. Lei Lou and the other two immediately covered their noses. They had come in a carriage. The carriage stopped by the stone bridge by the river. It was not far from the bustling streets. However, there were very few pedestrians. The angel sculptures that stood on both sides of the stone bridge were already old, and their surfaces were peeling off layer by layer. The areas that had been eroded by the rain had turned grayish-black. A towering stone wall separated this area from the bustling streets. Not far away was the bustling avenue of life. It was cold here, and even the wind felt cold. A skinny man at the door walked up and said respectfully, "Sir, what do you want to buy?" Lei Lou impatiently said, "Quickly take us to a clean place. It stinks here." At the same time, Lei Lou took out the amethyst card and shook it. The man was stunned, and then he said even more respectfully, I'm sorry. Please follow me, 3 distinguished guests." The man led the way, taking Lei Lou, Lei Lou, and Bing across the stone bridge. The opposite side of the bridge was lined with tall walls. The sky was clipped into long thin strips. It was an abandoned house. Before this area became a cemetery, there were people living here. Then they all died of a plague. The most convenient way to clean up was to bury them on the spot. So this area was turned into a cemetery. The survivors were all moved away. The only people who occasionally appeared here were the poor and destitute vagrants because the abandoned houses could be lived in for free. They had no rent to pay. After walking past the high walls, the dusty iron windows that had not been opened for hundreds of years silently opened up a small crack. Behind every crack, there was a look of unease. The man leading the way was very familiar with this area. He took Lei Lou, Lei Lou, and Bing through a narrow alley without any signposts. They turned into a fork at a corner that was easily overlooked. Just as Lei Lou felt like she was about to lose her way completely, they stopped in front of a huge abandoned building. "It's practically a castle," Lei Lou exclaimed. "More accurately, it looks like a deformed monster," Bing said. To be more precise, Bing's description suited the overall feel of this building. It was huge, complex. It was twisted and wanton. It was built from irregular limestone. It was not a building. Rather, it was a village made of many stone houses. At a glance, there were countless roofs, countless entrances, countless windows, and countless external walls. When the sun shone on it, there were countless shadows. It was definitely not the work of any esteemed designer. This was because no designer could bear this kind of madness. Its pattern was completely unrestricted. An arc-shaped iron window appeared out of thin air in this direction, and a small house appeared out of thin air from the external wall in midair. The winding staircase was like a long snake resting in this building, but one could not see the end. This was a crazy thing. It looked like a deformed baby with many arms, many legs, and many eyes. It was very uncomfortable to look at, but it was also very awe-inspiring. This was the largest slave market. Lei Lou and the other two followed the skinny man into the slave market, and the outermost area was filled with men. The slaves there were all naked. Lei and Bing held on to Lei Lou's hand tightly. They did not dare to look at him. They only lowered their heads and walked forward with blushing faces. After crossing a threshold, the people who appeared in front of Lei Lou were no longer humans. Most of them were beasts. Lei and Bing looked around curiously. They had never seen beast slaves before. It was inevitable for them to be curious here, so they could not help but look around. At this point in time, Lei Lou could not see any signs of resistance from the slaves. All of the slaves were willing to accept their current situation and did not have any thoughts of resistance. They worked diligently and carried out their mission dutifully. Here, the slaves who had been enslaved had already lost their sense of self. There was no hope in their eyes, and they were just like marionettes. After passing through a few more doorsills, Lei Lou and his two companions soon entered a room. In a fan-shaped room, Lei Lou, Lei, and Bing were sitting on a comfortable sofa. Opposite them was a fan-shaped table. At the outermost circle was a bright platform. Many slaves would come in a moment, and they would be offered to Lei Lou for him to choose from. After sitting down, the slave market service staff warmly welcomed them. After asking Lei Lou what kind of goods he wanted, they directly left. First of all, Lei Lou selected the maids, of course. Household hygiene, cooking, running bath water, washing clothes, and so on were all top priorities. These things could not be put off, and Lei Lou could not be bothered to do them. Not long after, the sound of rustling could be heard from outside the door. Soon, a group of women wearing only a black veil entered from both sides of the door. Lei Lou, Lei, and Bing immediately sat up. They looked carefully at the hundreds of women standing on the stage. For a moment, they were dazzled by the sight. The salesperson at the side clapped his hands. In a moment of sand, the hundreds of women released their black veils at the same time. Suddenly, the stage was covered in white, and all the women were standing there naked. Ah! Lei and Bing looked at the hundreds of naked women on the stage in disbelief. They were beginning to wonder if they were dreaming. They had more or less heard their classmates talk about the scene of the slave trade. However, they had always felt that it was all exaggerated. It was those boys who had deliberately said those things to make them shy. Now they finally knew that what those people said was not exaggerated at all. They were still telling the truth, so it turned out that all of it was true. The salesperson with a charming smile ran over, nodded, and bowed. 3 customers, you can walk up to the stage now and take a closer look. Hee, these are all high-quality goods. Their bodies or looks are not bad. If it was based on what Lei Lou had seen in the past, these women were indeed good. However, after coming to this world, the beauty of the 4 goddesses that Lei Lou had first created was definitely something that could only be found in dreams. Bing and Lei were also 2 beauties. In Lei Lou's eyes, these female slaves were just ordinary beauties. Seeing this, Lei Lou could not help but frown. He said unhappily, "Hey, these goods don't seem to be very good either. Could it be that this is the only standard you can provide here?" Lei Lou flashed the amethyst card in his hand. This time, not only the salesperson was shocked. Even the female slaves on the stage were surprised. The salesperson's eyes followed the amethyst card in Lei Luo's hand, which was moving up and down. However, the salesperson quickly came back to his senses and ran over with an embarrassed look. He smiled apologetically and said, "These are indeed just ordinary goods. Most of them are returned after use. I express my sincerest apologies to you. We will immediately exchange them for higher quality goods." Lei Luo waved his hand and said, "Replace them. Go and replace them immediately. We only want the best. Money is not a problem. Go and replace them." The salesperson quickly brought over 100 women away, leaving only Lei Luo, Lei, and Bing behind. These people's lives are very miserable. Lei sighed. "If I had not met you back then, I might have been sold here." Lei patted her chest and spoke with some lingering fear. "These people are so miserable. They don't have any freedom at all," Bing said with some sympathy. Lei Luo hugged Bing on his lap and said with a smile, "This is how the world is like. Your sympathy is useless. Perhaps after 1,000 years, a savior or something will appear to eliminate the slave society, but this has nothing to do with the present. In comparison, I am much happier," Lei said as she leaned against Lei Luo. Lei Luo looked at Lei's beautiful face with a smile. Seeing her coquettish expression, he could not help but want to kiss her slightly pouted lips. Lei closed her eyes shyly, even though Lei Luo had already understood her body thoroughly. However, Lei was still a young girl after all. After completely accepting Lei Luo, the little girl's mentality was gradually revealed. Just as Lei Luo and Lei were kissing each other, rustling footsteps could be heard from outside the door again. Lei was so frightened that she hurriedly separated from Lei Luo. Lei Luo knew that the next batch of female slaves had arrived. Figures flashed and more than 30 beautiful women with slim figures walked in one after another. What was different from before was that they were all wearing beautiful clothes. Their manners were also more well-behaved. One look and one could tell that they were quite ordinary goods. The peddler jogged to Lei Luo. He chuckled and said, "These are female slaves who just arrived today. They are definitely virgins. However, the price is much higher. Each of them costs 400 amethyst coins." Lei Luo looked at those female slaves carefully and said in puzzlement, "These women don't look simple. Each of them looks very cultured. Where did they come from?" The peddler took out a certificate from his pocket and handed it to Lei Luo. "These are all from countries that were destroyed not too long ago. They are the top beauties among the children of the nobles. After they were enslaved by the Slave Association, they were sent here. There is absolutely no problem." Lei Luo also knew about this. Recently, the Mist-Wind Empire had started to expand and destroyed many small neighboring countries. It seemed like a big battle was about to break out. Lei Luo and the other two walked up to the stage and examined them carefully. The quality of this batch of female slaves was indeed much better than the previous batch. And it wasn't just one level better. After looking at them for a while, Lei Luo noticed 4 girls. They were also clearly much more beautiful than the other girls. The 4 girls seemed to be very cultured. The main thing that Lei Luo was concerned about was that one of the girls clearly had the temperament of a princess that was as noble as Bing. The other 3 girls were leaning close to the girl. It seemed like they knew each other. "Leave the 4 of them here. The rest can leave." Lei Luo decided to take the 4 of them. After paying, Lei Luo left with Lei, Bing, and the 4 female slaves trailing behind him. However, at a corner, just as Lei Luo turned a corner, a short figure bumped into him. The short figure was immediately knocked to the ground, but there was a black mark on Lei Luo's white magic robe. Lei Luo looked down and saw that the short figure was a dirty little girl. A pair of watery eyes looked at Lei Luo in fear. When the peddler at the side saw this, he immediately ran out and slapped the little girl. He shouted angrily, "Get lost! A trace of red blood was left at the corner of the little girl's mouth. The peddler turned around and put on a flattering face, saying, "I'm sorry, sir. This is a small accident. I'm really sorry. This is our VIP card. In the future, you may avail of a 30% discount when you avail any single slave from our slave associations." Lei Lou took the golden card and threw it into his space pocket. He turned around and continued to size up the little girl. He saw that the little girl stood up with difficulty. She was walking with flimsy steps and was staggering. Lei Lou's spiritual power quickly scanned the girl's physical condition. Martial arts aptitude, excellent. Magic aptitude, excellent. Spiritual power, excellent. Future appearance, excellent. Lei Lou did not expect that this dirty little girl would actually be such a good seedling. He could not help but feel a little tempted. Lei Lou quickly walked forward. Ignoring the little girl's dirty clothes, he reached out and hugged her in his arms. "What's your name? Don't be afraid to tell Big Brother." Lei Lou patted the little girl's body. The little girl raised her head and looked at Lei Lou for a long time before saying timidly, "They all call me Little Yue." Lei Lou turned around and said, "Neli, by this little girl." He turned around and caressed Little Yue gently saying, "Be good. Don't be afraid. No one will bully you in the future." Little Yue was very surprised because no one had spoken to her in such a gentle manner before. No one had ever been so kind to her. From the memories she had, everyone looked down on her. No matter where she went, she was met with a fierce expression. She was abandoned and unwelcome. She would be beaten up at any time. When she approached others, everyone would show a disgusted expression. Only the person in front of her would pick her up. It turned out that the feeling of being hugged was so good. It felt so comfortable and so beautiful. Little Yue could not help but cry out in happiness. "Be good. Just cry it out. Just cry it out," Lei Lou said gently. Neli and Bing looked at their master strangely. It was as if they had never seen Lei Lou treat anyone so well after meeting him. Neli and Bing were secretly envious of the girl in Lei Lou's arms. Bing carefully discovered that the girl called Little Yue had a rather attractive and unique temperament. Little Yue would definitely be doted on in the future. After all the procedures were completed, Little Yue had already fallen asleep in Lei Lou's arms. Looking at Yue's expression as she slept peacefully, Lei Lou actually had a feeling of wanting to love her. Now that he saw Yue, the more he looked at her, the more he liked her. He did not expect that the first girl that Lei Lou truly liked in the human world was actually bought from the slave market. Neli and Bing were surprised to find that the moment Lei Lou looked at Xiaoye, his eyes had turned golden. There was a caring and loving feeling in them. Neli and Bing looked at each other and saw what the other was trying to say, "This Yue is amazing." By the time Lei Lou carried Yue back home, she was already fast asleep. Lei Lou gently placed Yue on the bed. He covered her with the blanket. He walked out of the room. The 4 new female slaves were still there, waiting for Lei Lou to assign them work. Lei Lou, Neli, and Bing were all sitting on the sofa. Opposite them were 4 girls who had just been bought. They were looking at Lei Lou and the others nervously. They did not know what would happen next. They were once the daughters of rich families. They knew how tragic it would be for women at this stage. They had seen countless times that their father or brother would invite their good friends as guests after they bought the female slaves. Then they would enjoy the fresh virgins that they had just bought. However, they would never have thought that they would have such a miserable day. They looked at the 3 people who could decide their fate in front of them, the 4 beautiful female slaves that they had bought, and their hearts kept beating. Their father and brothers laughed wildly when they were torturing those slave girls. And the shrill screams of those slave girls seemed to echo in their ears again. "Now, each of you can tell us what you are good at. Start with the first one on the left," Lei Lou said calmly. Soon, the four women recited their specialties as if they were reciting a book. Seeing that they were answering the questions skillfully, Lei Lou guessed that this was probably something that they had to memorize during the slave guild's training. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to not pause at all. Lei Lou nodded slightly and said to the purple-haired girl on the far left. "From now on, you shall be called Zier. Your main task is to be responsible for the three of us, our bedroom hygiene, in particular. Every night, prepare the bathwater for us on time." Lei Lou paused for a moment, then turned to the second blonde girl on the left and said. "From now on, you shall be called Jean, her. Your task is to be responsible for the cleaning of our clothes." Lei Lou turned his head again, paused slightly, and said to the remaining two people, "I'll give you a chance. Tell me who you are. You are definitely not ordinary young ladies from rich families. Your temperament cannot be hidden from me." The two women who were huddled together trembled. This made Lei Lou confirm his guess. The red-haired girl said, "I'm Yanni, the princess of Lana Duchy. But we're just daughters now. She's my personal maid, Lure." "Lana Duchy? I've never heard of it," Lei Lou muttered. Bing explained from the side. Lana Dukedom is a small country at the border of the Lan Feng Empire. It only relies on the extraction of crystals for export. As its main source of income, it isn't very powerful, so it's not very famous. "Oh," Lei Lou nodded in realization. "I don't care who you were in the past, but you have to listen to me here. Lure, you'll be responsible for taking care of little Yuer, and Yanni will be responsible for cleaning the floor." The four girls bowed and accepted the task. Lei Lou continued, "What I said just now is only your main work. After you finish your work, you must not be idle. You have to clean every corner of the house diligently. Don't worry, as long as you work diligently, I will definitely not make things difficult for you. But if I find out that anyone is slacking off, don't blame me for punishing you mercilessly." The four girls' bodies trembled violently. How could they dare to disobey such a small matter? After all, slaves did not have any freedom. The only outcome of resisting their master was death. After Lei Lou finished speaking, he instructed them on what they should say and the relevant positions. Soon, the four girls began to take action, and they started running the bathwater. The one who was assigned to clean the bedroom started cleaning, and the one who was assigned to prepare the meal started to cook. They all got busy quickly, and it seemed that the slave guild had trained them well. "Big brother Lei Lou. Big brother Lei Lou." Little Yuer's crying voice could be heard. Lei Lou hurriedly rushed to the bedroom. The moment Yuer saw Lei Lou, she immediately threw herself into his arms and burst into tears. "Why are you crying, Xiao Yuer?" Lei Lou caressed Yuer lovingly. Yuer raised her weeping face and said, "When I woke up, I didn't see Big Brother Lei Lou. I thought that Big Brother Lei Lou didn't want me anymore." Lei Lou pinched her delicate nose and said with a smile, "How can I not want Yuer? Unless Yuer doesn't want Big Brother anymore." "Yes. Yes. Yuer wants to be with Brother Lei Lou forever," she said confidently. Lei Lou carried Yuer to the living room and said to Zier, "Take Yuer to take a bath and find a new dress for her to wear." As he spoke, Lei Lou was about to put Yuer down. Who knew that Yuer would not let go no matter what? She cried and said, "Brother Lei Lou, I don't want to leave you." Lei Lou smiled and put her down. He comforted her. "Be good. After the bath, let's go shopping for clothes on the street, okay?" Yuer immediately broke into a smile and immediately cheered happily. "Okay, Brother Lei Lou, I'm going to shower first. Wait for me." After Yuer finished speaking, she skipped off to take a shower. When Lei Lou saw this situation, he could not help but lament, "You're still a child." Neili and Bing still had classes, so they left immediately. This afternoon, Lei Lou was still preparing to skip classes. The classes that he studied in the academy were completely useless to Lei Lou, besides going to history class to learn about the things that had happened in the last few decades. Yue had almost finished her bath. After washing off the dirty stucco on her body, her delicate skin was revealed. Because her skin had been covered with dust for many years, after the dust had been washed off, her skin was even whiter when it had not been exposed to the sun, plus it had been soaked in hot water. Her face was bright red, and she looked adorable. Furthermore, her hair was a rare snow-white color. Lei Lou opened his arms, and Yue flew over and directly jumped into his arms. Xiaoye is so cute. Lei Lou kissed her red face. She immediately lowered her head shyly. Because she grew up in the slave market, her heart matured very early. She even knew a lot about men and women. This was something that Lei Lou didn't expect. Here, this is a gift from your brother. Lei Lou took out an amethyst card and gave it to Yue. Although Yue didn't know the value of the amethyst card, she definitely knew its use. Thank you, brother Lei Lou, Yue said. Lei Lou stood up and dragged her out to go shopping. The little girl had never seen the market before. She liked everything she saw. She was especially excited when she took out the amethyst card to pay for it. All the shop owners stared at the amethyst card with shining eyes. They desperately wanted to stuff all the good things into Yue's hands. Yue was so scared that she hid in Lei Luo's arms and didn't dare to poke her head out. When many merchants saw this situation, they immediately formed two lines and let Lei Luo choose from the gap in the middle. After a series of purchases, Lei Luo finally came to a conclusion. That was, women were born with the instinct to shop. Even a little girl like Yue was very interested in shopping. Who didn't like the joy of shopping? If Lei Luo didn't have an infinite space bag, he really didn't know how to take back so many things he had bought. After a long time, Lei Luo and the others arrived at the destination of this shopping trip, a clothing store. Buying some clothes for a little girl, Lei Luo said to a fat woman. The female boss was so proud of herself now. Just now, because she was too fat, she couldn't squeeze into Lei Luo's group. She didn't expect the little girl to come directly to her shop. Please come to our fitting room, sir. The female boss led Lei Luo and the others into a bright room. This room was especially used for those rich young masters to buy clothes for their handmaidens. There were a few large mirrors in the room. One could also directly see the various perspectives of the handmaidens. After the handmaidens in the shop poured a cup of tea for Lei Luo, they brought over a large pile of gorgeous clothes. Facing all kinds of beautiful clothes, little Yue was simply dazzled. Little Yue looked around. This one was also very beautiful, and that one was also very good. Which one should I choose? Seeing how little Yue wanted it, Lei Luo could not help but laugh. Yue immediately threw herself into Lei Luo's arms, pouted her lips, and said resentfully, "Big brother Lei Luo is laughing at me." Hearing this, Lei Luo couldn't help but laugh out loud. Yue still refused to let go and twisted her body in Lei Luo's arms. At the same time, she used her little pink fist to lightly pound Lei Luo's body twice. Let big brother Lei Luo choose. Lei Luo looked around and chose a white dress for little Yue. He also bought a pair of white leather shoes. Little Yue took off all her clothes shyly. Lei Luo could not help but be stunned. Although little Yue did not have Nei's curvaceous body, compared to Nei, little Yue was more like a green apple. Little Yue looked at her figure and said sadly, "Am I very ugly?" Hearing this, Lei Luo could not help but be stunned. Then, he laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha. You are so cute. You are definitely a great beauty. Hee hee." Hearing Lei Luo say this, little Yue also laughed happily. After wearing the clothes that Lei Luo had chosen, little Yue became even cuter and cuter during the spring festival. After Lei Luo paid the bill, he carried Yue and continued shopping. He did not know how many things he had bought, but he just bought whatever Yue liked. They only left when Lei Lou and the others were done with school. Let's go. Let's go pick up the two sisters. Lei Lou carried Yue to the entrance of the academy. The students immediately began to point at Lei Lou. Look! That's the number one pervert in the academy. He won't even let such a cute little girl go. This is too much. It's useless for you to say that. Humans are so powerful. Let's go quickly. Don't let him hear us. Lei Lou was a little embarrassed when he heard that. He did not expect that he would be called the number one pervert in the academy. It was quite troublesome. Forget it. I don't want to think about it. Lei Lou had already seen Lei Lou and Bing walking over. Let's eat first. The imperial city of the Lanfeng Empire was also known as Lanfeng. This city was almost the largest and most prosperous city in the central continent. However, no one knew that this city would be destroyed in a year's time. Lei Lou, Lei Lou, Bing, and little Yue were eating in a restaurant. The conversation between two people caught Lei Lou's attention. Brother, is what you said true? Will the first family be exterminated? The people around them immediately surrounded them. They listened carefully. The people were very curious. The man took a sip and whetted everyone's appetite. Then, he said slowly. A few days ago, when we were on a mission, we passed by the villa. When we arrived there, the villa was already full of dead people. There wasn't a single living person in the villa. Nonsense. Since even the Prime Minister knew about it, why didn't he arrest them? There's going to be a war and we can't leave. However, the Prime Minister's younger brother didn't die. I heard that the person who destroyed the number one aristocratic family was just a little girl from Devil Martial Academy. You must be joking. A little girl can destroy the first aristocratic family? Most people chose not to believe it. That's true. I have a cousin who is a guard in the palace. I heard that the little girl gave her soul to the devil and obtained the power of the god of swords. Moreover, that girl has the most powerful divine weapon in her hands, the Sword of Order, the soldier said proudly to show that he was well informed. But, isn't the first aristocrat family protected by the Phoenix god? How could they be destroyed? Hearing this, the soldier didn't know how to respond. He couldn't say anything for a long time. I know the reason. Lei Lou drank another mouthful of wine. Seeing everyone's anxious expression, he felt slightly proud. No wonder so many people like to keep others in suspense. On the day the first family was destroyed, I happened to be taking a walk with my woman near the mountain villa. I also know the cause of the incident very clearly. It seems that the eldest young master of the first family led his men to kill all the relatives of a girl. At the same time, he also wanted to sexually humiliate that girl. But that girl secretly ran away. When she returned to take revenge, she already had the strength of the sword god. Therefore, the first family was destroyed because of that eldest young master. After hearing this, everyone understood and nodded. They suddenly remembered the Phoenix god. They hurriedly asked Lei Lou about it. Lei Lou slowly drank a mouthful of wine. After satisfying everyone's appetite, he slowly said, "Actually, the Phoenix god appeared." Hearing this, everyone started to ask Lei Lou what a god looked like. Calm down. Everyone, listen to me. After the second villa master used the guardian crystal, a strong pressure came. Everyone was forced to kneel on the ground. Then, a phoenix covered in black flames flew over. That phoenix was the size of the entire villa. Almost everyone couldn't look directly at the god. But later, the god found out the whole story and left in anger. The result is that the number one aristocratic family is going to be unlucky. Hearing this, everyone began to discuss animatedly. But most of them still praised the Phoenix god's fairness. Lei Lou also thought of the evil death phoenix. He had helped you build a good reputation in the human world. Let's see what kind of surprise you will give me when the time comes. Suddenly, Lei Luo felt Bing touching his feet secretly. Lei Luo looked up, and Bing kept glancing at Lei. Lei Luo saw that Lei was quietly lowering her head to eat. He could vaguely see that her eyes were a little red. Lei Luo reached out to touch Lei's little face. Lei hurriedly woke up and said, "I'm fine. It's just that there's sand in my eyes." "All right, don't be sad. I think there will be trouble soon. You should believe in how to complete your revenge." Lei Luo comforted her, and Lei nodded. She took a deep breath and felt slightly better. Bing tried her best to comfort her. With little Yue as an adorable little girl, Lei soon broke into a smile. At that moment, Lei Luo suddenly felt a wave of mental power spying on him. Lei Luo sighed helplessly. It was probably another evil person or someone who came for money. Among all of them, the most dangerous person was little Yue. It seemed like he would have to teach little Yue some martial arts in the future. Lei Luo's conviction moved, and a wave of mental shock washed over him. Lei Luo did not use such force. He just wanted to teach the other party a lesson. In a hotel opposite Lei Luo, a woman in a white cloak suddenly spat out a large mouthful of golden blood. Cough, 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 that was close. The woman could not help but feel relieved. It was also fortunate that Lei Luo did not have any ill intentions. She did not expect him to be able to detect such a subtle spiritual fluctuation. It was truly amazing. Who was he? No matter how hard they searched, they could not find this person. It was as if he had appeared out of thin air. Could he be a sealed demon? Or was he an expert who had survived the twilight of the gods? The white-clothed woman thought, but there was no result. After Lei Luo finished his meal, the four of them strolled around the streets again. By the time they reached home, it was already night. After everyone entered the house, Lei Luo stood alone in the courtyard, looking at the reflections of the flowers and trees. Lei Luo suddenly had an inspiration, and he smiled. Then he stretched out his hand, and a series of 7 colored balls fell into each of the shadows. Immediately after, the shadows of the flowers and trees changed. In each of the shadows, a black human-shaped shadow stood up. Lei Luo looked at these shadows and said, "In my name, Lei Luo. With the power of the Creator God, I will give you life. I will name you the Shadow Clan." More than 20 shadows moved in front of Lei Luo in the blink of an eye. They bowed to him and said telepathically, "Greetings, Master." Lei Luo waved his hand and said seriously, "All of you are responsible for protecting this courtyard. Those who trespass without my permission will be killed without mercy." "Yes." More than 10 shadows returned to the darkness. They squatted down and slowly sneaked into the shadows of the trees. Lei Luo waved his hand again, and the 2 shadows turned into small black balls and flew into his hands. Lei Luo turned around and returned to the house. As soon as he entered the house, he saw one of the girls cleaning the floor. It was ridiculous to think about it. Who would have thought that a princess would clean the floor here? Lei Luo hesitated slightly. "Yani, you should go to school tomorrow too. I see that your posture is pretty good. If you don't learn magic, it would be a waste of your talent." Yani immediately stood up happily, covered her mouth, and said happily, "Thank you, young master." Lei Luo just smiled and went back to his room. At this time, Yue had already fallen asleep. It seemed that today was not easy for her. Lei Luo gently stroked her waist-length hair and gently kissed her forehead. He put 2 black shadows into Yue's body. After doing all this, Lei Luo covered her with the quilt and turned to go to Bing's room. Lei Luo quietly walked into Bing's room and found that Bing was already waiting for him on the bed. Lei Luo smiled and sat by the bed. He stretched out his hand and directly held Bing in his arms. Early the next morning, after Lei Luo woke up, looking at Bing's peaceful sleeping appearance, Lei Lou could not help but gently kiss Bing's forehead. He did not expect Bing to have woken up. Looking at Lei Lou's gentle gaze, Bing shyly shrunk her body, and her small face was already red from embarrassment. Lei Lou hesitated slightly, looked at Bing, and said gently, "Bing, you can call me Lei Lou from now on. You don't have to call me master." Hearing this, Bing immediately became happy. This meant that she already had some status in Lei Lou's heart. She was temporarily freed from her status as a female slave. This was a good thing for Bing. Lei Lou actually liked Bing's gentle personality. At the same time, Lei Lou also admired Bing's calm and careful personality. After careful consideration, he temporarily raised Bing to the status of his woman. After Bing fell asleep, Lei Lou stretched himself and walked out of the room. Nelly had already gone to class and looked at little Yue. She was still sleeping soundly. When she was sleeping, she even drooled. As she slept, she was still mumbling in her sleep. Delicious, so delicious. Brother Lei Lou, I still want to eat. Lei Lou smiled. He did not expect her to still think about eating when she was dreaming. From then on, she would have nothing to worry about. Lei Lou walked out and spoke to Zier, who was dressed in clothes, "Go get some bath water. I want to take a bath." Then, Lei Lou walked out of the house and came to the courtyard. At this time, there were 5 masked corpses in the corner of the courtyard. Lei Lou didn't care who they were. With a light of decomposition, the courtyard was immediately cleaned. After entering the bathroom, Zier had already put in the hot water. The steam filled the air, making Lei Lou feel a strange excitement. Zier helped Lei Lou take off his shirt, but then her face turned red. With her face full of sweat, she used her trembling little hands to reach for Lei Lou's belt. It was a simple button, but Zier's little hands were shaking too much. It was impossible to complete this simple action. Seeing this situation, Lei Lou said impatiently, "If you don't work hard, I'll have to exchange you back. Although I lost more than 10 amethyst coins, and your fate will be completely changed because of this, in the future, you can only become a prize for the groom or the servant. Think carefully." "Master, it's Zier's fault, Zier won't change." "Don't trade Zier back, Zier is willing to do anything." Zier seemed to have understood. She suddenly raised her head and cried loudly as she begged Lei Lou. Zier was also very clear that if she were to be traded back, then she would directly fall into hell's treatment. Her status was also the lowest of female slaves. It wasn't that no one bought them, but even if someone did buy them, they were also regarded as the dirtiest and most abused slaves. They would not have a good place to go either. Usually, servants who became servants and coachmen were even worse than prostitutes. Since you know you have to repent, then why are you still standing there? Hurry up. Lei Lou said impatiently. Under Zier's trembling little hands, Lei Lou's clothes were finally taken off. Sliding into the hot water of the bath, Lei Lou stretched his body comfortably. He felt that his entire body was unobstructed. Seeing Zier standing at the side, Lei Lou smiled sinisterly and hooked his finger at her. "Zier, take off your clothes and come wash with me." Zier's entire body trembled and her face turned red. She hesitated and refused to take off all of her clothes. Lei Lou could not help but say with a cold face, "Zier, do you want to be punished?" "No, I'm sorry, master." Zier shed tears of humiliation. She gently took off all her clothes. Suddenly, a dainty body exuding the delicate fragrance of a virgin was completely exposed in the air. Zier also slowly walked into the bath. She sat next to Lei Lou fearfully. After the bath, Lei Lou stood up comfortably, put on his clothes, and prepared to go out. He came to the courtyard, and Yue ran over happily. Her hands flashed with a colorful light, and all kinds of weapons came out. There were long swords, a pair of short swords, long knives, long whips, daggers, and these weapons. Yue, what weapons do you like? Lei Lou pulled little Yue to the pile of weapons and asked her with a smile. I. Little Yue looked at this and pinched that. In the end, she picked up a dagger. I'll choose this one. Lei Lou reached out and held the dagger in his hand. He said, look carefully. With a wave of his hand, he quickly waved a series of movements in the air. Because he was too fast, he only left an afterimage. Did you see it clearly? Lei Lou asked Yue. Yue shook her head gently and spoke with some resentment. Brother Lei Lou, your movements are so fast. How can I see it clearly? Lei Lou could not help but smile. The dagger was rolling up and down on the tip of his dagger finger. How many aspects do you think you need to use the dagger? Aspects? Yue was puzzled. She thought for a while. Then she said hesitantly, you need to be fast, yes, and flexible. Xiao Yue looked at the dagger that was rolling up and down in Lei Luo's hand. Lei Lou looked at Yue with appreciation. Yue's talent was indeed quite top-notch. Just by looking at Lei Luo's gestures, she could understand the key to the dagger. Next, Lei Lou told Yue about the vital parts of the human body and which parts could make people lose the ability to move. Okay, Yue, you did well. Lei Lou did not expect that Yue would remember everything after he only said it once. Okay, Yue, you can practice here. Here. How do I practice here? Yue looked at Lei Lou in puzzlement. This was an empty space. How could she practice here? Lei Lou walked to the side and condensed a huge rainbow energy ball with his hands. This was the light of Lei Luo's reconstruction. The magic elements in the air quickly gathered. All the magic elements within 1,000 miles were sucked dry. At this moment, Lei Luo's attention was on creating a divine artifact for Yue, but he had never thought that doing so would have any effect. In the end, within an hour, all the magic elements in the surroundings had disappeared. The mages in the city would be in trouble. All magic could not be used, and as a result, there would be revenge everywhere. Within an hour, the magic elements were restored. All the magicians who were being hunted immediately turned around to hunt down the others. The city was instantly in chaos. Lei Lou drew a circle on the ground, motioning for little Yue to stand in the circle. Little Yue, drop a drop of blood on it. Lei Lou handed the newly created god weapon to little Yue. This divine artifact was a weapon that could restrain the gods and demons. It was named the God and Demon's Dagger. After little Yue dripped a drop of blood on the God and Demon's dagger, the dagger turned into a silver ray of light and entered little Yue's body. Lei Lou reached out and placed a small ball of light on little Yue's forehead. It contained the method to use the dagger, the basic moves to use the dagger, and the training plan for this time. Alright, let's begin. Summon, Shadow Clan, in physical form. 3 to 4 black figures immediately appeared beside Little Moon. This time, the Shadow Clan appeared in physical form. Hence, they could be attacked by Little Moon. However, the damage to Little Moon could be ignored. Only at this point did Lei Lou remember the consequences of what he had done. After thinking about it carefully, he decided not to bother about it. He casually cast a barrier to seal the entire courtyard. It was better to let little Yue practice properly. Holy Maiden, what do you think about this matter? In a large church in Misty Wind City, there was a middle-aged man beside the Pope and a female character discussing it. The beautiful woman who the Pope called the Saintess closed her eyes. A 7-colored necklace around her neck suddenly emitted a 7-colored ray of light, pointing straight at Lei Luo's courtyard. The Saintess suddenly opened her eyes and said excitedly, quickly bring the divine weapon treasured record over. Another divine weapon has appeared. It's in the city. Soon, a huge book made of metal was brought up. After the Pope opened it, there was indeed an extra page in the book. A black and white dagger appeared on it. The three of them immediately came over, read it together, and read it at the same time. The God and Devil dagger has the power to seal the gods and demons. It can activate the ordinary domain. In the domain, other than the wielder, everyone else will lose their power. This divine weapon has already recognized its master. The three of them looked at each other for a long time. The Pope and the King could not help but tremble. This divine weapon is too powerful. Even the Saintess nodded. I must get this divine weapon. The King thought to himself. Then, he nodded and continued, the two of you, I still have some things to deal with, so I'll take my leave first. After he finished speaking, he turned around and left. After the Pope watched the King leave, he seemed to believe in it thoughtfully. Then, he said to the Saintess, as the spokesperson of the Goddess of Life, you must have also discovered other things. The Saintess sighed. As expected of the only Pope in history who has reached the peak of the priest class. Have you also discovered it? At first, I thought it was just my illusion. When I was using the divine artifact, Necklace of Life, just now, I discovered that there was a level 1 god in the place where the divine artifact was born. The Pope's old face suddenly changed. The Pope, whose face was full of wrinkles, gradually turned into a handsome young man. The young man said proudly, don't forget, I am the only holy light war god who has reached the top of the night class. I have an intuition that surpasses ordinary people for danger. My intuition is constantly reminding me not to go to the place where the god equipment was born, and not to provoke the owner of the god equipment. The Saintess suddenly said, if it weren't for me, I'm afraid you wouldn't have chosen a priest. Moreover, you've probably already broken through to the holy light war god. The young man looked at the Saintess with deep affection. It doesn't matter. For you, I'm willing to do anything. The Saintess slightly avoided the young man's burning gaze. She said, I'm sorry. I've already given my life to the Goddess of Life, so I can't. The young man still stubbornly said, it doesn't matter. I can wait. It doesn't matter if I keep waiting until I reach the end of my life. Until the day I pick up the girl of life, I'll tell her personally. The Saintess didn't respond to the young man. Instead, she silently looked into the distance in the direction of the Magic Dragon Valley. In the Magic Dragon Valley, it was supposed to be a sunny day, but it wasn't a good day for the people near the Magic Dragon Valley. The entire Magic Dragon Valley was covered in dark clouds. Even those who didn't know magic could feel the oppressive aura coming from the valley. The surrounding magic beasts had all run away. But there were still many people who came to the Magic Dragon Valley. The black dragon list in the Magic Dragon Valley was emitting a purple evil light. The evil aura was so strong that it almost spread out of the valley. Around the valley, 8 people formed a large magic array. 6 women and 2 men were among them. They came from 8 different races. They were the representatives of the 8 main gods. Behind them, there were thousands of people. All of them were troops and mercenaries from different countries. Everyone wanted the title of dragon-slaying courage. Everyone waited quietly. There was only the sound of the wind around them. Crack, crack. The sound of the magic dragon egg breaking was extremely loud. It was as if the earth's crust had shattered. Everyone began to tense up. The mages also cast defensive barriers around them. The priests also added blessing-type spells to the warriors to increase their attack and defense. Just as everyone finished their preparations. Boom! The magic dragon egg exploded into pieces. A large ball of purple flames appeared in the middle. Roar! A muffled dragon's roar rang out. The entire flame was shattered. The defensive barrier around the magic dragon disappeared at the same time. Many people who were underground were shaken to the point that they bled to death. The entire face of the demon dragon was revealed. After seeing the face of the demon dragon, everyone was extremely shocked. Was this still the same demon dragon from before? The black scales were even darker. However, on the body of the demon dragon, a set of silver-white metal armor appeared, covering all the vital parts of the demon dragon's body. Even its head was covered with a helmet, and its huge horns were revealed, making it look extremely ferocious and terrifying. The black eyes of the demon dragon had also turned into an evil purplish-red color. The demon dragon was now more powerful than ever. This is one of the 5 great ancient demon dragons, the Hell Demon Dragon. It was unknown who had shouted this from the crowd. The surrounding people immediately became restless. Everyone knew that the 5 great ancient demon dragons were comparable to first-grade gods in terms of pure strength. That wasn't a strength that these mortals could contend against. Before anyone could react, the heavy draconic might pressed down. 2/3 of the people lost their combat strength on the spot, and they were unable to move under the heavy draconic might. The representatives of the 8 great sovereign gods were also secretly complaining. If it really was a hell demon dragon, they should have taken advantage of this opportunity to escape. But it was still a demon dragon before, so how did it suddenly become a hell demon dragon? Ha ha ha, you puny creatures. You dare to stop me? The great master has already helped me to return to the form of a hell demonic dragon. You will all die today. Dragon Flame. The hell demonic dragon laughed arrogantly, casually spitting out a mouthful of purple dragon flame in one direction. Chi. Everyone in that direction, as well as the rocky ground, was reduced to dust. Seeing this, everyone was finally certain that the person in front of them was truly the infernal demon dragon. The scene instantly turned chaotic. Those with power and status simply couldn't stand up in front of the heavy draconic might. They could only use their 4 limbs to desperately crawl out of the valley. Roar! The magic dragon flapped its wings and was about to take off. The spokesmen of the 8 major gods all rushed forward to attack. The magic dragon only gave them a contemptuous glance. It flapped its wings, and countless wind blades flew towards the spokesman of the 8 gods. It forcefully suppressed the spokesman of the 8 gods. The magic dragon took this opportunity to quickly fly high into the sky. When it reached a sufficient height, it looked at the entire magic dragon valley. The magic dragon also made the final judgment of destruction. Dragon language magic, kill magic dragon wave. A mouthful of purple energy shot out from the magic dragon's mouth into the valley. Rumble. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked. After the magic dragon wave hit the ground, it quickly spread out in all directions. It did not stop until it was 100 miles away. Everything within 100 miles suffered a devastating blow. By the time the smoke dissipated, the entire valley had turned into a pile of thick powder that spread everywhere. Master, you're too great. I can finally take revenge. The more the demonic dragon's strength increased, the more it could discover the strength of its master. Back then, it had also relied on the tiny amount of divine power left behind by its master. Not only had the demonic dragon recovered the memories of its previous life, but it had also restored its body to the form of a hell demonic dragon. Its strength was even stronger than in its previous life. It turned out that the demon dragon's previous life was the hell demon dragon, which represented one of the 5 great ancient demon dragons that had been destroyed. Later on, it fell in love with a dragon race woman. However, the hell demon dragon was the most evil dragon in the eyes of dragons in the Dragon Valley. Therefore, the entire Dragon Valley had set up a sneak attack on the hell demon dragon. That battle was so intense that the sky and earth turned dark. In the end, after the hell demon dragon was ambushed, it was heavily injured. In the end, he was truly no match for the infernal dragon. At the cost of his own life, he used the forbidden spell, Reincarnation of the Dead. He used this to escape a calamity and reincarnate into the next life, hoping to take revenge for this blood feud. This was the memory that the infernal dragon had awakened. However, he had just awakened it, so he did not dare to act rashly. Forget it. Let's go find Master first. Master is so powerful. He will definitely help me take revenge. The demon dragon was currently anxious to find its master and express its loyalty to its master. Thus, it was also anxious to sense its master's position. In the end, it used the master-servant contract to determine its master's line of defense, then flew north. Not long after the demon dragon left, the thick powder on the ground gradually dispersed. The 8 spokesmen of the main gods were all abolished from within. As soon as they appeared, the 8 of them immediately sat down on the ground, using their own methods to heal their injuries. Although the dragon flames of the infernal demon dragon had been blocked by their combined efforts, they had still suffered serious injuries. After a long time, the 8 of them all stood up. They glanced at each other. Without saying anything, they flew in 8 different directions. Although they didn't talk to each other, there was only one thought in everyone's mind. They had to quickly tell everyone the news of the birth of the demon dragon, and the news of the demon dragon evolving into a hell demon dragon. They also had to immediately start looking for the master of the demon dragon. Soon, people from all races knew the news of the birth of the demon dragon. All the races were on high alert. All the dragons in the Dragon Valley were panicking. Patriarch. Give the order. In a cave, more than 10 people were discussing. But strictly speaking, they weren't human. They were only in human form, and each of them had a different horn on their head, and they also had tailed. I didn't expect that because of my mistake back then, would bring so many disasters to Dragon Valley. The damage from that battle hasn't fully recovered yet. Hell Demon Dragon, perhaps I really misunderstood him back then. Sigh, when he used the forbidden spell, Reincarnation of the Dead, I knew that this day would come sooner or later. I just didn't expect it to come so soon, an elder of the dragon race said sorrowfully. Ahem, everyone move together. Go to various places and wake up all the ancient ancestors in the sleeping place. Our dragon race has already reached the most critical moment. All the members of the dragon race nodded and were ready to leave to take action immediately. Right, call Long Ling over. It's time to tell her about her background. At this moment, the magic dragon had already turned into a level 3 magic beast. The moon eagle was sleeping soundly under an uncle in the forest. However, something would soon happen here. Because not far away from here, there was already a figure that was stealthily hiding, and on the other side, every robust figure was flying over. On the branches of the forest, a moon eagle was sleeping soundly. In the distance, a knight wearing white armor was riding a horse, galloping towards where they were. But what was surprising was that although the horse was extremely fast, it looked smooth and steady, not even a single speck of dust flew up from its face. If one took a closer look, they would discover that this mark was not an ordinary horse. On the horse's head, there was a small silver horn. It turned out to be a level 5 magical beast, a unicorn. It ran quickly and steadily. When they saw the person on the horse's back, they were surprised to find that the person wearing white armor was actually a woman. Her beautiful black hair fluttered behind her, and the snow-white armor missiles did not cover up her alluring curves. It also revealed her moving silhouette without a doubt. Her bare snow-white shoulders were outlined with delicate and lovely curves by the darkness. Her soft waist was tightly wrapped by a pale golden belt, and her pale blue eyes could be seen through the gaps of the armor. Her lively and charming eyes gave people a feeling of loneliness. If one observed carefully enough, one could also find traces of anxiety, helplessness, and pain in her eyes. The unicorn gradually entered the forest and ran quickly in the forest path. Suddenly, the unicorn stopped in an unnatural position and jumped back. It landed more than 10 meters away. At this moment, 3 black figures attacked separately, but they failed because of the unicorn's alertness. The woman's expression also shifted slightly, but she immediately returned to her calm state and jumped down from the unicorn. When the attackers saw that their sneak attack had failed, they immediately retreated more than 10 meters like ghosts, trying to block the woman's way forward. Ha 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 ha. As expected of Miss Yuna, who is known as the Flower of Nights. She actually dodged our fatal blow. The man in black who was standing in the middle spoke in a hoarse voice. The woman also replied coldly, it seems that there are quite a number of people who want my life. If you hadn't released your killing intent earlier and been detected by the unicorn, perhaps you would have succeeded. Unfortunately, you are still not ready. After saying that, Yuna took off her helmet. What greeted her eyes was a beautiful and exquisite face. She was so beautiful. Her entire body did not carry the slightest trace of the mortal world. She just sat quietly on the horse's back. Her entire figure seemed to be embedded between heaven and earth, like an illusory figure. The cold air on her face made her even less like a living person. She was truly an ice-cold beauty. The person in the middle who looked like the leader smiled and said, although you were lucky enough to escape the attack, you should also know that we have never failed. You should end it yourself. Yuna calmly looked at the three people in front of her and said, did the king send you here? It seems that she has to kill me too. I didn't expect that the king, who has already obtained the land of the central continent, is still not satisfied. He actually wants to study that kind of thing. Don't you want to know what important secret the king has for me to know? Yuna said indifferently while secretly putting her hand behind her back and drawing something in the void. Isn't it just the fusion plan? This plan has already been completed, the leader said calmly. What? It's already completed? Yuna couldn't help but recall the contents of the plan. The fusion plan was a plan that forcefully combined humans and magical beasts into one. At the same time, it allowed people to live with the power of magical beasts. Moreover, the power would be multiplied. According to this method, as long as the ordinary people fused with the magical beasts, they could also become gods. However, the bloodlines of humans and magical beasts had a natural repulsion, and a person could only fuse with 6 magical beasts at most. Otherwise, it would bring irreversible damage to the fused person. At the same time, the fused person would also go crazy because he could not withstand the crazy spirit of the magical beasts. However, this kind of thing was not common sense, and once it appeared in reality, it would definitely be exterminated by the gods, or until they themselves were exterminated. In order to prevent this kind of thing from happening, Yuna risked her life to steal the plan. She wanted to use this to seek the help of the Radiant Temple, but she did not expect that this plan was actually something that had already been completed. Just as Yuna was lost in thought, 3 people immediately rushed up. Yuna turned pale with fright and jumped back. The unicorn cast a spell and a lightning net appeared out of thin air to stop the 3 people. The 3 people immediately retreated to their original positions after missing their first attack. After landing, Yuna's body swayed and she stabbed the knight's sword at the person in the middle. The unicorn set up an electric net towards the 2 people on both sides to prevent them from coming to the rescue. The person in the middle suddenly smiled. Yuna was shocked. It was not good to be fooled. A black longsword suddenly appeared in the black-clothed person's hand. He did not defend at all and directly stabbed towards Yuna. Yuna hurriedly turned around. Relying on the flexibility of her body, she forcefully moved her body by half a foot. Clang! Yuna's long sword stabbed towards the black-clothed man's body, actually making a sound of metal colliding. Yuna was even more shocked. It must be that the black-clothed man's body had a soft armor with high defense. Just as the old force had just left and the new force had yet to be born. The black-clothed man's long sword came one after another. Yuna had no choice but to return her sword to block. Clang! Yuna was sent flying back. She landed beside the unicorn. Yuna stood up with difficulty. Her right hand had already been shattered by the shock. The blood on her hand kept falling. Yuna sighed faintly. She had finally experienced the king's royal assassination team. Their strength was really extraordinary. It seemed that only by using a summoned beast could she have a chance to reverse the situation. Yuna quickly chanted an incantation. A ball of light suddenly flashed in her hand. She stretched out her hand and threw the ball of light into the air. The ball of light stretched out in the air, and a 1-meter-long magic circle appeared. In the name of Summoner Yuna, I summon the guardian of the dragon, the spirit of the dragon. Come out. The magic array expanded rapidly around Yuna. Suddenly, a white figure appeared in the magic array. Although it was very blurry, one could still vaguely recognize that it was a winged dragon. Suddenly, a white light flashed, and a white flying dragon appeared. The 3 members of the dark demon hunting group didn't panic at all. Under Yuna's puzzled gaze, the 3 of them began to summon at the same time. Come out. Guardian of Hell, Hell Demon Hound. 3 three-eyed Hell Demon Hounds appeared in the magic array. Their green eyes emitted a terrifying ferocity. As long as their master gave the order, they would not hesitate to pounce on their target. This was a Hellhound. Level 6 magical beasts. They liked to move in groups, and they had fierce personalities. They were very terrifying magical beasts, and they liked to hunt all kinds of magical beasts for food. Legend has it that when 3 Hellhounds meet with life-threatening danger, they could fuse together and evolve into a grade 8 magical beast, the Cerberus. Cerberus was a grade 8 magical beast. Its entire body was covered in black flames. It was a high-level magical beast that could use hellfire. 3 heads could use different types of magic at the same time. It was a type of magical beast that was agile, violent, and extremely terrifying. Hellhound? You can actually summon them? Yuna's face became even paler. She leaned weakly against the unicorn's body. She was already feeling a little hopeless because the dragon spirit was not a real dragon. They were only a kind of magical beast with the appearance of a dragon, but their strength was much weaker than a dragon. They were both level 6 magical beasts like the Hellhound. However, the dragon spirit that he summoned could only block 1 Hellhound at most. He and the unicorn combined could only deal with 1 Hellhound. But now, not only were there 3 Hellhounds, he was also seriously injured. Based on the current situation, he did not even have a chance to escape. The man in black in the middle seemed to be very satisfied with Yuna's panicked expression. Hee. Prepare to die. Hellhound, go. As he said that, the man in black pointed his finger at Yuna. The Hellhound that was on standby immediately pounced on Yuna. Yuna was now in complete despair. She seemed to be able to see that Death was using his giant black scythe to take her life. At the last moment of her life, Yuna did not panic. On the contrary, her heart was so calm. It was as if death was nothing to her. It was so small that it was almost negligible. Yuna gently closed her eyes. She was quietly enjoying the peace before death. At that moment, Yuna felt a weight on her back and fell to the ground. Then came the sad cry of a unicorn. Yuna's heart jumped. She opened her eyes and found that she had fallen to the ground. 3 fireballs flew over her forehead and landed on a 100-year-old tree. The tree turned into black dust and disappeared in an instant. At this moment, the dragon spirit also flew forward and fought with the Hellhound. It turned out that the moment the Hellhound pounced on Yuna, the unicorn sensed its master's danger and jumped to the side. Yuna narrowly avoided being bitten by the Hellhound. The attack of the Hellhound made it difficult for the unicorn to take care of its injured master. In order to protect itself and its master, the unicorn fought with the Hellhound. The man in black shook his head while taking care of Yuna. It seems that I overestimated you. I thought that with your strength as a high-level summoner, you wouldn't be unable to withstand the attack of the Hellhound. But look at you. You don't even have the strength to dodge. You don't need me to attack anymore. Wait until my baby eats that low-level magical beast of yours. Then I'll let them finish you off. At this moment, the spirit of the dragon let out a mournful cry. With a flash of white light, the spirit of the dragon had to return to the underworld because of its heavy injuries. The three hellhounds immediately turned their attention to the unicorn. The battle pressure on the unicorn instantly doubled. It had to face the attacks of the three hellhounds at the same time. Countless wounds were quickly added to its body. Yuna did not care about her own strength at this time. She rushed forward and resisted the attacks of the hellhounds together with the unicorn. The three people saw Yuna go forward and also joined the battle with a sneer. It seemed that everyone wanted to focus their attacks on the unicorn. Soon, the unicorn was covered in wounds. Yuna was desperately resisting the attacks of the unicorn. However, the difference in strength could not be made up by simply numbers. Dong! The sword in Yuna's hand was sent flying by the hellhound. She was also sent flying by a hellhound. With a wail, the unicorn was also pounced on by the three hellhounds. The three men in black stood proudly on the unicorn and showed their power to Yuna. Yuna shouted at them, "Let go of Lisa. Don't hurt it." The man in black seemed to like seeing Yuna's expression. He said proudly, "It seems that you cherish this unicorn very much. How am I going to punish it? Ha ha ha." As the man in black spoke, he kept drawing bloody marks on the unicorn's body. "No. Don't hurt her. Let her go." Yuna struggled to stand up and shouted at the three of them. The unicorn seemed to have heard its master's voice. It turned around and looked at its master. It used its gentle and beautiful eyes to look at Yuna, showing her its determination to protect its master. At this moment, Yuna was also looking at it silently. The unicorn's beautiful and gentle eyes were filled with reluctance and sorrow. He remembered that when he was very young, his father would often hold his little hand and play in the backyard. But his mother would always wear beautiful clothes and lean against the door. Her eyes were happy as she watched him and her father play. From time to time, she would gently exhort, "Yuna, girls shouldn't be naughty, Mom will worry. Yuna, the floor is very dirty. Girls should be clean and beautiful. You can't just sit anywhere." Just like all ordinary families, she lived a simple and happy life. Her father was serious and kind, and her mother was kind and beautiful. Everything was so warm and peaceful. However, these days changed as her father's status continued to rise. One day, her mother passed away. Since then, Yuna never held her father's hand again. She never looked at Yuna properly. She didn't even smile at Yuna once. Apart from teaching Yuna to be loyal to the Empire, every day was hard training. In order to protect the most powerful person in the world, the Emperor of the Empire. But was he worth protecting? I remember when I was very young, my mother gave me this unicorn. At that time, when I got it, I was so happy. But my mother said to me, "Child, from now on, I will let Lisa play with you. You have to live well, I hope you can get your own happiness." At that time, Yuna still did not understand why she said this to me now, and my mother died in the palace the next day. Yuna, who was still young, did not understand what death was, nor did she know how her mother died. She only remembered that her mother had asked Lisa to accompany her in her place. She must live well. She must live. Ever since her mother's death, Yuna had never felt any warmth towards her family. Lisa, the unicorn, had become Yuna's best friend and family. Suddenly, Yuna remembered something. She quickly took out a magic scroll that her mentor had given her before she died. The name of this scroll was Forced Summoning. As the name implied, forced summoning meant that the most powerful magical beast would be forcefully summoned from within 1,000 miles. However, the caster had to unconditionally summon the creature as the master and himself as the slave. Of course, the summoned creature also had to help the caster complete the purpose of the summoning. At this moment, Yuna no longer had any other choice in order to save Lisa. She did not mind choosing a magical beast as her master. Yuna took a deep look at the unicorn. With her last hope, Yuna opened the magic scroll and ran into the air. The magic scroll emitted a bright light, and after the magic dragon came out of the valley, it had been immersed in the pleasure of greatly increasing its strength. During the process of transformation, the demon dragon unexpectedly discovered that there was a hidden seal in the depths of its soul. At that time, the demon dragon felt extremely puzzled. All these years, it had never discovered that there was actually a seal on its body. This seal was also abnormally strong. Even if it was not injured, it was impossible to break it. At this moment, the demon dragon didn't care about anything else. It directly used the power that its master gave it to break the seal. Crack! The seal within the demon dragon's body was completely broken. The demon dragon was just surprised at its master's strength, but it was overwhelmed by the information that poured out from the seal. After a long time, the demon dragon gradually absorbed this information. So this was his previous life. His previous life was actually one of the 5 great demon dragons of the immemorial era, the Hell Demon Dragon. He was ambushed by the dragon in the Dragon Valley. He was seriously injured and was about to be sealed. The arrogant demon dragon used his eternal life as the price and used a forbidden spell. Reincarnation of a dead soul. What he wanted was to take revenge in the future. At that moment, the demonic dragon used the memories from his previous life. Using the power given to him by his master, he continuously transformed his body until he returned to the appearance of his previous life. The thing that puzzled the demonic dragon the most was that in the memories of his previous life, there seemed to be a faint shadow of his current master. That was absolutely impossible, right? How many tens of thousands of years had passed since his previous life? How could there be a shadow of his master? It was better not to care. He had to find a suitable gift for his master first. Since his master had given him freedom, the demon dragon was also a person who knew how to repay kindness. He had to properly express his loyalty to his master. However, the demon dragon had always been sealed in the Demon Dragon Valley and rarely came into contact with humans. He could not think of what to give his master. In the end, he could only turn into a moon eagle and find a random forest bell to sleep in. At this moment, Yuna threw out her summoning scroll. Ha ha ha. I thought this was some powerful summoning beast. So it's just a low-level trash moon eagle. The leader laughed out loud. Yuna was truly in despair at this moment. She didn't expect that the strongest magical beast within 1,000 miles was actually just a moonhawk. If this was in the magical beast forest, it would probably be another ending, right? Only that this moonhawk would be buried along with her. But very quickly, everyone realized that something was wrong. After seeing the moon eagle, the 3 hellhounds immediately gave up on surrounding the unicorn. They formed an inverted triangle defense formation. The 4 of them were immediately stunned. This was what the hellhounds would do when they encountered an enemy that was much stronger than them. Yuna also realized that even her unicorn was retreating in fear, retreating to her side. What exactly was going on? Needless to say, this Yuing was the magic dragon. Just as the magic dragon was sleeping comfortably, it was suddenly forcefully summoned by a powerful magic power. How could the magic dragon be in a good mood now that its rest was interrupted? It was ready to wreak havoc on the spot. Just as the 4 of them were feeling puzzled, the moon eagle slowly opened its eyes. Everyone noticed that the moon eagle's eyes were a strange purplish-red color. When the 3 hellhounds saw the purplish-red eyes, they retreated behind their master in fear. The 3 men in black looked at the summoned beast in fear. They had never expected this to happen. At this moment, the moon eagle suddenly opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of purple flames. When the 3 hellhounds saw the flames, they immediately attacked each other. They relied on the impact of the energy explosion to shock themselves. When the 3 men in black saw that the hellhounds were using such a self-harming method to escape, they immediately gave up on resisting and quickly dodged away. Poochie. The forest was cleared of a wide path by the flames out of thin air. All the trees in the area had been turned to dust. The four of them sucked in a breath of cold air. At that moment, the moon eagle turned around and looked at the person who had summoned it. From the process of being summoned, the demon dragon knew that it would have a new servant. It did not care at first, but when it saw Yuna's face, it felt a burst of joy. The demon dragon was worried that it could not find any gifts to show its loyalty to its master. He also did not know what humans liked, but if it was a woman, its master would definitely not refuse. So the demon dragon made a smart decision. He wanted to offer the woman in front of him to its master. Just as Yuna was surprised, she suddenly realized that a sharp gaze was sizing her up. Faced with such a gaze, Yuna's heart was very uneasy. She could not guess at all why the master of the magic dragon would ignore the magic dog in front of him and look at her again. Suddenly, the moon eagle flapped its wings and stopped in midair. It raised its head and let out a long cry. Yuna could clearly feel that the moon eagle's heart was filled with joy. When the demon dragon turned around and roared, the three hellhounds saw that the demon beast had let down its guard and immediately ran together. The two hellhounds lay side by side, while the other hellhounds were afraid to be on the backs of the two hellhounds. The three hellhounds roared at the same time, attracting the attention of everyone present. This is. Yuna saw the scene in front of her and immediately thought of an impossible situation. This is the fusion evolution. Just as Yuna thought, after the three-headed Cerberus roared, a ball of fire appeared on the ground and enveloped the Cerberus. This was the true hellfire. Yuna revealed a terrified expression. The hellhounds actually fused and evolved. This was a skill that only the hellhounds had no choice but to use in a life and death situation. There was danger in fusing and evolving. Once it failed, even one's soul would disappear. What kind of magical beast did she summon? The hellhounds actually chose to use this forbidden skill without even fighting. Roar! A low and deep sound was heard, and a 3-meter-tall Cerberus appeared. The unicorn's body began to tremble. It also revealed a strong sense of unease. Yuna used one of her hands to gently pat the unicorn to comfort it, telling it to stay calm. She also looked in the direction of the demon dragon. But what made Yuna dumbfounded was that the moon eagle stared at the Cerberus, saliva continuously flowing from the corner of its mouth, as if it had seen some delicious food. At this moment, the demon dragon was extremely happy. It had been starving for a long time, but it had never encountered any food that caught its eye. This Cerberus was very good. The demon dragon immediately prepared to finish off the food in front of it. At this moment, the Cerberus suddenly felt a chill in its heart. It shook its head in confusion. It was prepared to kill this demon beast that had made it feel fear before it evolved. I didn't expect that it would actually let our hellhound evolve. Thank you very much, Miss Yuna. As a thank you, I will leave a complete corpse for you. The three men in black spoke very happily. Roar! The moon eagle suddenly let out a deafening roar. The surrounding trees were continuously being roared by the sound waves until they did not even know what was going on. However, the four people in the field were desperately covering their ears to resist this deafening roar. The demon dragon's body gradually rose into the sky. Suddenly, a purple light flashed, and a huge creature appeared. Hell Demon Dragon. These four people were also summoners. In order to become a summoner, one had to understand the habits of all the demon beasts. The demon beast in front of them was clearly one of the 5 great demon dragons of the immemorial era, the Hell Demon Dragon. Roar! Before anyone could react, the hellish demonic dragon swallowed the Cerberus with a speed that was completely incompatible with its own body. Looking at the green blood flowing out of the demonic dragon's mouth, Yuna felt a wave of nausea in her stomach. She hurriedly turned her gaze to the unicorn. At this time, the demonic dragon had already eaten the monster. It turned its head and took a breath, vaporizing the 3 men in black. Then, the general came to Yuna's side and stared at the unicorn. The unicorn hid behind Yuna in fear. Yuna looked at the bloody mouth that was right in front of her and the magic dragon's gaze that looked like it was looking at food. She ignored the fear in her heart and stood in front of the unicorn and said loudly, "Please don't hurt Lisa. If you want to eat, eat me." The magic dragon stared at Yuna for a long time, just as Yuna was about to collapse under the dragon's pressure. The magic dragon raised its head, and there seemed to be something special in its eyes. The magic dragon turned back into the moon eagle again. It grabbed Yuna and the unicorn with its claws and flew up. It needed to find a good place to rest so that it could find its master as soon as possible. On the other side. Why are there so many people in the courtyard recently? Lei Lou looked at the rows of corpses on the ground and spoke with emotion. Bing also came to Lei Lou's side. Is it because the divine artifact you got for little Yuer has been known by others? Lei Lou tilted his head slightly. It seemed that there was indeed no other reason other than this. If that was the case, then he would just blow things up a little more. Lei Lou was ready to create another miracle. With that thought in mind, he turned around and returned to his room, starting to imagine the appearance of the new divine artifact. Lei, feel better. It's not like we can't get revenge. It's just that we can't find him now. Bing comforted him from the side. Up until now, Lancelot had never come to school. There was no movement in the palace either. It felt like a calm night before a storm. After a few months of study, Lei and Bing had mastered a lot of magic. Yanni, Lei, and Bing had become good friends. The three of them were inseparable. With her noble princess temperament, Yanni was considered a top beauty in school. At this moment, the magic elements in the air disappeared once again. This was not the first time this had happened. Suddenly, the classroom in the academy was in a mess. Everyone was discussing the disappearance of the magic elements the last 2 times. Only Lei and Bing sighed at the same time. They knew in their hearts that another divine artifact was about to be born. Bing suddenly noticed that the new, holy maiden in white was not flustered at all. She did not look surprised either. She just quietly stared in the direction of Lei Lou's courtyard. This, holy maiden in white, rarely let others see her appearance. But those who had seen her appearance all said that she was definitely the most beautiful woman in the academy. And her Shenfei was also very mysterious. No one could clearly say where she came from. The whereabouts of those who had once harassed her were still unknown. This time, it was relatively short. After half an hour, the magic elements gradually recovered. However, both Bing and Lei felt a sense of pressure. They felt a sense of nervousness as if a storm was about to come. After school at noon, Yanni returned to the courtyard and found that everyone was gathered together. They seemed to be chattering non-stop, and it was as if they were discussing something. Yanni also went up and immediately heard a burst of happy voices from everyone. Little Yuer is so amazing. She passed another test. Of course, I dare say that little Yuer is the best among all of us. But I'm an exception. Seeing that her master, Lei Lou, was also here, Yanni gave up on the idea of squeezing in to take a look and obediently stayed at the side. Lei Lou turned around and found that Yanni was also there. Then he said to everyone, "Let Yanni try." Hearing Lei Lou's words, everyone made way for Yanni. Yanni curiously walked to the table and finally saw the relationship that everyone had been discussing for a long time. There was a transparent crystal on the table. The entire crystal was inlaid with a hexagram. It was a strange hexagram. The hexahedron in the middle was purple. The 6 corners were red, yellow, blue, green, white, and black. This is... Although Yanni didn't know what this was, she could still sense some strange magical fluctuations from it. Seeing Yanni's puzzled expression, Bing smiled and said, "This is the divine artifact, Elemental Heart. You can use it to contact the elemental elves. If you're lucky, you can even meet an elemental sovereign god. As long as you pass the elemental elves' approval, you don't need to chant spells to use spells from level 1 to level 8. In addition, you only need to use 1/3 of your normal mana. Yanni widened her mouth in surprise. As a wind magician, she knew what this meant. As long as she passed the test, her strength would not be increased by just 1 level. Immediately, Yanni followed the instructions and placed her hand on the green horn, injecting magic power into it. Yanni only felt her vision go black, and she had already arrived at another place. Where is this? Yanni found herself in a green space. In this void, there was nothing but wind. Seeing the situation here, Yanni couldn't help but feel afraid. She began to run in all directions. However, in terms of how long she ran, other than the change in the size of the wind, the surrounding scenery still didn't change. Yanni couldn't help but feel anxious. At this moment, a strong wind suddenly blew Yanni down. This made Yanni calm down. She remembered her goal. Wasn't it to get the approval of the wind element? Then why should she be afraid of the wind element? At that moment, Yanni closed her eyes. She felt the wind element around her. As Yanni's consciousness slowly went deeper, Yanni could finally feel the wind element around her. She felt the ethereal wind, the violent wind, and the formless wind. That's right. This is the wind. At this moment, Yanni felt that she had an unprecedented understanding of the essential power of the wind element. Just based on this, Yanni would be able to learn more easily in the future. Congratulations. You have passed any of the wind elements. When Yanni opened her eyes, she suddenly realized that there was a green elf in front of her. You are the wind elemental elf. Yanni curiously looked at the 3-inch-long elf in front of her. If not me, who else could it be? The wind elemental laughed softly. Then, with a serious expression, he said. How did you come to the elemental space? Other than the wind elemental elf that was born here, it is impossible for others to come here. In the past, there were people who received the elemental elf's approval, but in reality, it is 100 times harder than here. Before you, there was a little human girl who passed. That little girl is really amazing. I heard from other sisters that she passed in less than 5 minutes. The approval of the wind, fire, and light elements is really amazing. Hearing this, Yanni also knew that the little girl was Little Yuer. She didn't expect Little Yuer's aptitude to be so good. Yanni immediately said, I entered this place through the elemental heart. That elemental heart is a divine artifact. Hearing this, the wind elemental elf frowned and muttered, could it be because of the elemental heart that we inexplicably have an additional ability that can give life elements recognition? Who is it? Could it be? The wind elf suddenly thought of something, but he did not say it out loud. He suddenly realized that Yanni was also beside him. He hurriedly said to Yanni, you have already passed the recognition. I hope that you will study hard in the future. Goodbye. Before Yanni could react, her vision turned black. Yanni realized that she had already returned. After Yanni left, the wind elemental anxiously said, other than a grade 1 god, no one has given us such an ability. I am moved to report this to the 6th elemental god. After the wind elf finished speaking, the space distorted and the elemental elf's figure slowly turned into a gust of wind. After Yanni returned, Lei Lou said from the side, 7 minutes. Yanni's talent is not bad either. Yanni was embarrassed by her words. I am not that good. I am far inferior to Little Yuer. Hee hee. Don't be modest. I will give it a try too. After saying that, Lei Lou placed her hand on the red crystal. With a flash of red light, Lei Lou's figure disappeared. Lei Lou looked at Bing's impatient expression. If you want to give it a try, then give it a try. When Bing heard what Lei Lou said, she placed her hand on the blue crystal as well. Then, with a flash of blue light, she disappeared as well. When Yuer saw this, she immediately ran over as well. When Lei Lou wasn't paying attention, she placed her hand on the black crystal. Then, she disappeared. When Lei Lou saw this, he couldn't help but sigh. Xiao Yuer is really addicted to playing. Don't you know that it's very difficult to pass through the heart of darkness? However, just as Lei Lou finished speaking, a black light flashed and little Yuer's figure appeared. An energy ball made of dark elements appeared in her hand. Wasn't this too fast? Lei Lou could not help but look at little Yuer who was playing happily. He secretly made a decision in his heart. He decided to completely transform little Yuer's body. At that moment, a red light flashed, and Nei's figure appeared. Nei waved her hand, and a ball of fire appeared in her hand. One moment, she had become a dragon, and the next moment, she had become a human. Nei was having a great time. However, after 10 minutes, nothing appeared. This made people feel worried. After a while, still nothing. Nei began to get anxious. She looked at Lei Lou with anticipation. Lei Lou also realized that something was wrong. Based on the talent of Bing, it should be easy for her to pass, but what was going on? Lei Lou felt a little worried. With a thought, he transformed into a silver light and entered the blue crystal. After entering the heart of elements, there was a land of ice and snow. When he arrived here, he heard the sound of Bing. Why didn't you let me out? What was going on? What happened? Lei Lou's body swayed and he immediately arrived at the scene. He found that Bing was surrounded by 7 to 8 water elements, and there was a blue-clothed, blue-haired woman by the side. As soon as he arrived here, the blue-haired woman immediately sensed him again and turned to look at Lei Lou in the blink of an eye. The first time Lei Lou saw her, he felt that he was very cold. He was like an ice-cold beauty. Lei Lou used magic and immediately teleported to Bing's side. Bing saw Lei Lou and hurriedly hugged him. What's going on? Lei Lou asked the blue-haired woman. You created the elemental heart and gave the elemental sprite this special ability, the blue-haired woman asked coldly. So what if I did? Seeing her cold attitude, Lei Lou felt very uncomfortable. Don't you know that creating a divine artifact on your own is a violation of God's commandments? In addition, you've interfered with the responsibilities of the elemental sovereigns outside. Now, you must immediately follow me to see the deity king. It turned out that she was one of the 6 elemental sovereigns, the goddess of ice and snow, who was in charge of the water element. What if I don't go? Seeing her appearance, Lei Lou felt annoyed. What was with that cold face? I'll teach you a lesson later. Then all you have to do is use force. The ice goddess immediately pulled away, and a blue magic array appeared beneath her feet. God Realm Domain, Land of Ice. Instantly, an intense snowstorm began to blow around them. This little snowstorm was nothing to Lei Lou, of course. But to Bing, it was completely different. Under the domain of a Grade 1 god, even Bing found it very difficult to breathe. The domain of the land of ice had a temperature that could reach absolute zero. Even the air might be frozen. Lei Lou casually added a divine protection to Bing to resist all damage. Watch carefully. This battle will be very helpful to you. At this moment, the snow goddess had already unfurled the symbol that represented a level 1 god. Those were 5 pairs of blue wings. She rose into the sky and looked down at Lei Lou from afar. Lei Lou smiled. Just you wait. There will definitely be times when you regret it. Lei Lou leaped up and instantly flew into the air. He hesitated for a moment. Only 5 pairs of silver wings were spread out on his back. This time, they were real wings. They were not the metal wings of the past. Looking at the wings on her opponent's back, the snow goddess was slightly surprised. She immediately withdrew her contempt. Her opponent's strength was on par with hers. However, it was not difficult for her to defeat her opponent within her domain. The snow goddess waved her hand, and countless icicles appeared out of thin air. The icicles grew larger and larger, gradually becoming like snow mountains. The snow goddess pressed her hand down. Countless icebergs pressed down on Lei Lou. Lei Lou smiled, and his body began to blur. The snow goddess only saw countless icebergs pass through Lei Lou's body. But in the eyes of the snow goddess, it wasn't that simple. The opponent would always dodge the icebergs before they could get close. If they could dodge one or two, they would be considered lucky. But to dodge nearly 100 at once would take more than just a matter of luck. To be able to do so easily in the midst of the dense icebergs, it was definitely not simple. The snow goddess waved her hand once again, and a huge ice barrier sealed off Lei Lou's movement space. At this moment, several more ice dragons swept down. Seeing this situation, the snow goddess drank a few more cups. The other party was not so easily injured. Suddenly, the snow goddess felt a sense of unease in her heart. She wanted to tease him, but without thinking, she set up layers of ice shields behind her. Her body also flew forward at high speed. Crash! The ice shields behind her instantly shattered. A strong gust of wind brushed past her back. Even her skin felt a faint pain. The snow goddess had no choice but to once again pay attention to this silver-haired man. There had clearly been no magic fluctuations just now. How could he suddenly appear behind her? She was a rank 1 sovereign, and aside from the 8 sovereigns, she had the highest divine seat. Who exactly was this man? She couldn't even see through him. Lei Lou gave her a cold smile, and something that shocked the snow goddess appeared once more. God's domain, simulated devouring. The surrounding space immediately became extremely dark. The ice and snow domain was immediately devoured by the dark space. Are you Lucifer? The ice and snow goddess turned pale with fright. She quickly withdrew her domain. The domain of a Lord God was incomparable to the domain of a level 1 God. The ice on the ground was also shocked. Could it be that Lei Lou's real identity is Lucifer? Lei Lou shook his head lightly. His next move once again shocked the ice and snow goddess. Divine domain, simulated energy. The surrounding space was filled with destructive white energy. This is the domain of the Divine Emperor Alpha. How can you have the domains of 2 sovereigns? The snow goddess asked in astonishment. But what greeted her was an entire domain. The snow goddess had no choice but to spread out her domain within a meter of her, using it to offset her opponent's domain. How is it? Doesn't it feel good? This is the price you pay for underestimating me. Lei Lou smiled as he watched the snow goddess struggling to resist her domain. At this moment, the snow goddess no longer had the ice-cold bread man from before. She was only using all of her magic power to resist the domain's oppression, and she was looking pitiful. Lei Lou saw that he had almost finished teaching her a lesson, and the power of his domain was beginning to weaken. He was prepared to withdraw his domain. The snow goddess also heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that the other party only wanted to teach her a lesson. But at this moment, something unexpected happened. Just as Lei Lou was about to withdraw his domain, something unexpected happened. The power of the 2 of them gathered uncontrollably into the domain. The snow goddess and Lei Lou's expressions couldn't help but change. Their domains were entangled together. Seeing this, Lei Lou couldn't help but smile bitterly. This time, they had accidentally gone too far. Now, they were in a situation where they wouldn't rest until one of them died. In this situation, the probability of this happening was 1 in 10 million. The last time Lucifer and Alpha fought, the same thing had also happened. This wasn't a good thing. The 2 of them hadn't fully recovered from their injuries. Fortunately, their sovereign-level deities had only suffered serious injuries. But for a rank 1 deity, that was a different matter. If one side couldn't hold on, the other side would definitely crush them into pieces. Seeing this, Lei Lou hurriedly sent Bing out of the elemental space. Lei Lou didn't want Bing to know his true identity. He would definitely transform completely in a moment, and then he would be exposed. Lei Lou still didn't want Bing and the others to know that he was a creator god. What are you going to do? Lei Lou naturally wasn't flustered. He smiled and said to the snow goddess. Because if this situation continued, Lei Lou would definitely win. The snow goddess was crying bitterly in her heart. How could things have suddenly developed to such a state? She could only smile and fight with all her might. The snow goddess reached out and removed the necklace that was shaped like a water droplet from her neck. The water droplet-shaped gemstone immediately turned into a ball of water and flew over without being affected by the domain. Ball of pure water. Change, the snow goddess shouted. The blue ball of water quickly became sad and turned into a water dragon that attacked Lei Lou. Lei Lou hadn't expected that the other party would actually make such a move. He hadn't expected that this was also an intermediate rank artifact. When such a domain was entangled, the most taboo thing was to be disturbed. If others were to encounter such a situation, they would be doomed. But Lei Lou was different. The artifact Lei Lou had created was a transcendent artifact. A divine artifact created by a sovereign was an upper-grade divine artifact. A Grade 1 divine artifact was an intermediate grade divine artifact, while a Grade 2 divine artifact was different one. Any god below Grade 2 didn't have the ability to create a divine artifact. Lei Lou's hands flashed with silver light, and a silvery white hand of time appeared in his hands. Time freeze. The space around the ice dragon immediately turned grayish-white, and the ice dragon was pushed into the air. A transcendent artifact. The snow goddess looked at Lei Lou's hand in surprise. This deity world had been searching for a transcendent artifact for several months. A few months ago, the godly monarch discovered that 2 transcendent artifacts had appeared in the world. According to the divine weapon treasured record, these 2 artifacts belonged to a transcendent artifact. The godly monarch immediately determined that this was a transcendent artifact left behind by the god of creation. For this reason, he had searched all over the divine realm. However, he had yet to discover anything about the strongest. It was a power so powerful that it was suffocating, and it pulled the snow goddess back. The snow goddess was also surprised to find that the temperament of her opponent had clearly changed. That feeling, which she had not been able to understand before, had now become high and mighty. What made the snow goddess even more surprised was that the wings on the back of that man began to emit a silver light. The originally soft feathers began to give off a metallic luster as well. All of this indicated that the opponent was a sovereign. However, the subsequent shock had already numbed the snow goddess. The pair of wings on the man's back once more spread out, and there were actually more than 12 of them facing off against each other. God's domain, my world. After completely transforming, Lei Lou immediately used his most powerful domain. Everything within this domain would change according to Lei Lou's will. Lei Lou waved his hand, and the domain that was originally entangled together immediately disappeared without a trace. The snow goddess pays her respects to the Lord God of creation. After the snow goddess was momentarily absent-minded, she immediately reacted. The other party was the god of creation. She knelt down and paid her respects with incomparable respect. Her heart was also in a mess. She had been in a very bad mood because of some things recently. Thus, after receiving the elemental elf's report, she immediately came over to take a look. She wanted to capture the god who had violated her authority. But she never expected to meet the god of creation. Moreover, she had just overestimated herself by attacking the god of creation. What punishment would she receive next? Lei Lou looked at the ice goddess, who was feeling uneasy, and he smiled helplessly. He then said in a low voice, "Let's forget about this matter. Other than the king of the 6 elemental sovereigns, you are not allowed to tell the other gods that I have awakened. Otherwise, I will personally destroy all of you." Yes. Lord God of creation. The ice goddess finally calmed down. The Lord God of creation did not blame her. All right, if there is nothing else, I will leave now. Lei Luo's body swayed and disappeared into the air. The powerful pressure immediately disappeared as well. The goddess of ice and snow stood up and muttered to herself, "Hurry up and tell the other elemental gods. Otherwise, such a situation will happen again." Lei Luo had just returned from the elemental space when Bing went up to ask Raylo about it. "Is everything all right?" Nelly looked at Lei Luo with concern. Little Yuer threw herself into Lei Luo's arms and cried. "I thought brother Lei Luo didn't want me anymore. Look, I'm back, right?" "Oh right, little Yuer, how many tests have you passed?" Lei Luo comforted little Yuer. Hearing Lei Luo's question, little Yuer said happily, "Other than the one in the middle, little Yuer has passed all of them." Upon hearing this, Lei Luo was slightly surprised. He gave little Yuer a tender kiss on the cheek. Little Yuer immediately lowered her head in embarrassment. Upon seeing this scene, Nelly jokingly said, "Little Yuer, do you also want to be master's woman?" Upon hearing this, little Yuer did not seem very happy. Instead, her eyes turned red and she said with some sadness, "I am not worthy of big brother Lei Luo." Yuer felt a deep sense of inferiority when she thought of her slave background. Although she liked big brother Lei Luo and was willing to do anything for him, Yuer felt that she was not good enough for Lei Luo. Hence, she did not dare to have such extravagant hopes. Yuer could not help but cry when she thought of this. Lei Luo did not expect Yuer to think this way. But it was time to enlighten her. Lei Luo reached out to touch little Yuer's tears and said with a smile, "Little Yuer, do you know what the conditions are for you to become big brother's wife?" "Of course it's. Little Yuer did not know how to express it. "It's what?" "It's that you have to be very beautiful, then you have to be very good, and you have to be very smart. Also, you have to be very obedient," little Yuer said hurriedly. "Then how many items can little Yuer achieve now?" Little Yuer's face darkened, and she sobbed as she said, "Little Yuer has not achieved any of them." "Who said that?" "Little Yuer is so cute now, and she will be even cuter in the future," Nelly continued. "And little Yuer is also very smart," Bing said from the side. "Will little Yuer not listen to me?" Lei Luo asked. "Yes." Little Yuer said hurriedly, "Little Yuer is the most obedient." "That's good enough. As long as she is powerful, there is nothing that she is not worthy of," Lei Luo said with a smile. "Yes." Little Yuer nodded heavily and said firmly, "I will definitely become even more powerful." "All right, then little Yuer will continue to practice her martial arts after obtaining the approval of the lightning element." Lei Luo turned around and hugged Nelly and Bing in his arms, giving them a kiss each. He saw that Yanni was also at the side. He stretched out his hand and pulled Yanni into his embrace, giving her a heavy kiss. At that moment, Yanni was so embarrassed that she could not raise her head. "All right, everyone should not go out for the time being, because there will be trouble soon." Lei Luo sighed slightly. But he was a little happy in his heart, because there should be something fun to do recently. The next day, Lei Luo went to school for class, because it was already halfway through the semester. He seemed to have heard that there was another exam. Lei Luo planned to go over and listen. Once in class, everyone looked at Lei Luo as if he was a monster. Lei Luo glanced at them disdainfully, and his fierce gaze made them lower their heads. "What's so good about this? Isn't he just a little more handsome than you guys?" A young female teacher walked into the class and said, Why is it so quiet today?" As everyone's gazes hinted, the female teacher saw the rumored top beauty in school. When school had just started, the female teacher had heard that the most handsome man in her class had arrived. However, she had not expected that he would skip class that afternoon. There was nothing she could do about it. According to the rules of the class, as long as she could successfully pass the exam, it did not matter. However, looking at it today, it really lived up to its reputation. He was really handsome. The students below looked at the teacher and stared at Lei Lou. They all sighed at the same time. Another woman was drugged. In comparison, Lei Lou appeared very depressed. This teacher came and kept staring at him. What was going on? Lei Lou still wanted to know about the exam. Lei Lou stood up and asked, "Teacher, can you tell me about the exam?" "Yes, yes." "Ah." The teacher came back to her senses this time, and her face turned red instantly. This was in the classroom. As a teacher, how could she behave like this? The boys below were also used to it. Because the girls around were all like this. They even stared at Lei Lou with more infatuation than the teacher did. The teacher also managed to calm down after much difficulty. She calmly said, "The exam is in 3 days. This exam is different from the other exams. This time, the royal family is specially organizing it to select talents. The exam venue is also at the royal family's martial arts arena. When the time comes, please come to school on time." Lei Lou smiled slightly. It seemed that there would be fun this time. This exam should be very lively. "Thank you, teacher," Lei Lou said politely and sat down. In the end, it made the teacher enter a state of fantasy. This class ended when the teacher was distracted many times and the female students kept turning their heads. After the class ended, Lei Lou said, "Neli, Bing, I'll be going back first." "So soon? It's only the first lesson." Naisi said in surprise. Lei Lou smiled casually and said, "I'm going to buy weapons for you." Due to the special circumstances of Bing and Neli, normal weapons would not be able to withstand their power. Lei Lou was going to find a good weapon. After leaving the school, Lei Lou walked around and did not find anything good. He walked until he reached an auction house. This auction house seemed to be quite famous. From the introduction of the auction items at the door, there were quite a lot of things. This is too bad. This isn't too good either. 2 large pure amethyst ores. This one isn't bad, I'll take it. Lei Lou happened to be forging 2 crystal swords. And, a female elf with the lightning attribute. She looked pretty, but she was actually an elf princess. The humans nowadays were really bold. They even dared to capture an elf princess. That's right. With this elf princess, they could freely use thunder magic without being suspected by others. Lei Lou decided to buy these 2 items. Lei Lou bought a ticket to enter. This ticket was quite expensive. A special class ticket actually cost 70 gold coins. Because it was a special class ticket, he sat in the first row. There were fruits and fine wine beside him. Lei Lou looked around and saw that the people in the first row were all nobles. He was the only one who was particularly eye-catching. The atmosphere in the venue was also very lively. It was so lively that it made people feel a little fake and impetuous. Finally, when everyone felt a little impetuous, a clear knocking sound was heard on the auction stage. "Welcome to the auction house. On behalf of the auction house, I would like to express my utmost respect to all the distinguished guests." The blonde man who thought he was in his 20s stood on the stage and Cloudy said, "Thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule to come to our Business Alliance's triennial auction." "Thank you." After bowing, he continued. "My name is Charles Lowell, and I am the host of this year's auction. Now, please welcome our first auction item, and we will begin today's auction with it." Lei Lou nodded his head in appreciation. This Charles had indeed performed well. He had a generous manner and was well-spoken. He did not show his cowardice in front of the many nobles. To be able to hold his own at such a young age, his future was certainly limitless. It was a pity that Lei Lou did not have any ambition to dominate the world. However, he was a person that could not be missed. After thinking about it, Lei Lou was a little distracted. He actually thought of recruiting talents. Forget it. Don't think too much about it. The first item to be auctioned was a set of jewelry made by dwarves. There were a total of 5 pieces, and the workmanship was very exquisite. They also had additional defensive abilities. They could defend against 4 types of magic, and elemental magic attacks below level 3. This was a rare quality item. This set of jewelry was called Arawesti. In the language of the dwarves, it meant the protection of the gods. Therefore, most people on the continent called it the protection of the gods. It was said that this set of jewelry was made famous by the master of the dwarves, Panhakria Dariklan, 100 years ago. However, 30 years ago, its previous owner disappeared after his death. It was unexpected that it would appear at this auction today. It could be said that many people today were determined to get this jewelry because although this jewelry's defense was not low, there were many equipment that were more powerful than it. For example, in Dariklan's later years, there were many pieces that surpassed it in terms of additional attributes. The reason why it received so much attention was mainly because of its exquisite workmanship and perfect compatibility. It was very suitable to be used to please girls. Although the defense effect isn't that great, it looks pretty good. Buy it and give it to Lei, Lei Lou muttered. At this moment, the highest price on the stage had risen from the initial starting price of 50,000 to 170,000. Moreover, there were still people who continued to increase the price. 500,000. Before his voice had even faded, it had already stirred up the entire stadium. How could this set of equipment be worth 500,000? It was already considered pretty good to be able to reach 200,000. Standing on the stage, he was also shocked when he heard this bid. However, he had also gone through training and had a good host, so he quickly came back to his senses. At the same time, because Zaras had seen the amethyst card that Lei Lou had returned, he understood. People with amethyst cards did not care about how much an item was worth. Are there any higher bids? Are there none? The auction hall was silent. Good. 500,000 going once. 500,000 going twice. 500,000 going thrice. Sold. The mallet in Zaras's hand knocked on the board, and the hammer was the final word. Congratulations to this gentleman for winning the Guardian of the Gods. Zaras motioned to the service lady beside him to bring the silver tray with the jewelry to Lei Lou. After Lei Lou paid the money, he casually put it into the spatial bag. Next, the second volume of the auction items. 2 amethyst ores. According to the inspection, these 2 are pure crystals. The starting price is 500,000. Now, the auction begins. Zaras said. However, there was no price below, because everyone knew that although the amethyst had the effect of enhancing magic, it was extremely hard. What was the use of these 2 amethysts? 550,000. Lei Lou announced his price. Since no one wanted it, he would buy it himself. Is there anyone else who wants to bid higher? No. That's good. 550,000 going once. 550,000 going twice. 550,000 going thrice. Sold. Zaras struck the mallet in his hand, once again making the final decision. All right, now it was time to wait for the final item, the Elven Princess. Although the atmosphere in the auction was lively, there was nothing that Lei Lou wanted. Finally, Zaras said, all right. Now, the final item of this auction. A beauty from the elf tribe. As soon as Zaras finished speaking, he saw an elf whose hands were bound by magic chains being pushed up. With purple eyes, long purple hair, and white skin, every part of her body was filled with beauty. She was much more beautiful than Bing and Nelly. Her peerless beauty only belonged to the fairies, the most beautiful race. She is a rare lightning elemental elf, and she is also a princess of the elf race. Be it for her own use, giving her away, or even exchanging benefits with the elf race, she is a very good choice. The starting price is 1 million. You can start the bidding. From the moment the elf princess appeared, the scene began to boil. Everyone had been waiting for this moment. Very quickly, the elf princess's price was raised to 9 million. However, this elf princess, Lei Lou, was determined to get it. No matter from which aspect, this elf would bring him great convenience. 10 million. Following Lei Lou's bid, many people were shocked. If this man was determined to get a beautiful woman, then they would probably return empty-handed. After all, no one dared to say that they could casually take out tens of millions. Therefore, although the bid was not yet made, some people had already chosen to give up. For an item that had no hope of getting, wasting time was meaningless. 11 million. A crisp voice of a young girl was heard. The people in the crowd turned around and saw that it was the bid of 4 people wearing black magic cloaks. This young lady's bid is 11 million. Is there anyone who wants to bid higher? Zara said. 12 million. The voice of another man was heard. Lei Lou turned around and saw that it was a noble who had shouted. However, he was staring at Lei Lou fiercely, as if he was threatening him. Lei Lou completely ignored him. What Lei Lou was more concerned about were the 4 cloaked people. This was because Lei Lou realized that they were all members of the elf clan. It seemed that this elf was really their princess. Otherwise, they wouldn't have taken the risk to come here. However, no one could snatch the item from Lei Lou's hands. Young Master Lancelot is bidding for 12 million. Is there any higher bid? This name caught Lei Lou's attention. Was this fatty Lancelot? Lei Lou took a closer look and realized that he looked really ugly. It was no wonder that Nelly did not like him. Almost everyone at the auction knew the identity of Lancelot. Hence, no one would be willing to make enemies with the first family for the sake of an elf. Hence, even the organizers of the auction knew that there might not be anyone who would bid against Lancelot. However, there were people in the world who were not afraid of him. 13 million. The female elf bid again. It seemed that they really wanted to save their princess. Lancelot gave them a fierce look and continued to raise the price. 14 million. As the price of the auction continued to rise, Rhea's heart was also in turmoil. Ever since she was caught in the elf forest resisting the invasion of the humans, she had never had a good day. She knew that the elves who were captured by humans lived a very miserable life. She had thought of committing suicide, but she did not expect that the humans had already experienced it. Not long after she was captured, they placed a restriction on her body. Rhea could not commit suicide even if she wanted to. Today was the moment to decide her fate. Her heart was already dead. But when she saw the 4 people in the cloak, she almost shouted out in excitement because they were her own people. Her own people had come to save her. But she must not make a sound and let others find out. Otherwise, they would also be in danger. 28 million. Lancelot raised his voice and continued to raise the price. The 4 elves hesitated for a moment before continuing to shout, 30 million. After shouting, they also stared nervously at Lancelot. It seemed that this was their final limit. 30.01 million. Lancelot shouted proudly. A pure elf and a human were probably far from being the same. Lancelot could also see that they did not have any money. But next, it was Lei Lou's turn. 30,010,000 going once. 30,010,000 going twice. As Charas counted, the 4 elves were anxious. They also knew Lancelot's identity. It was not easy to save the princess from Lancelot. Rhea was about to cry. Was she destined to be a slave to the humans? 35 million. Lei Lou calmly stated his price. Following Lei Lou's bid, Lancelot, who had been smug a moment ago, instantly changed his expression. He was almost angered to death. There were actually so many people who dared to challenge his authority today. 38 million. Lancelot shouted loudly. At the same time, 2 guards stood behind Lei Lou and secretly threatened him. 40 million. Lei Lou looked at Lancelot provocatively. At the same time, he cast a paralyzing spell on the 2 people behind him. The 2 people were immediately unable to move. 50 million. Lancelot shouted in exasperation. The expressions of the guards on both sides suddenly changed. Lei Lou thought for a moment, and he knew why. I request to inspect their property, Lei Lou said to Zarus. The expressions on Lancelot's side all changed. This was also a legitimate request. After all, recklessly raising the price was unfair to the other customers. After the inspection, Zarus said, Lancelot's total property is 4,800 to play with. Because it violates the rules of the Chamber of Commerce, compensate this gentleman 24 million. And after a year, you are not allowed to participate in any activities organized by the Chamber of Commerce. You. Lancelot was so angry that he almost fainted. Zarus secretly wiped away his sweat. He didn't expect that someone would openly violate the rules of the Chamber of Commerce. This was too amazing. However, Zarus continued according to the procedure. 40 million going once. 40 million going twice. 40 million going thrice. Deal. Congratulations to this gentleman for purchasing the elf beauty. The elf on the stage was led to the front of Lei Lou by the staff of the convention. At this moment, Lei Lou finally had the opportunity to carefully examine this elf princess. Purple eyes, long purple hair, white skin. There was a faint fragrance all over her body that was the fragrance of nature. The elf's eyes were slightly red. It seemed that she had cried just now. Coupled with her weak body, she looked even more pitiful. This time, Lei Lou was even more certain that he had bought the right one. The people in the hall left one after another. Lancelot led many guards to surround Lei Lou. The 4 female elves also stayed behind. Kid. Since you dare to snatch my woman, don't even think about leaving alive today. Go. Kill him for me. Lancelot roared angrily. The 6 guards raised their knives and charged at Lei Lou from 6 different directions. Humph. You're courting death. Water curtain sky flower. A blue barrier instantly surrounded Lei Lou and the elves. The 6 guards couldn't dodge in time and directly crashed into the barrier. The water curtain sky flower was an offensive-defensive barrier. Everyone watched in shock as the 6 of them were sent flying by the high-speed flowing water on the barrier. When they landed, they were no longer in human form. Humph. You overestimate yourself. I will tell you, by the way, that I was the one who destroyed the first mountain villa. I will take your life at the tournament 3 days later. Avenge Neli. Lei Lou turned around and pulled the elf princess towards the exit of the venue. The 4 elves looked at each other and walked towards Lei Lou. Do you all want to try? Lei Lou looked at the 4 elves who were walking in front of him. I'm sorry, sir. We have no ill intentions, but this elf is very important to us. We are willing to exchange other precious things with you, a female elf said. At the same time, she took out a gem in the shape of a water drop. Elven tears. Rhea screamed in surprise. After all, the elven tears were the most precious treasure of the elven race. There were only 3 pieces in the entire elven race. The elven tears contained powerful magic powers. It could allow any ordinary person to have the power of a sorcerer. This was also the reason why so many people went to attack the elven forest. It had been so many years since the enchantment that Kana had set up, and gradually, the magic power began to lose its effectiveness. It could no longer block the attacks of other races. As long as one had powerful powers, they could forcefully break through the enchantment. Fortunately, the power of other races would be reduced by half within the area of the enchantment. Otherwise, the elf race would have been destroyed long ago. Elves and the like. This is really a big deal. Isn't it the young lady of the elf race? Lei Lou smiled and spoke to the elf in front of him. The four people were stunned and quickly put on a vigilant posture. The female elf asked, "How did you know that I'm an elf?" Hearing this, Lei Lou couldn't help but feel amused. I didn't expect the elf race to be so simple. Other than the elf race themselves, who else can bring out the elf tears? What do you want? The female elf asked warily. She didn't expect that the human race would be so cunning. From this point, she could deduce that she was an elf. Lei Lou smiled and said, "Although the elf tears are a treasure that many people yearn for, they are no longer of much use to me. Your princess is much more useful than this." What? By the way, you have been targeted by someone. I think many people are preparing to capture you. Huh? How did the others know? The female elf was shocked at first and then asked. Lei Lou could not help but smile bitterly. He felt that the elves were so simple and pitiful. You have been isolated from the world for too long in the elven forest. Your personality is really immature. Just now when you were auctioning, you seemed to be in a hurry. In addition, this elf is a princess. How can no one know your identity? The four elves looked at each other. This was troublesome. They did not expect their identities to be exposed. Is there no other way for you to release the princess? The female elf wanted Lei Lou to release the princess, and she sounded very pleading. Lei Lou thought for a moment and then said, "If you can give me your elven bow in exchange, and I will let her go." This is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. The elven bow cannot be given to you. Rhea, who was behind Lei Lou, shouted. Lei Lou smiled slightly and reached out to caress her face. Ignoring her struggle, he said with a smile, "Rhea, right? Then you can be my slave." Hearing this, Rhea was scared again. Her tone softened. "Sir, can't you offer other conditions?" The female elf still did not give up. Lei Lou found it funny. "You should worry about your own safety first." The four elves stood in formation and nervously said, "What do you mean?" Lei Lou pointed to the door and said with a smile, "There are already many teams waiting to catch you at the door." The four elves were shocked and their faces changed. They had indeed discovered that there were more than 100 people gathered outside the door. "You should come with me. I can temporarily guarantee your safety." Lei Lou looked at the four panicking elves and said kindly, "What are your intentions?" The female elf clearly showed a look of distrust. She didn't believe that humans would be so kind. "It's very simple. Help me teach a few people magic. That's it. In exchange, I'll protect you." The elves were all geniuses in using magic. It was a good opportunity for them to teach Little Moon and the others magic. The four female elves looked at each other. They could not come up with a better idea, so they could only accept it. The leading female elf stood up and said, "Okay, we'll agree to your conditions, but you have to guarantee our safety." "No problem. Come with me." Lei Lou turned around and pulled Rhea along. Behind him, the four elves followed him out of the door. The moment they stepped out of the door, all kinds of mercenaries were already standing outside. They were all fully armed, and there were also cavalry troops riding horses. The four elves immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. With their strength, there was absolutely no way for them to escape. Therefore, they could only look at Lei Lou. Rhea also looked at Lei Lou with some pleading eyes. She also did not want her own people to become the slaves of others. "Are you gathering here for a meal?" Lei Lou smiled faintly. One of the mercenaries shouted, "You have nothing to do here. Leave the four elves behind you and you can leave." The doubts in the hearts of the four elves behind Lei Lou disappeared without a trace. The mercenaries outside the door were obviously coming towards them. Hee hee. The 4 elves behind are all my people. How dare you touch them? Lei Lou revealed a smile, but his eyes were filled with killing intent. A mercenary raised his sword and said, "So what? Today, even if you don't want to stay, you have to stay." Lei Lou shook his head. "Since you want to die, then don't blame me." Hearing what Lei Lou said, the surrounding people's expressions instantly changed. The most important thing for a mercenary was reputation. If the other party threatened him and didn't retaliate, then he wouldn't be able to survive in the mercenary world. All the mercenaries on the spot rushed forward in a swarm. The 4 elves behind Lei Lou were extremely nervous. Earth Shield. Wind Shield. Water Curtain Sky Flower. Mirror of Reflection. Lei Lou waved his hand, and 4 high-level defensive spells appeared. Instantly, all the mages were unlucky. The spells they cast all followed the original path and attacked themselves. The scene was also a mess. When the 5 elves behind Lei Lou saw this scene, they were all stunned. They were elves, and they understood magic more thoroughly than any other race. They also understood the difficulty of these high-level magic spells. No one had ever seen someone use 4 high-level magic spells consecutively without even chanting a spell and casting them in an instant. Moreover, they had so much magic power. "Let's go." Lei Lou smiled faintly. The 4 elves were stunned. How were they supposed to go? But what happened next left them dumbstruck. As Lei Lou walked forward, the 4 defensive spells also moved slowly. One had to know that other than the Mirror of Reflection, which they had never seen before, the other 3 spells could not be moved. No. That's not right. It's not a movement that can be solved by magic, but a new magic barrier is constantly being created. Rhea suddenly screamed. The 4 elves were so shocked that they were already numb. Could it be that he was preparing to cast the spell all the way? It was also fortunate that it was the soundproof effect of the water curtain sky flower. Otherwise, the people outside would definitely be shocked to death. He's quite smart. This way, he can also make the magic barrier move, Lei Lou said casually. The 5 elves felt a trace of lingering fear from the bottom of their hearts. Fortunately, those people had made the first move to let them know his strength. Otherwise, if he used force, the consequences would be terrible. "You have such strong strength, why do you still want to buy elves?" asked one of the female elves behind him. The lightning in Lei Lou's hand flashed. "Without a lightning elf, how can I explain this to others?" "You can use lightning magic," Rhea said in surprise. "You're not human. You don't have to worry about what race I am, but I want people to suspect my identity, so I'll have to trouble you," Lei Lou said. Rhea suddenly realized it, but she didn't say anything. Lei Lou's expression suddenly changed, and he said seriously, "We're here. Don't be surprised when you see anything in there, and don't tell anyone else, or else you won't be able to leave alive." The 5 elves didn't know what was inside, but they still nodded. Lei Lou was relieved. Elves were the most trustworthy of all races. The 5 elves looked at the luxurious house in front of them, and there was a sign at the door. "Private Courtyard. Intruders will die." The 5 elves always felt that the word "die" was very special, and the more they looked at it, the more terrifying it became. It was as if they were about to fall into hell. It was difficult to walk into such a terrifying environment. They could be tortured at any time. "Don't stare at it." Just as the 5 elves were about to collapse, Lei Lou's voice suddenly sounded. The 5 elves suddenly trembled and immediately woke up. They looked at each other and realized that they had been hit by mental magic. They had not expected that there would be mental magic on this small wooden token. Thinking of the environment just now, the 5 elves secretly shivered. Then they thought of the silver-haired man who had said not to be shocked. They had not expected that they would all be shocked at the door just now. There must be something even more shocking inside. The 5 elves were somewhat curious and walked into the door with fear. The 5 elves walked into the door, but they didn't find anything unusual. The grass in the courtyard had even dried up, which made the 5 elves slightly disgusted, because elves loved nature. But after the door behind them closed automatically, the scene in front of them changed. The originally dry grass had become lush and green. Many people appeared in the courtyard that was originally empty. Was it mental magic again? The 5 elves felt dizzy. As the elves who had the strongest sense of magic, they actually did not discover any mental magic twice. The second time, they were already on guard. They actually still did not discover any elven magic. Big brother Lei Lou. Little Yue happily threw herself into Lei Luo's arms and called out like a spoiled child. Lei Lou kissed little Yue lovingly. Little Yue, haven't you always wanted to see the elves? Big brother Lei Lou brought back 5 elves. How about it? Little Yue looked back curiously. The 4 elves took off their cloaks and instantly revealed 4 beautiful faces. Wow! The sisters are so beautiful. Yue said in surprise. The 4 elves instantly fell in love with this cute little girl. They also knew that such a young girl must be very simple-minded. She was not as cunning as an adult, so they were very worried about Yue. While the 5 elves were chatting happily, Lei Lou suddenly said, "Shadow Clan, listen up." His words immediately attracted everyone's attention. Those who trespass without permission shall be killed without mercy. No one understood what Lei Lou was talking about, and all they saw were shadows standing up from within the atoms. They were black humanoid creatures that quickly moved near the base of the wall. What the hell is this? The 5 elves asked in surprise. Violet also knew that although they vaguely felt that there was some kind of power protecting this courtyard. But they did not know what it was. Today, they finally saw it. It was actually a shadow. Looking at the dumbfounded crowd, Lei Lou mysteriously said, "This is the shadow race, an unknown race. They are immune to physical damage, magic immunity to level 6 and below, and are not affected by barriers. They are proficient in stealth, assassination, and can hide in the shadows." How powerful is that? Everyone's jaws dropped when they heard what Lei Lou said. This race was too powerful. If they wanted to kill someone, wouldn't it be easy? At this moment, there was a ripple at the door. 3 girls walked in. "Neli, Bing, look. I found good weapons for you," Lei Lou said. It was Neli, Bing, and Yanni who came in. The 3 of them had become good friends. What weapon? Neli surrounded them happily. Lei Lou took out 2 2-meter-long amethysts from his dimensional pocket. "Don't tell me you want to forge amethysts into weapons," Bing said in surprise. One had to know that amethysts were extremely hard. It could also increase the power and speed of casting magic. It was also the first choice for magic swordsmen like Bing and Neli. However, in history, no one seemed to be able to forge an entire amethyst into a weapon. It shouldn't be a problem, Lei Lou suddenly said to himself. As soon as he said that, a strange fluctuation was felt. Everyone present quickly ran to the backyard. In between, a light cocoon emitted a rainbow-colored light. Bang! A loud sound was heard. The entire light cocoon exploded. A transparent longsword appeared from within. Lei Lou stretched out his hand and spun the longsword in a circle in the air. It returned to Lei Luo's hand. He stretched out his hand and caressed this almost transparent longsword. Not bad. The modification was very successful. "Brother Lei Lou, what is this?" Little Yue could not help but be the first to ask. Lei Lou caressed the sword and said happily, "This is my sword of order. I just modified it a little. It has the power to control the 6 elemental magic elements." "How is it?" Is it beautiful? Yes, it's so beautiful. Little Yuer said. She suddenly looked at Rhea who was tied up. Then she said curiously, Brother Lei Luo, why is that sister tied up? How uncomfortable is that? Lei Luo turned around and saw that Rhea was tied up by a magic chain. Lei Luo almost forgot about it. Lei Luo smiled and said, wait until I sign the contract with her. You still won't let me go? Rhea was a little afraid. Lei Luo smiled malevolently and reached out to caress Rhea's face. You're such a good elf, how could I let you go? I bought you back, so you're mine. One of the 4 elves said, really? Any conditions are fine. Do you think I'm lacking anything? Tell me the truth, in this courtyard, besides the sword of order in my hand, there are 3 other artifacts. Do you think there's anything else? Lei Luo smiled as he looked at the 5 elves who were getting more and more shocked. With a wave of his hand, he tossed the 2 amethyst crystals high into the sky. Lei Luo's body flashed, and he instantly flew into the sky. Then, he quickly carved the 2 crystals on top. The people below saw the crystals in the sky continuously shrink before finally falling down. Clang! The 2 amethyst swords fell to the ground. Under the sun, the crystal swords shone brilliantly. Together with the patterns on the crystal swords, they looked even more beautiful. This is a magic array, an elf suddenly screamed. Everyone took a closer look and realized that the patterns were not on the surface of the sword but inside it. Although it was beautiful, it was indeed a magic array. Immediately, everyone looked at Lei Luo in puzzlement. Lei Luo smiled and explained, this sword can increase combat aura by 70% and magic power by 130%. It can also increase the hit rate of magic. How is it? Not bad, right? Oh right, remember to drop a drop of blood on it to recognize the owner. That way, other people won't be able to use it. It seems that only quasi-divine artifacts and divine artifacts have spirituality and can recognize their owners with a drop of blood. Could these 2 swords be? Rhea asked in surprise. Although they can't compare to divine artifacts, they definitely meet the standards of quasi-divine artifacts. Lei Luo reached out and pinched Rhea's little nose. Rhea hurriedly dodged. Yuer pouted and said pitifully, Big Brother Lei Luo is so biased. He didn't even give me such a good weapon. Everyone didn't know whether to laugh or cry when they heard that. In the end, they still said coldly, Xiao Yuer, your big brother Lei Luo loves you the most. Among us, your weapon is the best. Is that so? Isn't it just a dagger? Yuer swayed and a half-black and half-white dagger appeared. This is, a god's dagger, the 4 elves screamed. At this moment, the dagger flashed. Everyone immediately felt that they had lost all their power, and their combat aura and magic could not be used. Could this be the special power of the god fiend's dagger? Rhea said in surprise. As an elf princess, she also knew some of the functions of the various divine artifacts. That's right, this is the ordinary domain. Lei Luo said with a smile. How is it, little Yuer? Brother Lei Luo is still the best to you, right? Yes, I knew it was Brother Lei Luo who was the best to me. I misunderstood Brother Lei Luo. Little Yuer stuck out her tongue cutely and shrunk her neck, looking like she was in fear. That cute look made everyone laugh. Even Rhea, who had always been frowning, smiled faintly. Come, little Yuer, let me try your martial arts. Lei Luo said. Little Yuer was shocked. But big brother Lei Luo, didn't you lose your strength? Lei Luo put on a defensive posture and said with a smile, don't worry. Don't forget that your big brother Lei Luo has an undying body. The 5 elves were shocked again. Only gods would have an undying body. Okay. Xiao Yuer nodded. The red combat aura on her body flashed and she quickly rushed over. Okay, not bad. Her speed is not bad. She missed. She missed. She should have stabbed this side. Remember to be agile and not so rigid. Yeah, that's a good move. The others watched the two people in the arena toss and turn. Rhea could not help but ask, could he be a god? Everyone looked at each other, waved their hands together and shrugged their shoulders. Bing walked to Rhea's side and whispered, you might have to follow him in the future. Remember not to make him angry, and don't lie to him about anything. You can only be obedient, or else your future life might be very miserable. However, if you can be like little Yuer and make him like you, that's also very happy. Last but not least, don't ask about his identity. Rhea looked at the weapon gratefully. She knew that it was very important to her. On the way to the auction house, Lei Lou learned that the women in the master's house usually hated the elves because elves were too beautiful. In order to compete for favor, the women in the master's house would gang up to bully the elves. But unexpectedly, it was different here. Rhea was very grateful that someone had told her what to take note of first. Is he really only relying on the strength of his body? An elf murmured. Everyone spread out their hands. Who knew? Not bad, little Yuer. From now on, you'll learn the 5 elements of magic from these 5 elven sisters. Got it? Rhea's body flashed, and he instantly moved out of the battle circle. The 5 elements? Not bad. Little Yuer can now learn the magic of light, dark, wind, thunder, water, fire, and earth. Not bad, right? How is this possible? Rhea said in surprise from behind. Lei Lou smiled faintly. I have the divine artifact, the elemental heart. As long as it is approved by the elements, I can use any element. No way. Doesn't that make everyone very powerful? Rhea said in surprise. If the human race could really use the elemental heart to control the power of the 7 elements, then wouldn't the elven homeland be completely destroyed? Although it can let everyone control more elemental power, the Protoss can't just ignore it, right? If everyone can control the power of the 7 elements, then there should be a god. Now, the Celestials were indirectly ruling the human race. If they became so arrogant, then they had to go back and find a way to teach the Celestials a lesson. Once they made up their minds, they would help Bing become the queen. Then they would let the Blue Moon Kingdom break away from the management of the Celestials. If necessary, they could also pull Lucifer out. Then it was decided. Bing saw the evil smile on Lei Lou's face and suddenly shivered. This couldn't be aimed at her, right? At this moment, Bing didn't know that her future fate had been decided by someone else. Let's go. Let's go into the house. As soon as Lei Lou returned to the front yard, he saw corpses all over the ground. They were all killed with a single sword strike. And at this moment, there were people trying to climb over the wall of the courtyard. Throw all the corpses out. As soon as Lei Lou finished speaking, all the corpses were thrown out. A series of shouts came from outside. Lei Lou led everyone into the house. Zier and Jean were very obedient as they brought water for everyone. Rhea, come and sign the contract with me. Lei Lou laughed. Rhea backed away in fear. She kept saying, no. I definitely don't want to sign it. The elf named Fiery Moon stood in front of Rhea and said to Lei Lou, please allow me to represent our princess. The other 3 elves also stood in front of Rhea to express themselves. You. Rhea was so touched by them that she almost cried. She gritted her teeth and stood in front of the 4 elves. She said to Lei Lou solemnly. I will sign a contract with you, but you are not allowed to have any designs on them. Your Highness, the 4 elves shouted hurriedly. Rhea turned around and smiled miserably. The 5 of us have been good friends since we were young. How could I bear to let my friends suffer in my place? Rhea turned her head and said solemnly to Lei Lou, these are my conditions. Otherwise, I will not let you succeed even if I die. No problem. Lei Lou smiled elegantly. As long as they teach little you well, I don't have any other conditions. Rhea nodded and knelt in front of Lei Lou. Lei Lou stretched out a finger, and a drop of silver blood appeared on the finger, pressing on Rhea's forehead. In my name, Lei Lou, I will sign a master-slave contract with the life in front of me. The contract is complete. In my name, Rhea, I am willing to sign a master-slave contract with the life in front of me. The contract is complete. Rhea's forehead lit up, and a silver lightning pattern appeared. Lei Lou pointed with his finger, and all the chains on Lei Lou's body were instantly untied. Rhea, who had relaxed her spirit, could not help but cry. Big brother Lei Lou, she's so pitiful, can you not bully her like this? Little Yuer threw herself into Lei Lou's arms and spoke pitifully. Yuer was really prone to overflowing with love. Seeing little Yuer's cute expression, what else could Lei Lou say? He could only say, all right. As long as Rhea listens to me obediently, I won't bully her. Hee. Brother Lei Lou is the best. Yuer said happily. Looking at Yuer's happy expression, Lei Lou was also very happy. All right, everyone, get ready. The martial arts competition will be held in 3 days. This competition will not be so peaceful. Lei Lou patted Rhea's small face. She was crying like a pear blossom with rain, but her small face was really alluring. If she continued watching, she would not be able to bear it. Rhea also noticed this problem. She hurriedly wiped the tears off her face and avoided Lei Lou's gaze. You will be mine sooner or later, Lei Lou said as he looked at Rhea's back. At the same time, in a luxurious church. My lord, why have you descended this time? In the church, the Pope, the Saintess, and the King were talking to an angel who had just descended to the mortal world. If one looked carefully, one would discover that this angel was actually a rare blazing angel in the divine realm. Currently, there were only 4 blazing angels in the entire divine race. What was the reason for this blazing angel to come to the human world? We've received news that Lord God of Creation's weapons, the Sword of Order and the Hand of Time, are in the Devil Martial Academy, the blazing angel said expressionlessly. The martial competition this time might draw out divine weapons, so the godly monarch sent me back and forth with these divine weapons. It would be too dangerous for these weapons of the God of Creation to remain in the human world. Yes, my lord. Everyone knelt down. My lord, please come to the royal arena in 3 days. The king secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the seraph did not know that there were other divine weapons. Otherwise, he would not be able to reap any benefits. The seraph turned around and left. The king also left, leaving only the Pope and the Saintess. The Protoss are getting greedier and greedier. Even you don't respect them. The Pope turned into a young man again, looking very angry. The Saintess sighed slightly and said, if this continues, the Protoss will decline sooner or later. However, I can already sense that the goddess of life is about to awaken. If that happens, the Protoss should be able to be saved. Is that so? You're really thinking for the Protoss. However, I feel that this blazing angel might have kicked an iron plate this time, the young Pope said proudly. No, it's not just this blazing angel. There are 2 of them. The Saintess smiled brightly. The young man looked at the Saintess' smile and recalled the past. He felt a little stunned. The Saintess blushed slightly. However, she immediately recovered. I really hope that the goddess of life can wake up sooner, the youth said with great emotion. Lei Lou looked in the direction of the palace and said with great emotion, the Protoss are also involved. This matter is getting more and more interesting. 3 days later, in the palace's martial arts arena. I really didn't expect the blazing angel to come, Lei Lou said as he looked at an angel sitting next to the king. At this moment, there were a total of 3 people sitting next to the king. One was an angel, and the other was a masked woman. There was also an old man. This old man should be the Pope. However, the Pope didn't seem to be in disguise. However, he also felt that he was a little strange. The masked woman seemed to be Audrey's spokesperson in the human world. That was because she had an aura that belonged to Audrey. All participants, please go to the participant area and draw lots, an old man shouted at everyone with a megaphone spell. Lei Lou turned his head and felt that the person who had cast the megaphone spell was quite familiar. Wasn't this the person who had given him a magic test at the beginning of the semester? He was also sitting on the seat. Yawn. The old man who was being stared at by Lei Lou suddenly sneezed. The person beside him immediately asked with concern, "Principal, are you all right?" I'm fine. By the way, who do you think has the best chance of winning the championship this time?" the principal asked. Lei Lou, Lei, Bing, Hai Rui, and Lan Si. These 5 people have the best chance of winning, the teacher at the side said. There's no need to mention Lei Lou. He was able to escape unscathed despite being surrounded by so many people. He must be quite powerful. Furthermore, he can cast spells without chanting. This is indeed a headache. Furthermore, I feel that he still has martial skills. It's just that his martial skills haven't been revealed yet, but they shouldn't be too low. In any case, I haven't seen his full strength. As for Lei, her strength is already on the verge of breaking through to become a high-grade swordsman. Recently, she has also improved greatly in the aspect of magic. In addition, her own water-type magic is progressing very quickly, so she's pretty good. It's about the same as I thought. These 3 people are much stronger than before. What about the remaining 2 people? The principal continued to ask. I'm not sure about the remaining 2. Hai Rui's strength is not low to begin with, and because of Lei, his strength has improved greatly. It was even more difficult to say about Lan Si. This time, he actually brought the divine weapon, the elemental blessing. Does the principal need to warn him? There's no need. The principal smiled. Do you think he only has divine weapons? From what I know, Bing and Lei recently obtained a quasi-divine weapon, and Lei Lou has 2 divine weapons. It's not certain who will win. Our grouping seems to be different. Lei looked at the people around her and said, "It would be great if we don't have to fight the opponent right from the start. Yes, the first match is mine. Wait for me." Lei Lou turned around and walked onto the stage. The first match is between the first grades Lei Lou and the third grader Art. The rules of the match. The referee began to nag non-stop about his rules. A freshman? You dare to participate in the match? I advise you to surrender as soon as possible. Otherwise, I'll beat you off the stage. It won't look good. Art laughed loudly. He also felt very lucky to be competing against a freshman as soon as he appeared on the stage. It seemed that he could advance very casually. Lei Lou did not reply. He placed his hands behind his back and stood expressionlessly, waiting for the referee to finish reading the rules. Damn it! How dare you ignore me? Just wait and see. I will definitely beat you half to death on the stage later. Seeing that Lei Lou was not speaking, Art was becoming angry. Alright, that's it. Let the match begin. The referee gave the order and the match finally began. Exploding fireball. Boom. The match is over. First grader Lei Lou wins. Everyone below the stage was shocked. This is too fast. Lei, leave that Lan CTE to me. He has a god equipment. You may not be his match. In an instant, Lei Lou had discovered Lan Si. He also had the aura of a god equipment on him. Lei had absolute trust in Lei Lou. She nodded her head, her eyes filled with anger. By the time Lei entered the competition, her emotions were already on the verge of exploding. In the end, the first contestant was beaten badly. Next up, Bing and Yanni also advanced successfully. Bing gently created a slope on the stage, but her opponent slid down the stage with a single move. Yanni, on the other hand, created a strong wind that blew her opponent off the stage. In addition, Lei Lou realized that Hai Rui's strength had improved quite a bit. He even thought that he had already reached the level of a blade master. For him to reach the level of a blade master at such a young age wasn't an easy feat. It seemed that hatred could indeed create motivation and make one stronger. Lei Lou was thinking, should I take advantage of this competition to directly kill him? Lan Xi's strength was not that great, so he could only rely on the divine weapon to win. That divine weapon, Lei Lou seemed to find it familiar, and he felt as if he had seen it somewhere before. The following competition would be very easy. Lei Lou used the explosive fireball skill to continuously advance. If he was stronger, he would have used a series of explosive fireballs. That would have been too easy. The power of Lei Lou's magic was extraordinary. Basically, no one could block it. Neili leveled up quite easily. She used the amethyst sword to raise her combat aura to the level of a grand swordmaster. In addition, she would use magic to attack her opponent from time to time, making her invincible. The same thing happened with Bing. She used her ice combat aura, causing the temperature of the surrounding 10 meters to drop rapidly. She was able to freeze her opponent to the point that she could not even hold her weapon properly. Only Yanni was more determined because her strength was also the weakest. After the morning competition, more than half of the contestants had been eliminated. The remaining contestants were all quite strong. The 4 from Lei Lou's dorm were all quite strong. Lei Lou, Height, and Jack all advanced without a hitch. Only Laura hadn't arrived yet. That kid, Laura, quit school to become a mercenary. He said that only in a life-or-death situation can one's strength improve. That kid actually didn't call for us. The next time we see him, we must teach him a good lesson, Height said in a high-spirited tone. By the way, Height, you should know that I have a conflict with Hai Rui, right? This matter, Lei Lou said awkwardly. It doesn't matter, you don't have to estimate me. After all, I've already left the family a long time ago, Height said without a care. What's going on? Lei Lou asked curiously. Height angrily answered, my goal is to go on an adventure, not to manage my own family. Later on, my father and I quarreled. In the end, we kept quarreling. I had no choice but to leave the family. I don't really like my younger brother. All he does is learn how to scheme and flirt with women. He's so annoying. Yeah, that's right. It's similar to my goal. My goal is to travel all over the world. After the exam, I'm ready to go on an adventure. I'll call you when the time comes. Lei Lou felt that this was a good idea. If they went on an adventure together, they would have more companions. All right. Then it's settled. When the time comes, you're not allowed to leave without me. After speaking, Haite stood up and headed to his arena. By the afternoon, the competition was still ongoing. Hai Rui, we've finally met. It looks like you're quite strong. Lei Lou smiled as he looked at Hai Rui. Hai Rui was currently looking at Lei Lou with hatred. Hai Rui glared at him with his red eyes and roared, you despicable person, you actually forced Neili to sign a contract with you. Let me teach you a lesson today. Even if you work hard for another 1,000 years, it won't be of any use. Lei Lou laughed in disdain. On the VIP stage, the seraph said to the king, that's him. He has the aura of a god equipment on him. In a moment, let him compete with the person holding the god equipment. Let the competition begin. Lei Lou finally had the chance to teach Hai Rui a lesson. Earth Shield. A layer of yellow light enveloped Lei Lou. Hai Rui wasn't bad either. As soon as he made his move, a powerful sword energy shot towards him. The sword energy even caused the barrier to shake slightly. He still had some strength left in him. Fire Dragon. Lei Lou waved his hand as a fire dragon charged towards him. Half Moon Slash. A crescent-shaped inverted ball whizzed over. Poochie. The fire dragon instantly split open from the middle, but its combat aura did not weaken at all. It directly broke through the earth shield. Mirror of Reflection. Wall of Flames. Earth Shield. Light Protection Array. Lei Lou waved his hand, and 4 high-level spells were cast. Take your time. Clang. Another wave of sword energy flew towards him. However, it hit the reflection shield and was immediately reflected back. Hai Rui wasn't careful and a large gash appeared on his shirt. Damn it! Burn! My fire of life! A rainbow-colored glow suddenly appeared on Hai Rui's body. His chi immediately turned golden. The surrounding teachers immediately stepped forward to stop him. They never expected Hai Rui to burn his fire of life. Half Moon Slash. A half-moon-shaped chi quickly broke through 40% of Lei Luo's defense. If he didn't do something, Lei Luo would be judged to have lost. The teachers below were already closing in on them. Lei Luo sneered as his entire body flashed, releasing a golden chi that was even brighter than Hai Rui's. His body flashed as he transformed into a ray of golden light and flew across the stage. He then continued to attack from all directions. Golden Do Chi. This time, it was the principal's turn to be surprised. Hai Rui was able to reach Golden Chi because he had burned his own life force. But Lei Luo's chi was a genuine gold chi. His magic was already this powerful. Even his martial arts were too powerful. This was too insane. Lei Luo had told the teachers that the strong wind created by moving couldn't even get close to the teachers who wanted to help. They could only watch helplessly as Hai Rui continued to burn his life force. Hai Rui had no words to describe the bitterness he felt. Because it was too embarrassing, he had lost his mind and burned his life force. But, as soon as he ignited his life force, he regretted it. Burning his life force was equivalent to burning his own life. Just as he was about to prepare the prunes, he noticed that Lei Luo's body was also glowing with golden light. What followed next was a storm of attacks. Hai Rui didn't dare to stop burning their life force. If they did, they would definitely be beaten to death. This incident attracted everyone's attention. Immediately, Lei Luo and the others were the only ones competing in the arena. When Lei Luo felt it was time, he quickly appeared behind Hai Rui and kicked him down. The energy on his leg just now seems to be the golden battle energy of the God of Swords, the Pope muttered. The match is over. Lei Luo wins. There was no applause on the stage. Everyone was in shock. At this moment, a skinny man was holding a number plate in his hand. This was because the next match would be between him and Lei Luo. How did I end up in such a miserable state? My opponent is actually Lei Luo. The people around nodded their heads in agreement. The Holy Virgin also stood up and walked down from the stage. She then walked over to the unconscious Hai Rui and examined him carefully. Saintess, how are Hai Rui's injuries? The king asked. Based on the current situation, Hai Rui had a high chance of becoming a sword saint. The king didn't want Hai Rui to die like that. If he was still alive, he would only have one more talented person by his side. The saintess shook her head and said, he only has 1/3 of his life left. In the end, Mr. Lei Luo's last attack broke his spine. I'm afraid it will be difficult for him to stand up again. The saintess turned around to Lei Luo and said, I believe that your strength has already reached the sword god level. You have good eyesight. Lei Luo praised her. The saintess smiled slightly. A corner of the veil on her face was blown up by the wind, revealing a beautiful face. Immediately, the people behind Lei Luo were stunned by the saintess's beauty. Even Lei Luo was stunned. This saintess was indeed very beautiful. But this was only a fleeting thing. Lei Lou smiled elegantly. On the contrary, the saintess was also slightly stunned. She felt that Lei Lou's smile was somewhat charming. Then, she blushed and left. Lei Lou found it interesting. He must have left a deep impression on the saintess. All of this was seen by the Pope on the stage. The Pope's heart was also in turmoil. The saintess had never blushed over anyone in the past 1,000 years. After the saintess came back, she was a little absent-minded. Her eyes were staring at Lei Lou in confusion. Seeing this situation, the Pope's heart was a little jealous. The saintess's heart was also in a mess. It was really strange. Why wasn't he attracted to himself like other people? His smile just now was so handsome and so charming. Originally, the saintess was telling Lei Lou not to continue hurting people. This matter had actually been forgotten. The saintess thought to herself, I have been thinking of others for so many years. Why would I think about my own matters first today? Could it be that I like him? That's not right. The saintess had already decided to devote her life to the goddess of life. She couldn't like other men anymore. The saintess shook her head to calm herself down. However, her eyes were a little lost. If Lei Lou knew what the saintess was thinking, he would probably sigh as well. This saintess was really like Audrey. She was always thinking of others. Following that, Lei Lou's victory became even easier because no one dared to compete with him anymore. They simply forfeited. Are you kidding? Who would dare to compete with a sword? If the opponent died accidentally in the arena, then it would be meaningless. Everyone still cherished their lives and did not want to seek death. Lei Lou immediately rested in the resting area. He was currently the first place in his group. Very soon, Lei had also obtained the first place in another group. Bing was not bad either. With ice combat aura, she was able to make her opponent's sword lose its grip. Even the entire stage was covered in a thick layer of ice. Her opponents had also admitted defeat. Yanni was unlucky. She had met Lancelot. As she had not become Lei Lou's woman, she could not cast any more powerful magic, so she had to admit defeat. The final result was that out of the 4 groups, Lei Lou, Lei, Bing, and Lancelot were in first place respectively. At the end of the draw, Lei would fight Bing. Lei Lou would fight Lancelot. The semi-finals began just like that. Bing and Lei walked onto the stage together. Both of them looked at each other and smiled. After the match began, neither of them used any combat aura. They exchanged blows directly. From Lei Lou's point of view, the two of them were clearly practicing. The two of them exchanged blows one after another. They ran and jumped. Like angels, they danced on the stage. They were extremely beautiful. It was as if this was not a duel but a dance. Everyone was mesmerized by it. In the end, the two of them jumped away and walked off the stage hand in hand. This match is a draw. Cheers erupted from the audience. The two of them walked to Lei Lou's side and leaned to the left and right. The crowd also looked at Lei Lou and the other two enviously. Those who were initially unhappy with Lei Lou could now accept it because it was clear that Lei Lou had the ability to match up to these two beauties. Lei Lou stood up, kissed each of them, and walked onto the stage. Looking at Lan Si, who was walking over, Lei Lou's eyes began to turn silver. Next, Lei Lou was going to take revenge for Lei. Lancelot walked up with a smug look on his face. However, when Lei Lou saw the armor on his body, he was stunned. Wasn't this the armor that he had failed to make in the Magic Beast Forest? Lancelot looked at Lei Lou, who was staring at his armor. He said proudly, "Did you see that? This is the divine weapon, elemental blessing. Aren't you very powerful? You must know that this divine weapon is immune to all magic. Even if you have the strength of the God of Swords, you can't break it. I think you'd better surrender obediently." Maybe if I'm in a good mood, I'll spare your life. The Pope and Saintess on the VIP stage frowned. The Saintess was a little unhappy, while the Pope sighed. It was obvious that Lei Lou didn't care. This Lancelot was really arrogant. Sooner or later, he would be at a disadvantage. Especially since the Pope's intuition told him that Lei Lou's strength had not been fully displayed. Lei Lou did not answer him, but the silver light in his eyes became brighter and brighter. When Lancelot saw the silver light in Lei Lou's eyes, he could not help but shiver. Then, he shook his head and began to think about how he would humiliate Lei Lou. The blazing angel on the stage could not help but secretly pay attention when he saw the silver light in Lei Lou's eyes. His original intention of underestimating his opponent had also decreased a little. Let the match begin. Following the referee's order, Lancelot then walked over unhurriedly. Lei Lou smiled slightly. In an instant, a fireball, a water ball, and a lightning ball appeared in front of him. Everyone was stunned. Most people already knew that Lei Lou could use lightning magic. But now, Lei Lou could actually use water-washing magic. Perhaps the four elves had also signed a contract with him. Are you planning to use this level 1 magic to defeat me? Lancelot said mockingly. Lei Lou did not answer. With a wave of his hand, 3 magic spells flew towards Lancelot. Lancelot looked at Lei Lou with a mocking smile. He did not dodge or move aside, allowing the spells to fly towards him. Lei Lou laughed evilly and said loudly, 3 in 1. Explode. The 3 spells quickly fused together. Electricity broke water into hydrogen and oxygen, which were then ignited by fire. The effect was imaginable. Bang! A loud sound rang out. Smoke filled the air. Even the 6 elemental defensive magic barriers outside had exploded. One had to know that this 6 elemental magic barrier could completely withstand the power of a level 9 spell. In other words, the power of these 3 level 1 spells after fusing could actually reach the power of a forbidden spell. The magic books on the scene were all extremely shocked. They all quickly took out their notebooks and wrote down this incident. After the smoke dispersed, Lancelot stood on the field with a pale face. His hair was almost burnt clean. His clothes were torn and tattered from the explosion. He was in a very sorry state, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Damn it! I'm going to kill you. Lancelot ran towards Lei Lou. Lei Lou jumped up and kicked him back. Lancelot spat out another mouthful of blood. This was where the artifact failed. It could not defend against the impact. The magic array that had defended against the impact had not been completed due to carelessness. This was the greatest failure of this artifact. Damn it! Elemental armor. Unseal. As Lancelot spoke, the armor suddenly emitted the light of a rumor. A powerful rainbow energy rushed out from the armor. It formed a rainbow dragon-shaped energy and circled around Lancelot. This was one of the functions of the armor. It could fill the armor with energy and release it at critical moments. However, Lei Lou did not expect himself to be the first test subject. The ability here is equivalent to the power of 3 forbidden spells. Let's see how you can withstand it. Lancelot said arrogantly. Lei Lou shook his head helplessly. He smiled and said, "You really don't know when death is at hand. Come out, sword of order." Suddenly, there was a flash of light, and a transparent longsword appeared in Lei Lou's hand. The angel on the stage also immediately stood up. That's right. It was as the information had said. The sword of order was in his hand. Humph. Take this. Go. Lancelot suddenly felt uneasy in his heart. He hurriedly had the energy dragon launch an attack. The energy dragon surged towards Lei Lou. Lei Lou waved his sword indifferently, and the energy dragon immediately surrounded him obediently. What? How is this possible? Lancelot roared in fear. Idiot! Don't you know that the Sword of Order can control 6 types of magic? Lei Lou looked at Lancelot with contempt. With a wave of his sword, the energy dragon immediately swallowed Lancelot at an even faster speed. Boom! This time, the surrounding barrier was completely destroyed. The surrounding audience immediately used all sorts of methods to defend themselves. Fortunately, the stage was relatively far away from the audience. Otherwise, it would be very troublesome. Lancelot struggled to keep his body from collapsing. He looked at Lei Lou with hatred in his eyes. Humph! You knew this would happen the moment you killed Nayli's family. I want to avenge Nayli. Go to hell. Lei Lou waved his hand and was about to chop off his head. Dang! It was out of everyone's expectations. A huge golden sword blocked Lei Lou's Sword of Order. He raised his head and saw that it was the Seraph. Why did you stop me? Lei Lou said expressionlessly. The Seraph felt that it was a pity. His long sword was considered a low-grade divine weapon that was rather famous in the divine realm. He did not expect that the long sword in his hand would be cut open in this exchange. Was this the power of the Sword of Order? But it did not matter. He could successfully bring the divine weapon back. He could ask for a better divine weapon. Hearing Lei Lou's words, the angel also forcefully suppressed the anger in his heart. The weapon of the Lord God of creation cannot be stained with the blood of mortals. As one of the 4 great blazing angels of the divine realm, I, the angel of glory, will represent the God King to retrieve the divine weapon that originally belonged to the divine realm. After hearing the ridicule, Lancelot said, Now that the seraphs are protecting me, you can't do anything to me. Ha 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 ha. Lei Lou suppressed the anger in his heart and said impolitely, Scram. The angel of glory was stunned. He did not expect that there would actually be someone in the mortal world who dared to speak to him like this. This was originally my divine weapon. What right does the God King have to fight for it? Lei Lou continued to speak without any courtesy. Now, this divine artifact has already acknowledged its master. You can forget about obtaining it again. If you don't scram, I'll kill you as well. Even the angel was patient and had a temper. After hearing these words, he could not help but feel angry. He said in a deep voice, Good. In the name of the glorious angel, one of the 4 great seraphs of the divine realm, I represent the gods to eliminate you, this blasphemer. After he finished speaking, he rushed over. Other than observing the changes in the scene, everyone else had already reacted in name. There was actually someone who dared to insult the seraphim. It was truly inconceivable. The saintess was even more shocked. She connected all the recent events together with her own feelings. In the end, she came to a conclusion. That was that Lei Lou might be a first-grade divine king. This time, even the saintess felt a little flustered. According to her observations, Lei Lou was definitely not a person who would show mercy. If this continued, the angel of glory would probably suffer today. She might even lose her life. As the spokesperson of the goddess of life, he should be able to play a role. At this critical juncture, he still had to help the angel of glory. Dang! 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 A series of sounds of blows pierced through everyone's ears. The 2 of them were entangled in the air. Apart from watching, no one else was doing anything else. They were afraid that they would miss any details. Blasphemer, although you are very strong, you will never be able to defeat a god. The angel of glory laughed mockingly. Hearing this, Lei Lou could not help himself. It was just an angel. What was so great about it? How dare he belittle himself? Go to hell. Suddenly, the green combat aura around Lei Lou's body quickly turned silver. At the same time, an incomparably terrifying force came pressing down. The angel of glory was shocked by this unexpected turn of events. Go to hell. Lei Lou waved his sword, and a crescent-shaped sword aura flew out. It directly hacked at the Angel of Glory. The Angel of Glory also quickly reacted. Several layers of defensive magic quickly appeared in front of her. But the silver sword aura quickly penetrated the defense and directly hacked at the Angel of Glory. It directly hit the Angel of Glory to the ground, and golden blood sprinkled in the air. The saintess suddenly stood up in shock and muttered, "This is divine power." After the smoke, the Angel of Glory curled up on the ground, covered in golden blood. Everyone was stunned. An Angel of Glory was defeated just like that. And he lost so completely. The invincible image of God in everyone's heart was instantly destroyed. Lei Lou slowly landed on the ground and struck out with a stream of sword chi, shattering the stunned lancet and the elemental armor together. Lei Lou grabbed at the void, and a blue light flew out from Lancet's corpse, condensing into a blue ball of light in his hand. Humph! A black flame suddenly appeared in Lei Lou's hand, instantly engulfing the ball of light completely. Hellfire! He didn't even spare his soul after he died, the saintess said in shock. Don't think that you can end it just because you defeated me, the Angel of Glory said viciously. He also knew that his image had been completely destroyed, and he would be even more ashamed to come to the human world in the future. But he still had another move. You're fine, but that girl named Little Yuer might not be fine. Did you guys attack Little Yuer? Lei Lou's expression became colder and colder. You actually dared to attack Xiaoyuer? I won't let you off today. When the crowd heard that the noble angel had used such a method to threaten people, they all felt extremely strange. It turned out that the glorious image of the Protoss had been completely destroyed. Humph! Do you think you're so smart? Lei Lou shook his head. Your companion is already here, but the situation doesn't seem too good. When everyone heard this, they all looked in the direction that Lei Lou was looking at. Instantly, another blazing angel flew over. However, this angel's body wasn't any better. His clothes were tattered, and there was a trace of golden blood at the corner of his mouth. However, the stronger people in Chang'an discovered that the seraph angel's strength was pitifully weak. He was just like an ordinary person. The angel flew all the way to the Angel of Glory and stopped. He panted heavily, but before he could speak, the Angel of Glory asked anxiously, "What happened? What happened? What happened to your power?" The angel shook his head dejectedly and continued, "We miscalculated. That girl has the divine artifact, the God-Fiend's dagger, and my power has been sealed. If it weren't for the fact that that girl doesn't have any battle experience, I would have died. Damn it, we actually failed this time. Let's return to the deity world first." The other angels helped up the heavily injured Angel of Glory. Just as they were about to leave, Lei Lou's body swayed and blocked in front of them. "Did I say that I would allow you to leave? What do you want?" the Angel of Glory said angrily. Lei Lou said word by word, "All women who attempt to harm me deserve to die." The Angel of Glory looked at Lei Lou's silver eyes and could not help but shiver. However, he still said very firmly, "Aren't you afraid of the punishment of the divine realm?" Hee hee. Even if the God King comes personally, I'm not afraid. So you all must die today. Sword of Order, absolute damage, activate. Lei Lou said disdainfully. A layer of black edge appeared on the originally transparent sword edge of the Sword of Order. Lei Lou casually waved his sword a few times, and several spatial cracks instantly appeared in the air. "If you kill us, the God King will definitely not let you off," the Angel of Glory said in fear. He also knew that he had encountered a higher-level god today. However, he still had to save his life first. Lei Lou snorted coldly and raised the Sword of Order. His entire body glowed with silver light. The surrounding audience felt their chests become heavy, and their breathing became difficult. They all hurriedly stood up to defend. Lei Lou firmly suppressed the two angels. Under the pressure of Lei Luo's divine power, blood began to flow from the corners of their mouths. But now, they couldn't care anymore. This next sword attack could definitely take their lives. Stop. Just at this critical moment, a female voice sounded. Lei Luo turned around and saw the saintess walking towards him in the center of a colorful sphere. Lei Luo looked at the colorful necklace on the saintess's neck and asked, "The necklace of life?" "Yes." The saintess nodded and spoke in a gentle voice. "Could you let them go for my sake? After all, they have already been punished." Hearing the saintess's gentle voice, the killing intent in Lei Luo's heart, which had been triggered by his unhappiness, actually slowly weakened. Lei Luo was stunned. He hadn't thought that this girl would actually be able to help him curb the development of the Heart of Darkness. That's right. This girl was definitely going to be his. The saintess saw the silver in Lei Luo's eyes gradually dim, gradually returning to its original black color. She finally let out a sigh of relief. After all, she was not considered a god, so her face was naturally not that big. Moreover, this person was not even afraid of godly kings. Lei Luo did not care what the saintess was thinking. He turned around and said coldly to the two angels, "For the sake of the goddess of life, I'll spare your lives. Quickly scram back to the divine realm. The next time we meet, you won't be so lucky." The two angels didn't say a word and hurriedly flew back to the divine realm. The saintess was extremely shocked. The goddess of life? He knew the goddess of life. The saintess thought to herself, so it was because of the goddess of life that he let them leave. For some reason, the saintess actually felt a trace of disappointment in her heart. Lei Luo watched them leave, then turned around and whispered to the saintess, "In a year, the goddess of life will awaken. When the time comes, tell her that Lei Luo is looking for her." The saintess nodded. Lei Luo smiled wickedly and whispered again, "You must be mine." After saying that, he turned and left. Leaving the saintess with a red face, she was at a loss. Lei Luo felt that he could not stay here anymore. It was about time for him to unseal Alanis. He had had enough fun in this school. It was time for him to continue his journey. On the way back, Lei said to Lei Luo gratefully, "Master, thank you for helping me. In order to avenge me, you have offended the entire divine realm. In the future, I will definitely do my best to serve you." Lei Luo said, "Lei, don't you remember what I told you? I want to avenge my woman. So, you can call me Lei Luo from now on." "Thank you, Lei Luo." Lei could not help but cry. At this moment, Lei Luo suddenly stopped and said coldly, "The Celestials have just left. Do you demons want to get involved too?" As soon as he finished speaking, 4 black-cloaked figures walked out. "I am the 4 demon generals under His Majesty the Demon King. We know that we are not a match for you, but His Majesty the Demon King has ordered us to complete it even if we have to risk our lives." "So I'm sorry," said an extremely beautiful demon beauty. The 4 demon generals were equivalent to the 4 blazing angels in the divine realm. They were the elites among the elites. Lei Luo nodded in appreciation. At least the demons didn't use any despicable methods. They knew that it was impossible to complete this mission, but they still did their best to complete it. This made Lei Luo very impressed. A silver bead appeared in his left hand. He casually threw the silver bead over and said, "Bring it to Lucifer. I promise he won't send you guys here again." After Lei Luo finished speaking, he turned around and left. The 4 demons looked at each other. In the end, a black light flashed and they returned to the demon world. Lei Luo contacted Height and Jack. He said that they would gather tomorrow morning and they would go on an adventure together. Lei Luo also decided that Lei and Bing would continue to go to school. Once they reached Lei Luo's standards, they could leave. Lei Luo, Little Yuer, Height, Jack, and the 5 elves all went on an adventure together to the elf forest. This could be considered an adventure for his heart. At this moment, in the divine realm, Ace, Halter, and the other two are seriously injured. Hurry up and save them. The two female angels chatted with each other. If one looked carefully, one would realize that these two female angels were also rare blazing angels in the divine realm. What? How could they be seriously injured? Ace followed the female blazing angel to a room. The two blazing angels who had just returned from the human world and the God King were here. Ace bowed and said, "The wise angel Ace greets the God King." "No need to bow. Let's take a look at the two of them." Ace lowered her head and began to check on the two of them. The God King secretly wiped his sweat. Before the God Emperor Alpha went into seclusion, he had told himself that Ace was the woman of the God of creation. He had to be careful not to offend her. But now, every time Ace bowed to him, the God King would be shocked. Ace cast a healing spell on the Angel of Glory, Halter, but Halter's body suddenly lit up with a silver light, cancelling out the healing spell. This is it. The power on Halter's body is constantly destroying his body, and it's also constantly blocking the healing spell, explained the God King. But at this moment, a huge wave was stirred up in Ace's heart, because this was clearly the power of the Lord God of creation. She hoped that this was only the remnant power on the weapon. If this really was the Lord God of creation, then they would be hopeless. Ace gritted her teeth, and both of her hands suddenly lit up with the same silver light as Halter's body. Both of her hands directly pressed onto Halter's body. The wounds on Halter's body gradually healed, and their expressions gradually became better. Phew! After Ace withdrew her power, she was almost exhausted. The female angel behind her also hurriedly supported Ace. "How is it?" the God King asked anxiously. Ace took a deep breath. "This is probably the power of the God of creation left on the artifact. I can only do so much. Their lives are no longer in danger, but their strength is probably only equivalent to that of an archangel." Everyone fell silent. The power of a seraph suddenly dropped to a low-level archangel. No one could accept this. "Don't tell Halter about this after he wakes up. Just tell him that he's heavily injured and needs a long time to recover his strength. Ace, can you check on Sherlock?" Ace checked on the radiant angel, Sherlock. Sherlock stared at Ace nervously, afraid that he would become like Halter. Ace said, "Sherlock's condition is better than Halter. His powers have been temporarily sealed. However, I've never seen such a sealing power. To break the seal, I'll have to find the person who sealed Sherlock." Everyone fell silent again. Suddenly, the godly monarch sighed. "If the demons find out about this..." Everyone looked at each other and sighed in unison. The war between the gods and demons was about to break out again. In the demon world, we have failed the task entrusted to us by the Demon King. Please punish us. Four fallen angels knelt in front of a handsome man. This handsome man was none other than the Demon King Lucifer, one of the 8 sovereigns. Let's talk about this first. Lucifer didn't have that much hope in this matter. Not to mention the people from the divine realm, it wouldn't be that easy to snatch the divine artifact. After the 4 fallen angels finished talking, Lucifer pondered for a moment and said, "You said that he could easily take care of a blazing angel." "That's right. He also said that he wanted us to bring this to His Majesty." A female fallen angel handed a silver ball of light to Lucifer. Lucifer stared at it for a while and said, "This is strange. I think I've seen this aura somewhere before." After he said that, he injected his magic power into the silver bead. The bead suddenly started to glow and floated in the air. Suddenly, a silver light flashed and a translucent figure appeared. When Lucifer saw this figure, he was so scared that he almost fell to the ground. He shouted, "Boss!" The 4 fallen angels kneeling below were shocked. As the emperor of the demon world, Lucifer actually called someone else boss. It seemed that there was only one person who was worthy of Lucifer calling him that. The silver-haired man had a flash of inspiration in his heart. Could it be, the god of creation? Lei Lou smiled and said, Lucifer, this is just a clone of mine. Let me tell you something. Your life is not bad right now, right? Ahem, boss, you have to make a decision for me. That guy Alpha has been causing trouble for me every day. Look at how he ruined my demon world. My people are all having a hard time. Lucifer quickly changed his face and cried to Lei Lou. The fallen angels who were kneeling on the ground didn't even dare to raise their heads when they saw Lucifer's expression. All right, you guys are still blood brothers. Why can't you guys get along well? You guys fight all day long, Lei Lou said with a bitter smile. The four fallen angels were all stunned when they heard this news. They never thought that Lucifer and his archenemy, Alpha, were blood-related brothers. Lucifer immediately said after hearing this, our powers restrain each other, and our personalities are the exact opposite. How can we get along well? Furthermore, he often causes trouble for me. After fighting for so long, how can we get back together? Lucifer spoke with hatred. Lei Lou shook his head. This has nothing to do with the power attribute, right? Audrey and Miri, one in charge of life and the other in charge of death, haven't had any conflicts. There's also Alanis and Da. One is lively while the other is calm. Aren't they fine? So, stop making excuses. Lucifer didn't continue on this topic. Boss, why are you in the human world now? Lei Lou sighed. When I woke up, the four goddesses were not by my side. I was bored and came to the human world to play. Oh right, Lucifer, teach the god clan a lesson. How dare they steal my divine artifact? And I even used my woman to threaten me. I am so angry. Hearing Lei Lou's words, Lucifer wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. The higher-ups had also sent people to rob them. Fortunately, they were a step too late and the god race was one step ahead of them. Otherwise, he would be the one in trouble this time. Lei Lou didn't care what Lucifer was thinking and continued, now is the perfect opportunity. Alpha will not wake up for 300 years. One of the seraph angels in the god realm was severely injured by me and the other was sealed by me. Without my help, they won't be able to recover their powers. Just go ahead and enter the human realm. If necessary, I can help you. At that time, you are not allowed to slaughter humans. Otherwise, if Audrey wakes up and complains to me, I won't let you off. I know, boss. I will teach the god race a good lesson and avenge you. Lucifer was so happy that he almost fainted. The god race had offended his boss, so he could enter the human world without worry. Lucifer wanted to run to the god realm to thank those two stupid angels happily. By the way, Lucifer, who created the beast men? Lei Lou asked Lucifer. Orcs. Lucifer paused for a moment and said, to be more precise, the beast men were created by Audrey. When she created the human race, a few low-level demon beasts absorbed some of Audrey's evolutionary light and gradually developed into the beast men. However, the beast men aren't very popular, and the beast men and the elves are mortal enemies. Oh. I see. When I have time, I'll go visit the beast men. If it's too bad, I'll make the orcs disappear from this world, Lei Lou said to himself. The four fallen angels shuddered at the same time. To destroy an entire race just because they didn't like it, perhaps only the god of creation could do that. One last thing. Restrain your subordinates and forbid them from touching my women. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Alright, that's all. Your four subordinates are not bad. Let them absorb the power in this light ball. Treat it as my gift to you. I'll come to your place to play when I'm free. A silver light flashed. The scene in the sky gradually disappeared. The silver bead also split into 4 pieces and landed in front of the 4 fallen angels. Lucifer took a deep breath and regained his serious look as a demon king. The 4 fallen angels lowered their heads in fear. The 4 of you did a good job this time. When you have time, absorb the power. Don't tell anyone about what happened here. Call all the senior demon generals here and prepare for a meeting to discuss the military. Yes, sir. The 4 fallen angels took the pieces and left. Lucifer laughed, God is really helping me. You 2 stupid angels, I really should thank you. My day to rule the human world is coming. Ha 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 ha. Boss, you are living a good life. Jack came to Lei Luo's villa spoke. He was drooling with envy when he saw the group of beauties. However, when Jack saw the collars that represented slaves on Zier, Jiner, Luer, and Yani, he was so shocked that his eyes almost fell out. I really doubt that you're human. Hai Te said to Lei Luo. His background was extraordinary. He had long been used to this. However, after seeing Lei Luo, he kept asking how he defeated the Seraph Angel. Alright, at least my soul is still human. It's just that my body is more powerful. Hurry up and get ready, we're about to trigger it. Lei Luo could not stay here any longer, so he planned to set off immediately. Sob, 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 did little Yuer do something wrong? Why is Big Brother Lei Luo leaving? Does Big Brother Lei Luo not want little Yuer anymore? When little Yuer heard that Lei Luo was leaving, she cried and ran into Lei Luo's arms, holding onto him tightly and not letting go. Only then did Lei Luo remember that he did not seem to have told little Yuer that he was going on a trip. Be good, little Yuer. How can Big Brother not want you? We have to prepare for the trip together. Lei Luo caressed little Yuer's face and spoke gently. Little Yuer raised her head and looked at Lei Luo pitifully. Big Brother Lei Luo, is what you said true? Of course it's true. Little Yuer is so cute. How can I abandon you? With Lei Luo's care, little Yuer's body gradually recovered and became more and more adorable. Even Lei Luo, who had a strong resistance to beautiful women, could not resist little Yuer's cuteness. Brother Lei Luo, you have to keep your word. I want to be with Brother Lei Luo forever. Little Yuer said firmly. Hai Te and Jack looked at Lei Luo flirtatiously from the side. Lei Luo did not explain. Little Yuer would be his from now on anyway. Lei Luo turned around and walked towards Neli and Bing. He lowered his head and kissed each of them. Alright, there's no need to be so sad. It's not like I'm not coming back. I'll be back in 2 or 3 years. By then, you guys will be graduating soon. You have to study hard. This is for you guys. Lei Luo waved his hand, and a few beautiful crystal necklaces appeared in his hands. Lei Luo handed them to Neli, Bing, Zier, and Jiner one by one. As for Yani and Luer, Lei Luo did not give one to them for the time being, because they had yet to have S*X on their own. This is the chain of protection. With it, all of you can use telekinesis on each other. You can also teleport to each other, and you can even transform into armor. Most importantly, this is something to protect your lives. As for its specific uses, you will have to slowly experience it in the future. Finally, all the women present were kissed by Lei Luo. Lei Luo, Hai Te, Jack, Little Yuer, Lelo, and the 4 elves set off on the journey together. Boss, where are we going? Hai Te, who was standing at the city gate, asked. To the elf forest, of course. Lei Luo tried to pull Little Yuer off his body. But Little Yuer pouted, and her eyes immediately teared up. Lei Luo could only continue to let Little Yuer stay in his arms. Lei Luo also did not expect that Little Yuer would be completely dependent on him. Boss, did you really force the elven princess to be your slave? And you still dare to send yourself to death? I really admire you. Jack sighed. Of course. I'm going to the elven race this time. That elven divine bow can be considered to have fulfilled the promise I made thousands of years ago. Lei Lou recalled the words he said when he sealed Alanis, and he couldn't help but sigh. But Lei Lou immediately realized that something was wrong. Everyone stared at Lei Lou as if they were looking at a monster. Hai Te said, "Boss, you said thousands of years. How old are you now?" Huh. Lei Lou realized that he had let the cat out of the bag. Forget it. Even if they knew now, it wouldn't matter. It wouldn't be a problem if he didn't say it in detail. Forget it. I'll tell you everything. In fact, I don't know how long I've lived. When I was born, there was no life in this world. Right, do you know how many great sovereigns there are in this world? Aren't there only 8? Lelo couldn't help but say. Lei Lou shook his head and looked at everyone with their mouths wide open in surprise. There are 10. Other than the 8 major gods that you know, there's also a god of creation that represents kindness and a god of destruction that represents evil. Boss, don't tell me you're the god of creation or god of destruction. Jack swallowed his saliva. Lei Lou raised his eyebrows and said proudly, "Congratulations, you got it right. Your boss, I, am one of them." When everyone heard what Lei Lou said, except for little Yuer, the others couldn't help but take a step back. After all, in the hearts of people, gods were sacred and inviolable. But little Yuer didn't care what Lei Lou was, as long as big brother Lei Lou didn't leave her. She wanted to follow brother Lei Lou all her life. Stop. 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 Do you still remember what I said? My soul is still a human at least. I was just an ordinary person in the past. Although I am a god in this life, my mind is still an ordinary person. So just pretend that I didn't say anything. I am still the boss, do you understand? Lei Lou said with a headache. Hai Te and Jack were not pedantic people. They were slightly stunned, but they accepted it. They reached out and patted Lei Lou's back, laughing and scolding, "Good guy, you actually hid it from us for so long. How are you going to make it up to us?" Jack also took the opportunity to shout, "That's right, that's right. We are going to make it up to you." Enough. Lei Lou shrugged. When the time comes, I will help you find a few beautiful elves. That should be enough, right? Good. I knew boss was the best. Rhea and the others looked at each other. No one had expected that Lei Lou was actually an existence equivalent to a sovereign. The shock in their hearts was also imaginable. Oh right, don't reveal my identity. I haven't had enough fun yet, and so have all of you. Lei Lou said to the 5 elves behind him. The 5 elves took a step back at the same time and nodded. Rhea couldn't help but wonder, "Master, what do you want the elven bow for?" Lei Lou glared at her, scaring Rhea so much that she took a step back. Lei Lou smiled slightly and said something that shocked the other 5 elves for a long time. "Of course it's to remove the seal and let your elven god, Alanis, come out again." "What? Is this true?" Rhea exclaimed. Lei Lou raised his eyebrows and said bluntly, "Of course it's true. Otherwise, why would I go to the elven forest?" "Oh right, boss, are you the god of creation or the god of destruction?" Hai Te asked curiously. "Well," Lei Lou said slowly. Everyone came over and listened carefully. "I won't tell you." Everyone was speechless. Ha ha ha. Lei Lou laughed proudly. He suddenly turned to the void and said, "After listening for so long, it's time to come out, right, Miss Protoss?" Following Lei Lou's words, a figure appeared in the space. Finally, a female angel wearing a white cloak appeared. "It's you!" Hai Te and Jack said in surprise at the same time. Lei Lou was slightly stunned and asked in puzzlement, "You two know each other?" Hai Te leaned over to Lei Lou's side and said, "She is a classmate of our class, and also the school's top beauty, white-clothed holy maiden. Oh. This should be a spy arranged by the Protoss in the school, right? Miss Protoss. Lei Lou walked forward with a smile, and the angel also took a step back slightly. You probably told me that I have a divine artifact, right? You made me expose my identity so early. How should I thank you? Lei Lou said fiercely. The angel also took a step back unconsciously, and then realized that he was showing weakness. The angel immediately took another step forward and said loudly, "Don't you know the consequences of offending a god? Even if you are a god, I'm afraid you won't be able to withstand the attacks of so many grade 1 and grade 2 gods." After she finished speaking, Lei Lou and Haite laughed loudly at the same time. The angel said somewhat angrily, "What are you laughing at?" Lei Lou laughed evilly and said, "Then it seems that you came a step too late and didn't hear what I said earlier. Otherwise, you wouldn't have said that. A main god wasn't something an ordinary first or second rank god could resist. Not to mention a creator god like Lei Lou." "What did you say before I came?" the angel asked in puzzlement. Lei Lou flicked his hair and said disdainfully, "You should think about your own situation first. Do you think I'll let you off?" Hearing Lei Lou's words, the angel couldn't help but take a step back. She said timidly, "What do you want to do to me?" "I haven't decided yet." "You can stay by my side," Lei Lou said. "What's your name?" "I'm Angela, a two-winged angel." Angela took off her cloak and revealed a beautiful face. "I don't need to say more. I'm afraid you've already investigated a lot. Please introduce yourself," Lei Lou to Angela. "Hello, Angela. My name is Haite. I'm an intermediate mage and warrior. This year." Ah. He started introducing himself as soon as he saw the beauty. He felt like he was about to kick her. Jack also went up and said, "Hello, Angela. My name is Jack. I'm an intermediate swordsman and an intermediate priest. It's a pleasure to meet you." Jack spoke in a decent manner. "Hello, my name is Rhea. I'm a high-level lightning magician. My name is Yuer. I'm a high-level swordsman, a 7-element magician, a priest, a high-level summoner, and an assassin." Little Yuer said happily. It almost scared Haite and Jack to death. She was only a few years old, and she already had 5 classes. And their levels were not low. "My name is Lei Lou. I've long forgotten my age. At the same time, I'm also the god of war, the Pope, the overseer of magical beasts, the god of swords, the god of war. Super Magical Beast Envoy. Boss, Super Magical Beast Envoy must be able to summon super magical beasts. That's a legendary level in the 3 realms of man, god, and magic." Haite said in surprise. Although Angela was surprised, she couldn't help but retort, "I don't believe it. How can you be so powerful? Super Magical Beast Envoy. No one has been able to achieve it. In the past, a grade 1 god tried it, but in the end, he was eaten by the summoned magical beast." "You don't believe me?" Lei Lou laughed disdainfully. "In my name, I, Lei Lou, summon the 5 archaic magic mirror demons. Come out." A ball of light lit up in his hand, and he ran to the empty space in front of him. The ball of light spread out on the ground, and a 1-meter-wide magic array appeared. With a flash of light, a 2-meter-tall rectangular hat appeared within the magic array. There was actually a mouth and a pair of eyes on the smooth surface of the mirror, making it look extremely cute. "So cute." Little Yuer sighed. "Boss, is this the archaic 5 great demons? They don't look very good." Haite looked at it for a long time and was puzzled. After hearing this, the mirror demon flew into a rage. It actually dared to say that it wasn't very good in front of the great creator god. It immediately turned to Haite and revealed an angry expression. However, this expression coupled with its body was simply too cute. "Ha ha ha ha. Haite was the first to burst into laughter. This time, the mirror demon was even more furious. Instantly, a silver light flashed and a person that looked exactly like Hate walked out from the mirror. Everyone was stunned. Haite stared at the person in front of him in a daze. Swish! A blade light flashed. Haite hurriedly dodged, pulled out his own blade, and fought with the other person. For a moment, the people on both sides could not tell who was who. They could only see the two people fighting over and over again. Moreover, the moves and magic used by the two people were actually exactly the same. It was like attacking yourself in a mirror. Oh right, Haite, the opponent is a solid entity. He has all the moves you know. You have to be careful not to get hurt. Lei Lou said with a grin. Haite immediately replied, even if you don't say it, I know. Lei Lou looked at the struggling Haite and slowly said, also, I forgot to remind you. If you attack the opponent, you will also receive the same damage. You have to be careful. F***ck. So sick. Then how am I supposed to fight? Haite dodged a spell in a fluster and shouted loudly. Lei Lou smiled slightly and pointed at the mirror demon. It's very simple. You just need to attack the mirror demon's main body. Also, the mirror demon is immune to magic. Haite made a feint and quickly rushed towards the mirror demon. The mirror demon showed a mocking smile without caring about it. With a flash of light, two more versions of Haite jumped out from inside. When the Haites saw this, they immediately turned around and charged towards Lei Lou. They even shouted as they ran, "Boss, help! People are going to die." What a joke. If they were to fight one, then they would be evenly matched. If they were to fight three, then they would definitely be finished. Lei Lou gestured at the mirror demon. The three Haites immediately turned back into powder and disappeared without a trace. Lei Lou nodded at the mirror demon, and the mirror demon immediately revealed a flattered expression. With a flash of light, they returned to the myriad beast mountain. How was it? Did you enjoy the fight? Lei Lou smiled as he looked at the panting Haite. Haite looked at Lei Lou and said fiercely, yes. It was so good that I was almost chopped into a few pieces. Lei Lou turned to Angela, who was stunned, and said, let's go. There's no need to be surprised, because there will be many things to be surprised about in the future. Lei Lou and the others once again embarked on the journey of the forest of 10 million elves. However, during the journey, Haite kept asking Lei Lou about the mirror demon's weakness. It seemed that he was still unconvinced and wanted revenge. Lei Lou also directly told him that as long as his strength surpassed his, it could not be replicated. As a result, Haite was in a very depressed mood along the way. A month later, Lei Lou had already arrived at the elven forest. The mood of the 5 elves was also getting better and better. But Lei Lou's words rang out. Forbidden spell life extinguisher. With a flash of green light, Lei Lou and the others also walked into the forest in front. But everywhere they could see the bodies of masked men in green clothes. Which batch is this? Lei Lou asked expressionlessly. Anyone could tell that Lei Lou was in a very bad mood when he smiled that way. This is the 73rd batch, Jack replied carefully. He was afraid that he would become a punching bag. Lei Lou turned around and glared at Angela, forcing her to take half a step back. Ever since Lei Lou started traveling, he had been encountering people from various factions who wanted to snatch the artifact. A regular army that had tens of thousands of people in the country, so small that even a few adventurer teams wanted to snatch it. In the beginning, Lei Lou asked Little Yuer to train, but later, Lei Lou became impatient. He could be ambushed at any time. When he was showering, when he was sleeping, and when he was eating. Now, whenever Lei Lou felt murderous, he would immediately cast a forbidden spell. The others were all stunned. In particular, All kinds of forbidden spells that they had never heard of before were even more eye-opening, just like the forbidden spell, life destruction. It could instantly eliminate certain lifeforms within a certain range without destroying the environment. It was just that no one had ever seen it before. Where did you learn it? Lei Lou was already used to being asked that question. This is a forbidden spell passed down by the goblin race. It's just that the goblin race has gradually been assimilated, and there are very few pure goblins left. Lei Lou possesses the divine weapons Sword of Order and Hand of Time. His identity has already been confirmed as an ancient god. His divine rank is unknown, and he specializes in using forbidden spells of various elements. There are also special forbidden spells, life destruction and spiritual storm. Angela silently memorized this in her heart, hoping that there would be an opportunity to transmit this information to the divine realm. Lei Lou had originally been advancing on foot, until he heard something unexpected in a tavern. Have you heard? The Sunset Empire and the Mist Wind Empire have sent troops to the Elf Forest together. In addition, there are many mercenaries participating, a total of close to 1 million people. I reckon that we'll be able to capture many elves this time. It's really satisfying. I'll buy an elf to enjoy myself later. Go to hell. You don't know how expensive an elf is. Even if I sold you, I wouldn't be able to afford it. A mercenary laughed mockingly. What do you know? This time, we might be able to directly attack the village of the elves. When the time comes, there will be a lot of elves. The price will definitely not be so expensive. However, our entire mercenary group can buy a few of them together. Why don't we all use them together? Rhea and the others were furious when they heard this. If it weren't for the fact that Lei Lou was still around, they would have rushed up and killed them on the spot. Fortunately, Lei Lou was afraid that they would cause trouble. He let them wrap themselves in a cloak. Lei Lou also wore a cloak and a silver mask to cover the upper half of his face. Lei Lou's silver hair was too eye-catching. What made Lei Lou the most uncomfortable was that his looks were too perfect. He was depressed to death to always have a group of infatuated girls following him in the city. Lei Lou extended his hand to greet the staff in the shop. A thin and small shop assistant immediately came over. "Customer, do you have any orders?" Lei Lou threw a silver coin to him. "When will the army attack the Elven Forest?" "It's today." "I think it's already begun," the shop assistant said. Lei Lou waved the shop assistant away and turned to look at Rhea and the others, whose faces were pale. Lei Lou sighed. "Let's go." He stood up and led everyone out of the hotel. When they arrived at an empty place outside the city, Lei Lou asked everyone to stand together. Although they didn't understand why Lei Lou asked everyone to do this, the others trusted Lei Lou very much and stood together obediently. Space transfer. With a flash of white light, the 10 people instantly turned into a streak of white light and disappeared. When everyone regained their vision again, they would be at the periphery of the Elf Forest. Lei Lou realized that the battle was already over. There were not many people on the outskirts anymore. They were probably all attacking. However, there were constantly injured elves being tied up and brought out of the forest. There were already close to 100 elves imprisoned outside. The situation did not look good. At that moment, the 5 elves quickly tried to rush up to save people. But they were all held back by Lei Lou. He gestured slightly and asked everyone to retreat behind him. Forbidden spell, Absolute Ice Seal. If you enjoyed this video, be sure to like, subscribe, and hit the notification bell to keep you updated for future uploads. The water element in the space quickly gathered toward Lei Lou. Everyone noticed that something was wrong. They quickly rushed toward Lei Lou, but it was too late. Countless blue lights suddenly surged out of Lei Lou's body and spread out. They quickly covered the entire empty space. Everyone was instantly frozen into ice sculptures. The captured elves did not feel any fear as they looked at the ice aura that was rapidly surging towards them. Instead, they smiled in relief. They knew that it would be better to die in their hometown after being captured. And before they died, there was finally someone to avenge them. These hateful humans were finally dead. But in the next moment, they were all shocked. Because the blue icy aura had bypassed all the elves and surged towards the humans behind them. An elf couldn't help but shout, "This is impossible." This was a water-type forbidden spell. After anyone cast it, they wouldn't be able to control it. Now that there was actually someone who could control the forbidden spell, how could this not be shocking? Soon, they were covered by relief. Because they could clearly see the humans behind them being frozen into ice. "Are you all okay?" Rhea quickly turned into a 3-inch-long elf and flew above the elves, asking with concern. "Princess." Among the elves, there was a burst of joy. The other 4 elves also flew over to help untie the ropes. All the elves hugged each other and cried bitterly. This feeling of escaping death was really good. "All right, is the battle still not over?" "Let's celebrate later," Lei Lou said casually. The elves all realized that there were still a few people in front of them. Although they didn't know what race the silver-masked people in the middle were from, the few people beside them were definitely humans. All the elves immediately looked at them with hostility. Rhea and the others immediately explained. Although they had dispelled the hostility in time, they still looked at Lei Lou and the others warily. The elves' hatred for humans was too deep. Angela was very uncomfortable when she saw this situation. She turned around and spread the 2 pairs of wings on her back. All the elves immediately showed respect to him. Angela glanced at Lei Lou smugly. Lei Lou smiled slightly, then spread his arms and slowly flew into the sky as everyone stared in shock. Lei Lou's back was covered with layers of silver wings until 6 pairs were unfurled. At this moment, all of the elves were dumbstruck. 6 pairs. That was something only a main god could possess. Angela now finally understood why Lei Lou had said that he wasn't afraid of the Protoss's revenge. To a main god, a level 1 or level 2 god was nothing. Lei Lou raised his hand, and everyone and the elves flew up. They were all enveloped in a huge barrier. The entire barrier rapidly shot towards the elven forest. In the blink of an eye, they encountered a huge light blue barrier. The entire barrier actually covered the entire forest. This was the barrier that Kana had set up. Very quickly, they passed through the barrier. This barrier had no effect on Lei Lou at all. After passing through the barrier, they saw an extremely tragic scene. Humans were besieging the elves everywhere, and elves were lying in pools of blood at all times. Everyone watched this scene angrily. Even the humans like Haite were no exception. Lei Lou, on the other hand, was even angrier. A few days ago, the matter of snatching his divine artifact had made Lei Lou very angry, and now he was even angrier. "In my name, Lei Lou, listen to my call, merciful nature. Show your strength and protect your people. Use your anger to punish these greedy humans. God's punishment, the wrath of nature." Lei Lou's voice quickly spread throughout the entire forest. During the battle, both the elves and the humans could clearly hear this voice. Everyone stopped what they were doing and listened to this declaration in a daze. Rumble. The earth began to tremble, and the plants in the forest began to emit a lustrous green light. All the trees seemed to come alive and quickly attacked the humans around them. Instantly, countless people died tragically. The injured elves quickly recovered their strength when they came into contact with Yin Ying's green light. The wounds on their bodies also quickly healed. The people were horrified to find that their strength was rapidly decreasing, and at that moment, the people quickly fell into chaos. Everyone knew that the voice just now was from God. God had sent down divine punishment to punish them. People began to regret why they had come here. But it was too late for regrets. Everyone's strength disappeared in just a few dozen seconds. In an instant, the surrounding trees were pierced. People's corpses began to change gradually, as time passed. The human corpses all turned into flourishing trees. They had become a part of nature, forever flowing in the elven forest. In the Magic Age 443, God had sent down a divine punishment in the elven forest. The humans who had gone to attack the elven forest had all disappeared, and the two great empires had accepted all the losses. When Lei Lou landed on the ground, many elves made way for him. A noble elf walked over. "Mother." Lei Lou did not speak. Rhea had already pounced on him. The elf gave Rhea a reproachful look. She continued to walk in front of Lei Lou and she bowed to Lei Lou. "Thank you, God King. If not for you, our elven race would have been destroyed." Lei Lou took off his cloak and mask. The surroundings were filled with exclamations. Elves loved beauty, and Lei Lou was a supreme god. Many beautiful elves ran over to get a closer look at Lei Lou. The few people behind them were already used to it. Whenever Lei Lou showed his face, a group of women would be charmed and flock around him. "This is what we should do. Those greedy humans should be punished. I, the elven god, am a very close friend." Lei Lou revealed a charming smile. The surrounding elven eyes revealed a look of worship. "The beauty has been lured away by the boss again." Haite muttered behind his back. Lei Lou silently cast a silent spell on him. "Don't you know that elves have very good hearing? Please come to our elven temple first." The elven queen led everyone to a magnificent temple. As expected of the elves, the whole temple was covered with flowers and plants. Haite and the others were drooling behind. It wasn't their fault. The elves were famous for their beauty among all races. But Haite and Jack were too embarrassed. Most of the elves were focused on Lei Lou. While no one was paying attention, Lei Lou secretly cast a cold spell on the back. The two were shivering from the cold. Some elves couldn't help but cover their mouths and snicker. Lei Lou and the others walked into the elven temple at once. The witches also hosted a banquet for everyone. Many elves about 3 inches in size were flying around. They flew around the table and poured wine for everyone with their small bodies. Lei Lou only ate a few mouthfuls, and most of them were also eaten by little Yuer. Lei Lou liked the fruit wine brewed by the elves. A few 3-inch elves helped Lei Lou pour wine on both sides of his hands. Little Moon, on the other hand, stared curiously at the elves in front of her. The banquet was very enjoyable. Due to Lei Lou's divine punishment, some elves who had died in the battle were resurrected. Moreover, they had defended the elf forest. The humans who attacked also received the harshest punishment. Haite was indeed handsome. He soon made the 2 elves around him laugh. Jack was in a worse situation. It seemed that he was born with no luck with women. There was also an elf around him. His cold face looked at him. He looked like he didn't care. This made Jack very depressed. He could only look at Lei Lou and the elves around Haite. After talking, Lei Lou learned that elves couldn't transform before they became adults. They could only maintain their size at 3 inches. After they became adults, they had to pass the trial of the elves. After that, they would go to the human world for 3 months. Elves who did not pass the trial would be looked down upon by other elves. The elves sent to the human society were mainly in charge of gathering information. They also had to understand the movements of the entire world. Just like this time, if the elves had not received the news in advance and were prepared to resist, the elven forest would have been conquered before Lei Lou even arrived. At this banquet, Lei Lou also met Alanis's spokesperson, Ing. She was a very beautiful elf. She looked very weak, but she was the one who single-handedly blocked the 300,000 human army with the elven divine bow. After the meal, Haite continued to stay in the banquet hall. Lei Lou followed the elven queen and Ing to the deepest part of the temple. There were no other elves there. The elven queen still smiled and said, "My lord, is there something important you want to tell us?" Lei Lou admired this elven queen very much. Her speech was elegant. She didn't show any fear or awe because Lei Lou was a main god, nor did she deliberately try to curry favor with him. Lei Lou felt that she was pretty good at this point. "Can you give me the elven bow?" Lei Lou said to Ing. Although she didn't know why, Ing still obediently handed the elven bow to Lei Lou. "Do you know the biggest secret of the elven bow?" Lei Lou said as he stroked the elven bow. Ing shook her head. The elven queen smiled and said, "Can you tell us, my lord?" Lei Lou sighed and looked at the elven bow and said affectionately, "Your elven god, Alanis, is inside." As soon as he said that, the elven bow trembled violently. It was as if something was about to rush out of the elven bow. The elven queen and Ing both stared carefully at the bow in Lei Lou's hand. On Ying's forehead, the mark of the green grass was also emitting a fluorescent green light. "I know you're lonely. It's enough after so many years. It's time to let you out. But don't make any more mistakes in the future," Lei Lou said. The elven bow in his hand suddenly trembled violently. A layer of green substance appeared on the surface of the originally green elven bow, enveloping the entire elven bow. Ka! 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 Ping! A silver light flashed in Lei Lou's hand, and cracks began to appear on the green substance. Finally, with a bang, it exploded into pieces. At the same time, the elven bow suddenly flashed with a dazzling green light. All the elves in the elven forest stopped what they were doing. They all looked in the direction of the elven temple in puzzlement, because a very friendly power suddenly came from there. A figure gradually appeared from the elven bow. That's right, this was the elven god king that was sealed by Lei Lou. It was Alanis. Before Lei Lou finished speaking, Alanis cried and threw herself into his arms. This time, her identity was finally exposed. She didn't see the two elves on the side staring at Lei Lou with their mouths agape. Sob 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 sob, Alanis will be obedient in the future. Master, don't seal Alanis anymore. Alanis cried and wailed in Lei Lou's arms. This punishment was indeed unforgettable for Alanis. Alanis was originally a person who liked to be lively, but she had been locked in an empty space for thousands of years. She couldn't see or hear anything. It was indeed torturous. "Okay, good girl, I forgive you. Don't cry. There are people watching." Lei Lou reached out and caressed Alanis's little face. The two elves on the side were stunned. Everything before their eyes was too unbelievable. Who would believe that the elven god would throw himself into a man's arms and call him her master? This was a huge blow to the two elves. Only then did Alanis realize that the two people on the side were her clansmen. Although Ing would occasionally talk to Alanis through the elven bow, she had never seen her before. In Ying's heart, Alanis was noble and sacred. She did not expect that this would be the first time she would see an elven god. They were also momentarily stunned and did not know what to do with their expressions. It was only when Alanis looked at them that they came to a realization. They quickly knelt down to pay their respects to Alanis. The elven queen also knelt down. "All of you, get up." After Alanis turned around, her temperament had clearly changed. She had become high and mighty, not to be desecrated. The two elves stood up and secretly looked at Lei Lou and Alanis. Lei Lou shook his head and said, "I hope you can keep it a secret for me." After he said that, 12 pairs of wings spread out on his back. The original wings had turned into a metal shape, full of the beauty of metal. 12 pairs, the two elves cried out in surprise again. Seeing these 12 pairs of wings, they all understood the significance of it. The spokesperson of the elf god king, Ing, greets the Lord God of creation. Ing was the first to react and hurriedly knelt down again. The elf queen also hurriedly lowered her head in fear. "Get up, and remember to keep my secret." After his identity was exposed, Lei Luo's temperament changed again, becoming very awe-inspiring. "Yes." The two elves stood up in fear, and Lei Luo smiled at Alanis. "In the future, you must be obedient, or else I won't love you anymore. When you go out later, remember to keep my secret." "Yes, master. I will be obedient and won't cause you any more trouble," Alanis said firmly. In the Magic Age 443, the elven god King Alanis restored the oracle, and the elven race became powerful. The elves everywhere in the elven forest suddenly received an order from the elven queen. All the elves quickly gathered in front of the elven temple. Although they didn't understand what had happened, they still came to the front of the temple. Hai Te and the others also rushed over curiously. At this moment, an extremely strong divine power suddenly came from the temple. All the elves couldn't withstand the pressure and knelt on the ground. A very friendly aura spread to the hearts of all the elves. At this moment, a green-haired elf flew out from the temple. When everyone saw this elf, they were shocked beyond words. This was because this elf actually had 6 pairs of green metal wings on her back. It was unknown who reacted first, but then all the elves lowered their heads and shouted, "Greetings, Elf God King." Hai Te and Alanis were even more stunned. They looked at the peerless beauty in front of them and drooled all over the ground. When all the elves lowered their heads, these two people were particularly eye-catching. Alanis didn't like them on the spot. With a wave of her hand, 2 bolts of lightning struck these two people. This could be considered God's punishment. After a mournful scream, the 2 of them fainted on the ground, smoke rising from their bodies. This was after Lei Luo had secretly helped to weaken them. Otherwise, this strike would have cut the 2 of them into pieces. When the surrounding elves saw this, they covered their mouths and snickered. After the 2 of them came here, they brought joy to the elves. The hostility of the surrounding elves gradually disappeared. At this time, there was another girl who wasn't affected by the divine position at all. She still stood there, instantly attracting everyone's attention. It was also the first time that so many people looked at little Yue. She immediately felt scared. Lei Luo looked at little Yue's timid look and also found it funny. As expected, she was only a child and had not seen many big scenes. Lei Luo immediately opened his arms. Little Moon saw him and immediately flew toward him, landing in Lei Luo's arms. When Alanis saw this, she actually felt envious. What was going on? She was a mighty elven god king, but she actually envied a little girl. Although Alanis was very confused, she still greeted her in an orderly manner. When the elves saw that the elven god king was revived, they all cheered. Soon, the elves began to complain to Alanis, telling her about the grievances the elves had suffered over the years and the crimes of the humans. They all begged Alanis to save the elves that had been captured by the humans. After hearing what the elves had said to her, Alanis was also furious. How dare the humans bully her elves now? Alanis was extremely angry and immediately closed her eyes. Her body also began to emit a fluorescent green light. A powerful force erupted from Alanis's body. The lower elves were all trembling in fear. Even Little Moon, who was protected by Lei Luo, could feel this destructive power. She was so scared that she did not dare to move in Lei Luo's arms. Alanis's eyes lit up, and green light shot up from her body. Then, Alanis's sweet voice sounded in the world. In the name of Elven God King, I, Alanis, cast the eternal curse. From this moment on, the master-slave contract signed by all elves shall be nullified. From now on, the elves will only accept the equal contract, and they will have the right to choose whether or not to accept the contract. As for the greedy humans who forcefully capture elves and sign master-slave contracts, I curse you in the name of Elven God Alanis. Those who are cursed will lose all their power. Magic Age 443, July 15th. The elven god Alanis, who had returned to the human world, cast an eternal curse. All the elves who had signed the master-slave contract had escaped, and their master's magic and combat aura had disappeared. Even the god realm and the demon realm felt the change. Alanis actually appeared. I'm afraid that the other goddesses should have woken up by now. This time, trouble is coming. Lucifer shook his head and smiled bitterly in the demon realm. The elf god king actually came out. Could it be that he really is the god of creation? In the god realm, Ace walked around anxiously. He remembered that he accidentally heard the god of creation say that only he himself could release Alanis. Then this attack was actually. What should we do now? The Lord God of creation must be very angry. Then the deity race will be in trouble. What should we do? Who? Alanis let out a long sigh of relief. Her back softened, and she was about to fall back. Lei Luo's body swayed, and he instantly appeared beside Alanis, supporting her body. It seemed like it wasn't easy for Alanis to complete such a huge curse alone. Lei Luo's body flashed with a silver light. Divine power continuously flowed into Alanis's body, helping her recover her strength. The ordinary elves were moved to tears. They saw their elven god's exhausted expression because of the curse. All the elves respected Alanis to an unprecedented degree. All the elves were very excited, but none of them didn't make a sound. Because everyone saw the silver-haired man continuously sending divine power to Alanis. None of the elves made a sound, and the scene was frighteningly quiet. Phew! Alanis opened her eyes. Although she had regained a lot of strength, her eyes were still filled with exhaustion. Lei Luo gestured to the elven queen. The queen immediately understood and led Lei Luo and the others into the elven temple. Lei Luo and Ing supported each other as they brought Alanis into the house. Lei Luo let little Yuer go out to play. There were some things that Lei Luo still did not want little Yuer to know. Lei Luo put Alanis on the bed and said, "Silly girl, why are you trying to be brave? You know that this curse cannot be easily completed, so why are you trying so hard?" Alanis smiled slightly. "Then I won't trouble Master." It turned out that Alanis was trying so hard to not trouble Lei Luo. Lei Luo also sighed. "Alanis, this curse of yours has broken my contract with Rhea. How are you going to compensate me?" Lei Luo teased Alanis. Alanis smiled sweetly. "With your identity, it won't be easy to get anyone." Alanis reached out and pushed Ing to Lei Luo's side. "This elf is the elf I chose for you. She's pretty, right?" Ying's smiling face immediately turned red. She grabbed the corner of her clothes with both hands, seemingly at a loss. Seeing her shy appearance, Lei Luo was also very satisfied. Lei Luo reached out and held Ing in his arms. Ing was even more at a loss. While she was afraid, she also felt a trace of fear. After all, she was going to serve this Lord God of creation. If she couldn't satisfy the God of creation, then wouldn't she be letting down the elven god? Alanis smiled and said, "Back then, the few of us sisters discussed that each of us should choose the most beautiful woman for you in our own race. At that time, the four of us would compete to see who would choose the best. What do you think? My selection is not bad, right?" Alanis smiled proudly. Hearing this, Ing felt even more nervous and afraid. If she didn't serve him well, wouldn't the elven god lose face in front of the other goddesses? Ing was even more determined. Her elven god had made such a great contribution to the elven race. She definitely couldn't lose face for the elven god. After Ing made up her mind, she began to carefully observe the actions and hobbies of the creator god. "The four of you are the representatives that you have chosen, right?" Lei Luo looked at Ying's shy little face, and his eyes gradually turned blue. "That's right. Our representatives are the people that we have chosen for you." Alanis looked at Lei Luo's sky blue eyes and smiled knowingly. She turned to Ing and said, "Ing, aren't you going to serve the Lord God of creation? Yes. Ing stood up shyly, and even her skin turned pink. At this moment, little Yuer secretly leaned against the crack of the door and looked inside. No one noticed that little Yuer was peeking. Big brother Lei Luo, what are you doing? She muttered. Lei Luo was hugging Ing and kissing her passionately. Woo, little Yuer was a little surprised when she saw this scene. Huh? Lei Luo suddenly felt the presence of someone at the door. It seemed to be little Yuer's. Lei Luo hooked his finger, and the door suddenly opened. Aya! Little Yuer fell to the ground. Standing behind him, she looked like a child who had been caught for doing something wrong. She looked at Lei Luo timidly. Lei Luo shook his head. It was not good to punish little Yuer, so he could only bring little Yuer out to play. 2 months passed like this. Okay. Don't cry. When you're done here, you can come and find me. For a month, Lei Luo played with Alanis and Ing every day. Even Angela was half threatened by Lei Luo. Lei Luo let Alanis stay in the elf clan to help the elf clan recover. He continued to take Little Moon and the others on their journey. After hearing what Lei Luo said, Alanis cried again. She wouldn't let Lei Luo leave no matter what. In the end, it was only after Lei Luo tried his best to persuade her that Alanis reluctantly agreed. Hai Te and Jack came up and said, "Boss, we need to discuss something with you. We are prepared to separate and take risks with you. Under your protection, we will never grow." Hearing what they said, Lei Luo felt that they were right and agreed. Just as they finished speaking, Angela also said goodbye to Lei Luo. She said that it was time for her to return to the divine realm. Lei Luo had no choice but to leave. Now, only Lei Luo and little Yuer were left. As for Rhea, this elven princess. After Lei Luo obtained the elven human world spokesperson, he no longer had any interest in Rhea. In the end, Lei Luo gave Angela and Ing a guardian necklace. He gave Hai Te and Jack a communication crystal. If their lives were in danger, they could call for Lei Luo at any time. Just like that, under the reluctant gaze of Alanis, Lei Luo and Little Moon once again embarked on a journey forward, starting a new adventure. 2 years later, Lei Luo and little Yuer traveled across 5 continents, seeing all kinds of novel things. Little Yuer also began to mature. Her appearance also began to become more beautiful. Lei Luo and little Yuer both joined the mercenary guild. But they also produced missions above grade A. But their success rate was still 100%. They were also somewhat famous in the mercenary world. Lei Luo also received a nickname, the Silver-Haired Destroyer. It was probably because Lei Luo would often use forbidden spells to blow up his opponents in battle. Moreover, the environment after each battle was a mess. The information about Lei Luo and little Yuer in the mercenary guild was the most mysterious. In the end, Lei Luo and little Yuer came to the Blue Moon Kingdom to find Bing and Neili. It was said that they were too outstanding and had graduated early. When Lei Luo and little Yuer were traveling around the world, they would also come to find Bing and Neili. However, they discovered something that made Lei Luo angry today. What? The heart of light element is lost? After Lei Luo and little Yuer saw Neili and Bing, the two of them were terrified as they told the shocking news. This was going to be troublesome. The light elemental heart should not have appeared in this world. Just by relying on the light elemental recognition ability, it would definitely cause chaos in this world. We don't know when we lost it. On the day after we graduated, we discovered that the light elemental heart was gone, Bing said carefully. She also knew the severity of losing the light elemental heart. Both of them lowered their heads and did not dare to look at Lei Luo. Looking at them, Lei Luo did not want to get angry. After all, they had just met today. Lei Luo patted the shoulders of the two of them and said, "Forget it, I will forgive you this time." Let's hurry up and find the heart of light element. When they heard that Lei Lou did not blame them, Bing and Neli heaved a sigh of relief. Lei Lou came before the remaining elemental heart. Seeing the hexagram missing a corner, he reached out and injected energy into all the remaining crystals. After the 6 crystals absorbed the energy, they began to emit a fluorescent glow. Lei Lou, what are you doing? Bing walked in front of Lei Lou. Lei Lou turned around and continued, from here, you can see the situation around the light elemental heart. At this moment, the elemental heart suddenly flashed with a ray of light. An image appeared in the middle. The first thing that appeared was a luxurious roof. It seemed to be in a palace. The 4 of them carefully went up to observe. They hoped to be able to see what this place was. At this moment, a pair of hands picked up the light elemental heart. Lei Lou and the others looked at the screen carefully, but an unexpected face appeared on the screen. This face was actually Yanni's. Then, a voice came from the elemental heart. Aros, I'm so scared. I'm afraid that they'll know that I stole the elemental heart, Yanni muttered to the elemental heart. At this moment, Lei Lou realized that there was a handsome man beside Yanni. I've seen him before. Bing said in surprise. He's the second prince of the Mist Wind Empire. Oh. This guy is the second prince of the Mist Wind Empire? It doesn't matter. We already have 3,000 spells that have been approved. Now, they can fire the Sword of the Sun 5 times in a row. Soon, I'll be able to inherit the throne. By then, you'll be the queen. Aros smiled and kissed Yanni. But I'm still scared. You don't understand his power. His power is too strong. I even suspect that he is a god. You know that he defeated the Seraph Angel. Don't worry. Don't forget that gods are not allowed to interfere in the affairs of the human world. Hurry up and get ready. Our wedding is about to begin. Aros and Yanni started kissing passionately once again. On the other hand, Lei Lou was almost angered to death. He did not expect Yanni to dare to betray him. Why? Why did she betray me? Bing and Neli looked at Lei Lou, who was constantly changing his expression in fear. Especially his eyes, which were constantly changing from red, silver, green, and purple. Through the approval of the elements, they could sense the situation of the elements around them. At this moment, all the magic elements around them were trembling. They were in fear. Countless elemental elves were desperately hiding in the corners. At this moment, Lei Lou was in the midst of extreme anger. The heart of darkness was constantly expanding. Even the originally bright silver hair had turned black. Big brother Lei Lou is so scary. Little Moon's cry pulled Lei Lou back to reality. Lei Lou turned his head to look at the trembling crowd. Only then did Lei Lou realize that his divine might had already been unconsciously released. Lei Lou took a deep breath and said, I'm going to take care of some things. You guys go and rest first. The white light flashed and disappeared without a trace. Damn it. They actually dared to betray us. Lei Lou had already decided to punish them properly. On the wide avenue, a woman wearing white armor was riding a unicorn. Her long black hair fell behind her back. The snow-white and elegant armor covered her alluring body. It also showed her moving outline without a doubt. The naked snow-white double swords were outlined in the darkness. In her arms, she was holding a small moon eagle. Is this the place? The woman stopped in the middle of a mountain villa. She knew the identity of the owner of this mountain villa. But at this moment, the mountain villa was filled with an aura of death that did not match it. That's right, I can sense it. Master has been here before. The moon eagle in the woman's arms opened its eyes. The moon eagle's eyes were filled with a terrifying purple light. The most surprising thing was that a grade 3 magical beast could actually speak. This place was once filled with the flames of hell. Now, we continue to move west. I can sense Master's aura heading west. The woman patted the unicorn lightly, and the unicorn turned around and ran towards the west. The moon eagle in the woman's arms closed its eyes once more. The woman rode on the unicorn and continued to sprint towards the west at an extremely fast speed. At this moment, a great event was about to happen in the Misty Wind Empire that would change history. The capital of the Misty Wind Empire, the Misty Wind City, was currently bustling with activity. Today was the day the second prince of the Misty Wind Empire would hold his wedding. However, those who were truly powerful knew that today was the day the second prince would become the crown prince. The second prince was using the divine weapon. He was going to marry a woman today to nurture a terrifying magic army. From there, he would smoothly drive the first prince off the throne. Today was supposed to be a day that was worth celebrating, but who would have thought that today would be the beginning of the collapse of the Misty Wind Empire? The Pope stood on the high platform and said, "The wedding of Prince Aros and Miss Yanni will now begin." Wait! A loud sound drowned out the voices of everyone present. Instantly, everyone present stared at this uninvited guest in front of them. When Yanni heard this voice, she could not help but tremble. Because the thing that she was most worried about was about to happen. In the air above the square, a man stood in the air. His long silver hair danced in the air. His extremely handsome face was filled with anger. "Yanni, who allowed you to do this privately?" Lei Lou asked expressionlessly. "I." Yanni opened her mouth. She did not know what to say. Aros came forward and said loudly, "I don't care who you are. Please don't disturb our wedding." Lei Lou said contemptuously, "Aros, right? Are you the one who instructed Yanni to steal my artifact?" Aros immediately retorted, "Don't slander me. When did Yanni and I steal your artifact?" "Ha ha 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 ha. Then what is this?" Lei Lou waved his hand, and the palace suddenly exploded as a white crystal flew out from inside. "This is my light elemental heart, what else do you have to say? This was originally Yanni's, and you even snatched her other divine artifacts." Aros saw this situation and hurriedly changed his words. Everyone in the room understood the general situation. At this moment, there were some who were happy and some who were sad. In a corner, the first prince said viciously, "Hurry up and start fighting." "Ha ha ha. Don't laugh to death. How can a slave like her have a divine artifact? Don't laugh to death. If the divine artifact was hers, would she still be bought by me in the slave market?" Lei Lou said contemptuously. When Yanni heard this, her heart ached. She was still a slave after all. When she thought of this, her eyes couldn't help but turn red. When Aros saw this, he hurriedly shouted, "Men! Chase him out!" Many archers entered the square and quickly knocked their arrows, pointing at Lei Lou from afar. "Fire!" An order was given. Buzz! Hundreds of arrows shot towards Lei Lou. Lei Lou waved his hand in disdain. The arrows made a curve in the air and flew back at an even faster speed. Suddenly, all kinds of screams started coming from below. "You think you can defeat me with just your strength? Ridiculous!" Lei Lou said disdainfully. Aros waved his hand, and thousands of mages poured into the square from all directions. There were exactly 3,000 people. As long as they were killed, there was no need to worry about the world falling into chaos. The mages gathered together and began to chant. Large amounts of light elements gathered at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, 2 huge golden light swords appeared above everyone's heads. "Let's see what you're capable of. Can you block 2 light-type forbidden spells? Attack!" Aros shouted loudly. As the chant ended, 2 huge light swords flew towards Lei Lou. Everyone stared nervously at Lei Lou. They wanted to see how Lei Lou would deal with this forbidden spell, but they noticed that Lei Lou had closed his eyes. He kept on saying something. Suddenly, the 2 forbidden spells underwent a change. The two forbidden spells quickly merged together, and in the blink of an eye, they turned into a human figure. She stopped in front of Lei Lou. Everyone stared blankly at this beauty who had turned from a forbidden spell into a white dress. With a flash, 5 pairs of wings spread out from the back of the woman. This woman was actually a grade 1 godly king. The goddess of light, Xiluo greets you, my lord. The woman bowed to Lei Lou. Everyone's jaws dropped when they saw this. This person was actually a god. Withdraw their light element recognition, Lei Lou said to Xiluo. Xiluo turned around and waved her hand. A small ball of light flew out from the bodies of the 3 magicians below. From now on, all the magicians present would not be able to use light magic for the rest of their lives. Xiluo bowed again and said, "May I know if you have any other orders, my lord?" "It's nothing. If there's anything, I'll contact you again." Then Xiluo will take her leave. The 2 clones formed by the 2 forbidden spells disappeared into the air. Everyone looked at Lei Lou. "All of you can go to hell." On the main road, the woman was still riding on her unicorn. The moon eagle was still sleeping soundly in her arms. At this moment, the unicorn suddenly stopped because 2 elves appeared on the road in front of them. "My lord, what happened to you?" one elf asked the other elf. An absolutely beautiful elf said, "The demonic dragon aura in her arms has the power of Lei Lou." At this moment, the moon eagle in the woman's arms suddenly opened its eyes and stared at the elf in disbelief. "Elven God King. You actually came out." The elf opposite him was actually one of the 8 main gods that had been sealed, the Elven God King. Yuna turned pale with fright. Alanis spoke again, but this time, she didn't make a sound. It seemed that they were using telepathy. The magic dragon sometimes nodded, and sometimes shook his head. In the end, the magic dragon revealed a shocked expression, and then a bitter smile. "I didn't expect Master's identity to be." The magic dragon shook his head with a bitter smile. Alanis wanted to say something more, but at this moment, a terrifying power suddenly came from the west. Not good. Alanis seemed to have sensed something. She quickly pulled the elf beside her and left. The magic dragon's body flashed and returned to its original form. Yuna quickly sent the unicorn back to the mountain of beasts, jumped on the magic dragon's back, and left quickly. In the Misty Wind City, something that could change the empire was happening in the square of the Imperial Palace. "All of you can go to hell," Lei Lou said angrily. "In my name, all the magic elves listen to my orders. Show your strength. Use your fury to quell my anger. God's punishment, God's wrath." Lei Lou's voice spread throughout the entire Misty Wind City, and the entire city instantly fell silent. Everyone listened quietly to this declaration that represented God. The sky was quickly covered by black clouds. Frozen. This was the only feeling that everyone present felt. The entire space seemed to have been frozen. There wasn't even a hint of wind. It was even harder for them to even think of moving. Everyone was terrified to discover that the magic elements in the entire city were beginning to become restless. Then, countless people began to run for their lives. This was because the magic elements in the air began to automatically combine into various spells and attack in all directions. From a level 1 fireball spell to a level 9 fire god's wrath spell. All kinds of spells were wreaking havoc in the city. The square was in chaos. Everyone was terrified to find that the magic elements no longer listened to the mage's orders. The result of this was that people were unable to use magic barriers to defend themselves. People with high martial arts skills could also use combat aura to defend themselves. Although the consumption was huge, they could still resist for a while. However, those mages were about to suffer. They could only be beaten up everywhere. Aros was filled with regret. He shouldn't have asked Yanni to steal the divine weapon. He didn't expect that it would attract a high god. This was really troublesome. Lei Lou looked coldly at the people who were running around. At this moment, a seven-colored defensive barrier covered the entire city, blocking the magic rain that fell from the sky. Lei Lou turned his head and saw that it was the Holy Maiden of the Holy Sea, who was also the spokesperson of the Goddess of Life. At this moment, she was wearing a white dress, supporting the defensive barrier in the air. Her entire body was exuding a holy light, as if a goddess had descended. The entire city knelt down. They begged their goddess to resist this god's punishment. The saintess also had a bitter feeling. Although these spells were very few, the magic elements contained within were abnormally powerful. A level 1 spell was equivalent to an ordinary level 4 spell. At this moment, the saintess was also relying on the energy she borrowed from the goddess of life to support herself. But for the sake of all the humans in the city, the saintess decided to forcefully use spells that exceeded her own strength to defend herself. "Please don't take out your anger on everyone in this city just because of one person," the saintess shouted loudly. At this moment, she could only hope that she could persuade him. "They deserve it." Lei Lou paid no attention to her. His eyes flashed with a bloodthirsty red light. "Do you think you can stop me with your strength?" Lei Lou raised his hand, his palm facing the saintess. The surrounding magic elements were rapidly sucked into his palm. At this moment, a golden knight's spear pierced straight from the ground. It was the Pope. Just as Lei Lou had expected, the Pope had reached the level of the Holy Light War God. Lei Lou moved his hand, and the energy in his hand quickly exploded. A seven-colored shockwave rushed toward the Pope. Boom! There was a loud sound. The Pope was sent flying back. Even the rainbow barrier of the entire city was smashed into pieces. The saintess was also spitting blood in the air. However, when she saw the people in the city being attacked by the rampant magic attacks, she once again ignored her own body and forcefully supported herself. "I haven't used the full power of the god's punishment yet, and now I can't hold on anymore." "Then what are you going to do next?" Lei Lou was mocking them. God's punishment, God's wrath, world-destroying thunder. The 6 elemental magic elements in the air were quickly dispersed. The thunder elements within a radius of 100 miles were quickly gathered together. Electric arcs constantly fell from the clouds. Ripples like water ripples were formed on the defensive barrier. This time, the saintess had to endure even more. Although each tear was not big, each bolt of lightning had the power of a forbidden spell. And among the clouds above, a super thunder hill with a diameter of dozens of meters suddenly appeared. The thunder ball was shining with a strong light like the sun. Blue and white electric arcs and lightning bolts were like countless snakes surrounding the thunderball. It turned out that all the lightning elements between heaven and earth were gathered on this thunder autumn. The saintess's heart was beating violently. The energy contained in a thunder ball above her head could destroy the entire city. If it fell down, it would be unimaginable. Go to hell. Explode. Lei Lou waved his hand, and dozens of bolts of lightning struck the protective barrier. It shattered the protective barrier. At this time, the lightning in the middle of the cloud struck down with a dazzling light. "Yuna, behave better when you see Master." The demon dragon flew in the air and said to Yuna, who was on its back. "I got it." "I'll pay attention," Yuna said. She also wanted to gradually become the person who could subdue the hell demon dragon. "I didn't expect my master to have such an identity." The demon dragon sighed. "No wonder I feel so familiar." Yuna's beautiful eyes were full of confusion. She was about to ask. At this moment, the demon dragon suddenly slowed down. "What's wrong?" "Demon dragon?" Yuna asked in puzzlement. But when she looked up, she knew. The distant misty wind city was shrouded in lightning. "God's punishment?" "This is actually God's punishment," the demon dragon said in surprise. "Who made Master so angry?" "He actually used God's punishment," the demon dragon said in surprise. Who made Master so angry? Yuna, let's go over from the land. Yuna jumped down from the magic dragon, summoned her unicorn, and ran towards the misty wind city. Wrath of the gods, world-destroying thunder. Explode! The long-accumulated falling thunder in the clouds brought with it a destructive power as it pounced towards the defenseless misty wind city. Right at this moment, a sudden change occurred. From the open space in the middle of the square, a rainbow-colored energy with a diameter of more than 10 meters suddenly rushed out and collided with Lei Luo's world-destroying thunder. The collision of the two massive energies didn't result in any major explosions. The two energies actually neutralized each other. Everyone stared in astonishment at this guardian energy that came from God knows where. Lei Luo, however, stared at this energy intently. As the rainbow-colored light pillar dispersed, a beautiful figure appeared inside. Lord Goddess of Life. The saintess couldn't help but cry out in surprise when she saw the figure in the air. At this moment, the beautiful woman floating in the air was the Goddess of Life, Audrey. 6 pairs of pure white metal wings unfolded behind her. Her dark blue eyes were as deep as the ocean. They were as clear as a stream or a spring. They were as bright as the moon in autumn and as bright as a star. In her slightly blinking eyes, divine light flowed. With a wave of Audrey's hand, she and the saintess flew in front of Lei Luo. Lei Luo was about to speak when Lei Luo and Audrey looked towards the east at the same time. They saw 2 green lights flying straight towards them. Sister, are you awake as well? That's great. The person who had come was Alanis. Alanis stopped in front of Lei Luo and spread out her 6 pairs of green metal wings. Audrey smiled gently. Yeah, didn't you come out as well? Lei Luo waved his hand, and a blue barrier blocked the sound. At the same time, it blocked the shocked gazes of the people below. Yes. After saying that, Alanis threw herself into Lei Luo's arms and acted coquettishly. Master, you really are something. You haven't come to visit me for the past 2 years, and you've made me so bored to death. By the way, what happened here? Lei Luo became even angrier when he heard what Alanis said. A woman betrayed me. Alanis was furious when she heard this. There's actually someone who dares to betray the Creator God. They must be punished. Hearing what the elf gods said, the saintess couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. No one would have thought that this man was actually the Creator God. I won't let her off. I'll definitely punish her properly, Lei Luo said angrily. His eyes flickered with an evil purple light. Audrey couldn't help but frown when she saw this. She leaped into Lei Luo's embrace. Her entire body emitted a gentle white light. The white light was filled with warmth, kindness, and love. At this moment, Lei Luo's body suddenly lit up with a black light. This black light was filled with evil, anger, and killing intent. The 2 rays of light were locked in a constant struggle. Audrey suddenly kissed Lei Luo's lips. Lei Luo was stunned. Then, he began to kiss Audrey as well. The saintess was the most surprised to see this. Lei Luo's hands naturally hugged Audrey's soft body. The black light around his body seemed to have weakened a little. It began to be melted by the white light. At this moment, a white light suddenly shot out from Lei Luo's body and fused with Audrey's light. The pincer attack from both inside and outside melted the black light. Phew! Lei Luo heaved a long sigh of relief. He finally calmed down. The black part of his long silver hair had also returned to a bright silver color. This isn't a place to talk. We'll talk later. Lei Luo waved his hand and opened the entire barrier. Lei Luo looked around and couldn't help but say angrily, damn it. I actually let them escape. Calm down, master. Don't be angry. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future anyway. Audrey saw that the heart of darkness, which had just been suppressed, seemed to be showing signs of recovery. She hurriedly sent a voice transmission to remind him. Lei Lou felt a chill in his heart as he hurriedly woke up from his anger. Lei Lou sighed and was about to leave. However, after a moment of hesitation, he waved his hand and said, "Divine punishment, calamity." With a flash of red light, all the cities in the entire Misty Wind Empire saw a blood-like light flash in the sky. Lei Lou and the others had already left. Not long after Lei Lou left, a beautiful woman walked into the city. The woman was exceptionally beautiful, but her face was cold. She was holding a moon eagle in her arms. Very few people treated the moon eagle as a pet because its strength was too weak. But the moon eagle's meat was very delicious. After many years of hunting by humans, the moon eagle had become very rare. Sigh. I'm still a step too late. Master has already left. Yuna, rest for a day. We'll continue to go to the southern continent tomorrow. The moon eagle's mouth moved slightly. It spoke to Yuna in a voice that no one else could hear. Yuna's lips moved slightly. Yes. A good show was going on a kilometer away from Lanfeng City. Get lost. Go away. Don't let me see you. A man was roaring crazily. His handsome face revealed a hint of malevolence. A very beautiful girl beside him cried out, "Aros, don't be like this. I didn't expect things to turn out like this. It's all your fault. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have lost the throne. What's the use of just apologizing? If you have the ability, then let me have the throne." Aros grabbed the girl and roared. Yanni and Aros had escaped. Now, it was definitely impossible for Aros to inherit the throne. Not only did he destroy all the mage troops in his hands, but he also provoked a god. The king would never pass the throne to Aros again. Yanni endured the pain and cried, "Aros, don't do this. Don't abandon me." Aros slapped her casually and roared angrily, "Who do you think you are? You're just a slave. You caused me to lose the throne. How are you going to compensate me?" Yanni was almost stunned. Was this still Aros, who was usually so gentle and kind to her? Why had he changed so much? "Aros, don't you love me anymore?" Yanni asked in a daze. "Love you?" A mocking smile appeared on Aros's face. "What is my identity? What is your identity? How could I fall in love with a lowly slave like you? If it wasn't for the artifact, why would I spend so much effort to pursue you? But it's all because of you. I have nothing now. Get lost. Get lost quickly." Every word from Aros pierced into Yanni's heart like a sharp blade, leaving a deep scar in her heart. She had worked so hard. In order to help Aros, she had risked everything to steal the artifact, but in the end, it was all for naught. Aros had never loved her at all. Everything he did was also to make use of her. Yanni stood up in a daze and left the place with lifeless eyes. "Damn it! I will never give up. You forced me to do this. I will let you taste the greatest pain in this world." Aros roared angrily. Magic Age 445. The god had sent down a god's punishment in the Misty Wind Empire because the second prince, Aros, had stolen a divine item. Within a year, the Misty Wind Empire had been plagued by natural disasters, and its population had been reduced by half. The Misty Wind Empire had been torn apart and plunged into endless turmoil. The goddesses and I returned to the palace of the Blue Moon Kingdom in an instant. As soon as they reached the place, little Yuer pounced on Nei. Bing and Naisi looked fearfully at Alanis and Audrey, who were behind Lei Lou. Lei Lou knew as soon as he saw the Heart of Elements. They had probably seen what had just happened. "All right, don't be so nervous. I know you all have a lot of questions. Let's find a place to have a good talk first." Lei Lou clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention back to him. When Bing heard this, she immediately brought everyone to her bedroom. When they walked inside, they saw that the entire room was sky blue. It gave off a cool and clean feeling. When they turned around, they suddenly realized that the person in front of them looked familiar. Weren't they Zier and Gina? It seemed like they were the thoughtful girls who had become friends of Bing. Not bad. They would have a lot of fun in the future. Lei Lou sat on Bing's bed, while Alanis and Audrey sat on his left and right sides. Lei Lou reached out and hugged them in his arms. This really surprised Bing and Nelly. In this room, they were all Lei Lou's women. Lei Lou's gaze swept across everyone's faces, Little Moon, Bing, Nelly, Ing, and Audrey's spokesperson, Xinya. My true identity is the god of creation. Lei Lou revealed his true identity for the first time. In the end, no one in the room was surprised. They only stared at Lei Lou in a daze. Bang! Lei Lou's sorrowful wings spread out abruptly. The immense divine might have awakened everyone up. Nelly and the others could not help but kneel down. Lei Lou moved his body and immediately retracted his wings. Although the divine might only erupted for an instant, Nelly and Bing could feel the terrifying power behind it. Get up. Lei Lou gestured slightly. Nelly and Bing looked at Lei Lou timidly. They had long known that Lei Lou was not a human. They did not expect Lei Lou to be the supreme god of creation. Lei Lou looked at the uneasy crowd and said helplessly, "Don't be so reserved. I am still the same as before." When the others heard what Lei Lou said, Bing and Nelly also returned to their normal state. "Don't tell anyone about this," Lei Lou said to Bing. Bing nodded. Lei Lou turned around and hugged Alanis and Audrey. Everyone gave each other a long kiss. Seeing this, Nelly, Bing, and the others tactfully left. After a great battle, Lei Lou gradually forgot about the unhappiness caused by Yanni. The next morning, Lei Lou felt that staying in an ice-cold room was not a solution. Thus, Lei Lou bought a mansion in Blue Moon City at a high price. This mansion cost 700,000 amethyst coins. However, Lei Lou's unlimited amethyst coins were about to expire, but Lei Lou was not short of money. At most, he could synthesize some magic crystals to sell. The mansion that Lei Lou bought was not only located in the center of the city but also had a huge courtyard. A 4-story house stood majestically in the middle of the courtyard. The courtyard was filled with flowers, plants, and trees. The entire courtyard was filled with life. What made Lei Lou most interested was that there was a huge swimming pool at the back of the house. There was also a training field next to it. This house was even more luxurious than the one Lei Lou had bought in the Misty Wind City. This afternoon, Lei Lou and Bing went to see the king together. They came to explain their marriage. The location of the imperial palace was in the eastern part of Blue Moon City. Beside it were the mansions of some high-ranking officials and nobles. This was the most prosperous area of Blue Moon City. It could be said that every inch of land was worth gold. And the most luxurious manors, without exception, were distributed on both sides of the royal road that connected the city's central square to the palace gate. Lei Lou's manor was in this area. As the face of the royal family, the royal road was naturally much wider than the other streets in the city. It was a road that could allow 8 carriages to ride side by side. It had long since been reserved for the royal family and the nobles. Other than large-scale celebrations, people without status and titles of nobility were not allowed to set foot on the royal road. However, under Bing's lead, Lei Lou easily entered the interior of the palace. However, he did not expect the interior of the palace to be so vast. From the outside, the entire palace gave off a tight feeling. It was hard to imagine that such a spacious garden could be built in such an interior. Finally, Lei Lou and Bing met the current king, Will 7, in a study room. This was also the first time Lei Lou saw Bing's father. His first impression was that he was very kind. But occasionally, he could see the brilliance in his eyes, which showed that he was not as simple as he appeared to be. Lei Lou immediately evaluated him as a standard old fox in his heart. Lei Lou also went straight to the point. I'm going to marry Bing as a goddess. Do you have any objections? When Bing heard this, she also tugged at Lei Lou's sleeve. She indicated that he was, after all, her father. However, Lei Lou didn't have to worry. Although the god's punishment had been issued that day, the Mist Wind Kingdom quickly sealed off the news. Not many people knew what Lei Lou looked like. The high officials and nobles present didn't have the guts to expose Lei Lou. However, Lei Lou didn't believe that, as the largest country in the southern continent, it wouldn't place spies in other kingdoms. So, this old fox might have known Lei Lou's identity long ago. Will 7 smiled kindly. But Lei Lou felt that there was some ill intent. Then, Will 7 said, Lord God King, of course there's no problem in marrying my daughter. That's my daughter's honor. But I'm afraid most of my cabinet won't agree, and Lord God King doesn't want his identity to be exposed, right? Lei Lou felt that things weren't as simple as that. He narrowed his eyes and said, Tell me, what do you want? Will 7 smiled cunningly. I'm planning to hold a martial competition for my daughter in a month's time. At that time, everyone from the 5 continents might come. As long as you get first place, you can marry Bing. This is a very simple matter for Lord God King. Lei Lou thought to himself. This person was indeed an old fox. After calculating that he would definitely get first place, he could even do him a favor. At the same time, he could demonstrate to the other countries in the 5 continents. This would prove that the Blue Moon Kingdom had a very powerful prince. Lei Lou thought about it and felt that there was no problem. Anyway, the other party was Bing's father. Helping him was not a big deal. She wouldn't be at a disadvantage. At most, it would be a little troublesome. Then add another condition. Not only do you want Bing to marry me, but you also want Bing to become the future queen. Bing exclaimed in surprise. She had never thought of becoming a queen. She also looked at Lei Lou in puzzlement. Lei Lou thought that with his status, it was the best choice for him to develop his power in the human world and rely on a kingdom. Will 7 pondered for a moment. After all, this was not a small matter and he needed to consider it carefully. Will 7 suddenly raised his head and asked, If you want to establish Ice as a witch, there will definitely be a lot of people who are not convinced. Can you solve it? So that was the question. Lei Lou answered directly, In addition to me, there is the goddess of life and the elven god king in the ice palace. Do you think I can settle it? Although the king's scheme was very good, he still couldn't help but be shocked. He hadn't thought that there would actually be 2 main gods in his palace. Good. Let's do it. I'll announce it to the world in a moment. Will 7 quickly came back to his senses. With the support of the 2 main gods, the throne of ice would definitely not be a problem. Moreover, with the 2 main gods protecting the entire country, it was likely that no one would dare to declare war on the Blue Moon Kingdom. At this moment, Lei Lou was also using his mind-reading technique to observe this old fox. He was quite astute. But it didn't matter. After all, he was now his father-in-law. Thus, a month later, Lei Lou gradually showed his talent in this world. On a desolate hillside, a lonely figure was moving forward. From a close distance, one could see that she was a very beautiful girl. However, her lifeless eyes showed that her body was very weak. Finally, the girl's body seemed to have reached the limit of her eyes. After staggering 2 steps, her body went limp and she fell to the ground and fainted. Half a day later, a girl found her. This girl had black eyes and black hair, and she was wearing a very unique dress. Since the black-haired girl couldn't wake her up, she could only carry the girl on her back and laboriously walk to a village in the distance. One day later. Huh? Where is this place? Yani opened her tired eyes and looked around. This place seemed to be a thatched cottage. The whole house gave off a refreshing feeling. It should be the girl's room. I'm awake, Yanni said with certainty. She shook her dizzy head. The things that happened before she fainted also gradually appeared in her mind. When she thought of these things, she could not help but feel as if her heart was being cut by a knife. Tears involuntarily fell from her eyes. A girl ran over and said, "You're awake." Yanni turned her head and looked at this girl. Black hair and black eyes. Behind her was a special dress that she had never seen before. There seemed to be a unique temperament that did not belong to this world. "Did you save me?" Yanni asked in a hoarse voice. After not eating or drinking for so many days, Yanni's body was very uncomfortable. The girl nodded sweetly. "My name is Molly." "Sister, what is your name?" Yanni looked at the girl's expectant eyes and could not help but answer, "My name is Yanni." The girl revealed a charming dimple. She smiled and said, "Sister, you are so beautiful." "Sister, why is your body so weak?" Yanni revealed a bitter smile. "Am I beautiful? I am just a person who has been cursed by God." As soon as she said this, tears involuntarily flowed out. "Sister, what's wrong? Don't cry." Jasmine started to panic and quickly caressed Yanni's body that was on the verge of collapsing. At this point, Yanni could no longer hold it in. She could not help but burst into tears. She told the girl that she had just met the grievance in her heart. "Don't be sad. You can't be blamed for this. After all, you liked him too much that you did this stupid thing," Jasmine said gently. Yanni still said sadly, "But he was just using me. After finding out that I was useless, he abandoned me. How could he do this?" Yanni could not help but cry. "Don't be so sad. It's not your fault. I know it's hard for you to forget these things, but it's okay. You can live here from now on. This village is different from the people outside. In this peaceful village, I believe you will soon forget the pain outside," Molly said with a smile. "But, I have offended God. If God finds me here, it will bring disaster to the village," Yanni said sadly. "The gods in this world are not so boring, right?" Yanni hesitated slightly and asked, "Do you know magic?" "Magic?" Molly was stunned. How can there be such a thing? Yanni was a little surprised. She was very curious. In this world, there was actually someone who did not know magic. Yanni casually waved a wind blade. In an instant, a piece of wood at the corner of the wall was split in half. This time, it was Molly's turn to be surprised. In the end, under Yanni's explanation, Molly finally knew that there was magic and combat aura in this world. After hearing Molly's explanation, it turned out that there was another world outside of this world. They were people from another world. Magic 445, May. The Blue Moon Kingdom held a spouse-finding tournament. This explosive news caused people from various countries to believe that those who had the ability could participate. The entire Blue Moon Kingdom was filled with people from all over the world. Could it be that under such circumstances, Lei Lou couldn't help but secretly curse the old king for being an old fox? This move could also allow the Blue Moon Kingdom's economy to develop rapidly. It was truly killing two birds with one stone to find more useful talents at the tournament. In the past 2 days, people from all over the world could be seen on the streets. Lei Lou had already discovered that there were many people with rather good strength. This old fox. 3 days later, the tournament officially began at the Royal Square. This time, the number of people who had signed up could actually reach 40,000. This was really terrifying. Especially when Bing revealed her beautiful face on the stage, the cheers from the underground could be heard by almost the entire city. It was really depressing. In order to save time, more than 40 arenas were set up in the entire square to carry out the martial arts competition at the same time. The rules were very simple. It was a challenging competition. As long as one could defeat the other party and obtain the number plate in the other party's hand, it would be considered a victory. In 4 days, everyone had to get 20 number plates to pass. Lei Lou looked at the number in his hand. It was ring 13. The number didn't seem auspicious. Looking over, ring 13 was quite far away from him. Lei Lou's body flashed and instantly appeared at the edge of the ring. This move also gave the surrounding people a fright. He was indeed an expert. The 2 people on the stage were fighting passionately. However, in Lei Lou's eyes, this level of skill was just a child's trick. Bang! A player was knocked off the stage. A staff member at the side of the stage handed this number plate to the winner. "Is there anyone else who wants to challenge this player?" the staff member shouted from the side. The winner received the treatment of the temple priest on the stage. Before the others could react, Lei Lou quickly flew onto the stage. He placed his hands behind his back and looked at this contestant. When the opponent saw Lei Lou's contemptuous look, he was also furious. "Do you dare to look down on me?" When the referee announced the start of the match, he quickly rushed towards Lei Lou. The long knife in his hand slashed towards Lei Lou. When the opponent was still about a meter away from Lei Lou flew over and kicked him away. With a hook of his finger, the number plate appeared in Lei Lou's hand. The players below saw the opponent rush towards Lei Lou, and then with a bang, he flew out. The number plate automatically appeared in Lei Lou's hand. "Next!" Lei Lou shouted. Everyone was angered by Lei Lou's arrogant attitude. A tall man with a huge axe jumped onto the stage, and then directly chopped towards Lei Lou. The referee was about to say, "It hasn't started yet." But then he saw the big man being sent flying with a kick. The number plate also smoothly fell into Lei Lou's hand. Next! A mage walked onto the stage and immediately set up a defensive barrier to start casting spells. Lei Lou did the same move and kicked in the air. A crescent-shaped silver combat aura shot out from Lei Lou's foot and directly broke the defensive barrier. It also kicked the mage down. Next! Lei Lou quickly collected 39 number plates. He would pass if he collected another one. Next! Lei Lou said arrogantly. A swordsman walked up the stage step by step. Lei Lou raised his eyebrows, feeling that he was dealing with an expert. A swordsman was not something those rookies could compare to. Judging from his steady footsteps, this swordsman was definitely someone who had experienced a life and death test. On the swordsman exhibition platform, he raised his long sword and pointed it at Lei Lou. His entire body immediately erupted with a powerful aura that enveloped Lei Lou. Lei Lou also did not show any signs of weakness as he released his aura. This battle gradually turned into a battle of auras. The swordsman on the opposite side also frowned. This time, he had met his opponent. His aura soared once again. The people below the arena were all forced to retreat by this aura. Lei Lou did not show any signs of weakness as he raised his aura. The bluestone floor beneath their feet began to crack. The audience below the stage was extremely shocked. It was really rare to be able to reach such a level just by relying on aura. The aura of the 2 people had always been at a stalemate. The swordsman across from them was gradually sweating. At this moment, the aura of Lei Lou's entire body suddenly disappeared. Even the aura on Lei Lou's body disappeared at the same time. The swordsman's aura suddenly lost its target and was quickly devoured by the backlash. Wah! The swordsman suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood. This backlash caused him to be seriously injured. The swordsman wiped the blood at the corner of his mouth. He smiled bitterly and said, "Your Excellency, your strength is truly astonishing. I admit defeat." After the swordsman finished speaking, he also gave the number plate to Lei Lou. He walked down the stage. Lei Lou also smoothly obtained the 40th number plate. He passed the first stage and left the stage. How is it? It's very simple, right? In the imperial palace, the old fox said to Lei Lou with a smile. Bing was obediently giving it to Lei Lou. Lei Lou drank a mouthful of tea. You can pay attention to the next few matches. There are quite a number of people with decent strength in this convention. Moreover, I can sense the aura of quite a number of divine artifacts. There are even more quasi-divine artifacts. You have gained quite a lot in this competition. It would be great if we can recruit quite a few talents in this competition, the old fox said with a smile. The king's smile made Lei Lou feel very uncomfortable. Be careful. Some nobles might suppress these people who don't have noble titles. Don't chase everyone away, Lei Lou said. Of course, I understand. The second round will be held in 4 days. This time, there are quite a number of people who are quite strong. Be careful, or my daughter will marry someone else. This is absolutely impossible. Don't worry, I'll take Bing away first. Lei Lou pulled Bing away. With a flash of white light, he disappeared without a trace. This kid. The old fox shook his head helplessly. Don't think that I don't know your identity. You are definitely not an ordinary god. I reckon that you are at least a main god. If Lei Lou was still around, he would probably be sighing with emotion. He had underestimated this old fox. The competition was in 4 days. Lei Lou did not expect to meet an unexpected opponent. The arrival of this opponent made his life even more exciting. The competition was held in full swing for 4 days. The team that originally had more than 40,000 participants was reduced to 800 people. The remaining people were all elites that stood out from the more than 40,000 people. The old fox had been busy recruiting talents these 2 days. The old fox even came up with an idea to set up a gambling game. To bring out the top 10 that are most likely to win the championship, then guess whether they would win the championship. Lei Lou would definitely be ranked first because from the start of the competition until now, no one had been able to dodge 3 moves from Lei Lou. The second was a noble from the Blue Moon Kingdom. Although his strength wasn't that great, he had the quasi-god weapon, the heart-slaying sword. The heart-slaying sword was a rare divine weapon to begin with. Legend had it that it was forged by the goblins. The most terrifying thing was that the heart-slaying sword had a powerful spiritual spell attached to it. It was simply impossible to guard against. Those who fought with him were basically hit by spiritual spells. The third place was an adventurer. His greatest advantage was his speed. In the competition, he could often leave several afterimages behind him. This kind of strength was very rare in the continent. The fourth place was also quite good. He used a long sword. Not only was his strength not bad, but the most surprising thing was that he could make his weapon emit flames. The people who fought with him were most likely knocked out by the flames on his weapon. The one in fifth place was also good. This match was a group match. This was the person with the most hope. They were all separated into other groups. Lei Lou smiled as he was in Group 6. As soon as Lei Lou came on stage, he asked the referee to change the rules of the match. Lei Lou asked them to challenge him one by one, knowing that Lei Lou had defeated all of them. Hearing Lei Lou's words, he was almost driven mad by his arrogance. Surprisingly, the king actually agreed. In the end, the other matches could not go on. They were all watching Lei Lou's match. Bang! Lei Lou still sent one of them flying with a single kick. However, in order to save time, Lei Lou had deliberately increased his strength today. The result was needless to say. Those who had been kicked off the stage by Lei Lou had all lost their ability to move. This move caused many people to retreat. Not long after, Lei Lou encountered a slightly stronger thief. When Lei Lou kicked, he actually dodged. He immediately used the dagger in his hand to stab Lei Lou. Lei Luo's body swayed, and he instantly teleported to the back. This time, the thief was in big trouble. No matter how fast he was, it was impossible for him to be faster than teleportation. Lei Luo unceremoniously kicked again. But this time, he kicked out an afterimage. It was an attack from almost all directions. When the thief saw the shadows of countless legs, he wanted to say that they formed a wall and pressed down on him. There was no way to avoid it. The thief could only try his best to huddle together and then get kicked down. Next. Lei Luo said loudly. The people below the stage looked at each other. Then they said in unison, "We forfeit." The referee was also surprised that everyone had forfeited. Lei Luo directly returned to the villa to have S*X with the two goddesses. However, what Lei Luo did not expect was that his performance had already aroused the hatred of many people. It seemed that the night would not be too peaceful. The third match was 3 days later. In these 3 days, there had been no less than 200 assassin corpses in Lei Luo's courtyard. There were quite a number of people who wanted to assassinate Lei Luo. But basically, they were all killed by the Shadow Clan in the courtyard without making much of a move. 3 days passed very quickly. During these 3 days, Lei Luo was constantly having S*X with the two goddesses in the villa. And now, Xian and Ning were often pulled in, having fun every day. But now it was time to go to the venue. It was the day of the final match. After Lei Luo arrived at the venue, the entire venue was still lively and lively. Everyone wanted to see who would be able to marry the princess in the end. The first opponent was ranked 4th. Today, Lei Luo was ready to have a good fight. He also wanted to see the moves of others. The match was about to begin. Lei Luo quickly walked onto the stage and waited for his opponent to arrive. A figure quickly jumped onto the stage from the crowd. This caused quite a number of girls to scream. The opponent also drew out his long sword and made an offensive stance. Fire elements quickly gathered on the long sword, and this long sword immediately turned into a flaming sword. Be careful. After saying those words, the opponent brandished his sword. The sword chi that filled the sky, mixed with high-temperature flames, pounced at Lei Luo. The sword shadows that filled the sky pressed down like a wall. When the opponent knew that Lei Luo could teleport, he could only use this move without any difference. Lei Luo once again used his feet to directly collide with the opponent's sword chi. Ping! 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 These sounds were endless, and the entire arena was quickly covered by dust. The smoke dispersed, and Lei Luo and his opponent stood on the same spot. Lei Luo's hand shook, and a ball of lightning immediately appeared. He clasped his hands together, and the illusory turned into a real sword. The lightning element in his hand was quickly compressed into a blazing white longsword. Some electric lights surrounded the lightning sword, indicating that this sword's might was not ordinary. It can actually compress magic elements into a physical form. How much control does it require? Many mages present were amazed. When the other party saw this situation, he knew that he was not a match for it. However, his heart was filled with a passion to fight. Fighting with people who were weaker than him did not yield any results. Only by fighting with people who were stronger than him could he improve. With this realization, the flames on the other party's longsword grew even more intense. With a loud roar, he charged over. The longsword left behind a shadow of flames. Lei Luo didn't show any signs of weakness as he charged forward. He swiftly displayed his basic sword techniques. Relying on Lei Luo's formidable strength and superb reflexes and speed, the might of Lei Luo's basic sword techniques didn't lose out to any other sword techniques. The opponent had also noticed this point. He put down his hands and feet and displayed all the sword techniques he had learned. Following the duel between Lei Luo and himself, the opponent still felt that his sword technique was actually becoming more and more fluent, and its power had even increased. However, very quickly, Lei Lou noticed that the speed of his opponent's sword technique had also become slower. The middle part was also not very smooth. It seemed that he had already used up most of his strength. At this moment, the opponent leaped back and left the battle ring, gasping for air. He made a hand gesture to the referee to admit defeat and turned around to leave the ring. Lei Lou felt that the opponent's swordsmanship wasn't bad and wanted to say something. A staff member informed Lei Lou to proceed to the next match. However, the next opponent. The moment he saw Lei Lou, he admitted defeat to the referee and hurriedly fled the scene. In a corner with no one around, he sighed. If I had known earlier that he would participate, I wouldn't have come even if I were beaten to death. So this person was from the Misty Wind Kingdom. He had personally witnessed Lei Lou executing the god's punishment that day. In the end, when he recognized Lei Lou, he was scared off on the spot. Then he could only go and fight his last opponent. Lei Lou walked onto the stage, hoping that his opponent wouldn't disappoint him. This time, it was a young man with a face full of arrogance. From the looks of it, he should be a noble of the Blue Moon Kingdom. However, his eyes kept flashing with a gloomy look, making Lei Lou very uncomfortable. This was a very sinister character. Lei Lou thought about it. In order to prevent him from doing anything that would harm Bing in the future, he felt that he had to end this person's life early. The match begins. The referee gave the order. Lei Lou kicked again. However, the opponent did not move. A red light flashed on his body, and a barrier covered his entire body. Lei Lou's battle spirit instantly disappeared like a stone sinking into the ocean. Although your strength is not bad, there is still a big gap between you and me. I won't make things difficult for you. You just have to admit defeat, the man said proudly. Lei Lou snorted in disdain. You want to defeat me with just the two divine weapons on you? You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Hearing Lei Lou's words, anger appeared on the man's face. But then, his calm face returned. Lei Lou could not help but admire the depth of his scheming. Although I relied on the divine weapons to obtain this position, I had no choice. I have admired Her Highness for a long time, and this time, I am determined. Your Excellency, why do you have to steal others' love? The man did not say anything else. The armor on his body flashed with white light, and a series of support spells were added to his body. His right hand slowly took out a war hammer from behind him. This divine weapon was not bad. It was an upper-grade divine weapon. This is the divine weapon, the God of War equipment. It is a weapon left behind by the God of War, the man said slowly. Then, power began to gather on the weapon. You want to fight me with just this God of War weapon? You're overestimating yourself. Lei Lou said disdainfully. The God of War was one of the three great war generals under Boston back then. However, during the Battle of the Twilight of the Gods back then, it had already been disintegrated into powder by Lei Lou's light of disintegration. He did not expect that the God of War's weapon would be left behind. A silver light flashed in Lei Lou's hand, and a transparent longsword appeared on Lei Lou's finger. Some of the people below who saw this sword were incomparably amazed, and immediately caused an uproar in the crowd. Lei Lou said contemptuously, the Hand of Time and the Sword of Order are the weapons of the God of Creation. Can we start the competition now? When the man heard Lei Lou's words, a trace of malice flashed in his eyes, and he turned to look at the number of judges. However, Lei Lou would not let him leave so easily. Just as he was about to speak, Lei Lou suddenly waved his hand. A huge spatial rift whistled towards the man. Dimensional slash. When the man saw this spatial rift, he also sucked in a breath of cold air. He wanted to immediately jump off the stage, but his body was still in mid-air when he was sucked in by the powerful suction force of the spatial rift. In the blink of an eye, the crack closed. One could imagine the people inside. At this moment, a mournful cry suddenly came from the royal family. An old man who seemed to have a high status looked at the place where the man had disappeared with tears streaming down his face. He should be the father of that man. Because his son had died, the old man also glared at Lei Lou fiercely. Your Majesty, this person killed people in front of your Majesty the King in public. He doesn't put you in his eyes at all. Please give him a severe punishment, the old man said with a sad face. The old Fox King ignored him. Instead, he turned around and said to Lei Lou with a smile, "Do you have anything to say?" This matter was actually pushed to Lei Lou's head again. Lei Lou shrugged his shoulders and said indifferently, "Your Majesty, this incident was truly unexpected. I thought that the person who could make it to the finals would have 2 divine artifacts and would be very powerful, so I used all my strength. I didn't think that the other party would be so useless. He wouldn't be able to block my attack at all." Lei Lou made a helpless expression. The audience below the stage also burst into laughter. Everyone could hear Lei Lou's ridicule towards that man. That old man's face also alternated between black and white. The king also managed to hold back his laughter and announced loudly. The winner of this competition is Lei Lou. I've decided to marry Princess Bing to. Wait, that old man said loudly again. The king looked at him unhappily. Finance Minister, do you have anything else to say? The finance minister looked loyal. I thought that marrying the princess to a stranger without the unity of her highness was a bit against the rules. I hope that your majesty will think about the princess and think twice. I remember that you seemed to be very supportive of this matter at that time, the king said with a smile. The finance minister's expression changed, and he said again, I was also muddle-headed at that time. I beseech your majesty to think of the princess' happiness. Lei Lou narrowed his eyes and stared at the old man. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Since you want to stop me, then don't blame me for being rude. When Bing becomes a girl, you will be the first one to be killed. The king also thought for a moment, then said, Go and invite the princess. A guard left to invite the princess. The finance minister still stared at Lei Lou. But he also didn't expect his relationship with Bing. After a while, Bing walked over. She was wearing a princess dress, and her clothes were luxurious. She came in front of the king and bowed, saying, Daughter greets father. The king also smiled and asked, My daughter, I usually love you the most. The champion of this tournament is out. I want to marry you to him. Do you agree? Bing glanced at Leroy, and Leroy smiled back at her. Bing blushed and said in a low voice, I do. It was the finance minister's turn to be dumbfounded. He didn't expect the princess to actually agree. But he had another plan. He immediately said to the king, I have a request. I hope that you can show your true face and let everyone see the face of the winner. When Lei Lou heard the finance minister say this, he almost laughed out loud. It was probably because he thought he was ugly that he wore a mask. Since that was the case, Lei Lou also reached out and took off the mask that covered half of his face. This time, everyone was shocked. One Lei Lou was really too handsome. When everyone reacted, the men looked at Lei Lou with jealousy. The women also looked at Lei Lou with a gentle gaze. The finance minister was completely stunned and did not know what to say. He did not expect that he would not be able to stop him and instead let Lei Lou show off. The king was also very shocked. He probably did not expect that Lei Lou would be so handsome. However, the king quickly reacted. Finance minister, do you have anything to say now? The finance minister looked at Lei Lou and could not find any more faults. He could only reluctantly say, I have nothing to say. The king did not manage his finance minister. He came over and held Lei Lou's hand. I have decided to marry Princess Bing to a brave warrior like Lei Lou. The wedding will be held in a month's time. All contestants participating in this competition will be rewarded. The people below also shouted in unison. Lei Luo once again opened his arms, and Bing walked shyly into Lei Luo's arms. The people below even cheered, continuously congratulating Lei Luo and the others. Lei Luo felt that he had quite a pleasant day today, and participating in this kind of activity was quite interesting. There was a very strange rule in the Blue Moon Kingdom. That was that a woman could not meet any man a month before her wedding. Although Lei Luo could use all kinds of methods to get to Bing's side at any time, this kind of ceremonial feeling before the wedding was quite interesting. As a form of respect to Bing, he could only endure it. Lei Luo basked in the sun in the courtyard and also had some complaints. Because the wedding was going to be held in a month's time, Bing temporarily separated from Lei Luo. He also happened to chat with Bing through the guardian necklace, otherwise Bing would miss him too. At this time, Lei Luo also got to know the swordsman who had fought well with him on the stage that day. His name was Starlight. Lei Luo felt that he was not bad, so he took him as his underling. Xing Yao, come here. Lei Luo said to Xing Yao, who was staring at the two goddesses in the distance. This was also normal. After all, the two goddesses were too beautiful. What are you doing, big brother? Xing Yao ran over and asked. Lei Luo asked casually, what do you think of this place? After Xing Yao heard it, he said enviously, big brother, your life here is too exciting. It's useless to be envious. If you have the ability, you have to fight for it yourself. Lei Luo stretched out his hand, and a huge square crystal appeared in his hand. On top of it was a hexagram made up of various colors. This is the divine artifact, the heart of the elements. You should experience it well. After comprehending the heart of the elements, it will be useful to you. At that moment, Xing Yao followed Lei Luo's instructions to experience the heart of the elements of fire. Lei Luo looked at this piece of the heart of the elements, especially the white corner. His thoughts surged, and he couldn't help but think of Yanni. It's also time for you to repay me, Lei Luo muttered. An angry red light flashed in his eyes. God's domain, insight. Lei Luo's spiritual power spread out rapidly like water ripples. Everything in the human world appeared in V's mind. Audrey and Alanis seemed to have sensed something. They quickly came to Lei Luo's side. When they saw the elemental heart in front of Lei Luo, they also knew what Lei Luo was doing. Therefore, they left silently and didn't disturb Lei Luo. As Lei Luo's domain unfolded, his spiritual power rapidly scanned every corner of this world. Ordinary people might not feel anything. However, all the powerful life forms in the human world had a feeling of being spied on. Found it. Lei Luo rose to his feet and smiled wickedly. There was an evil purple light in his eyes. When the space warped, it just vanished. Not far from where she had disappeared, Audrey asked Alanis, puzzled, Sister, why don't you let me help Master suppress the heart of darkness? According to Master's current situation, I'm afraid that the life of that place is doomed. Alanis shook her head and said, don't you know that this kind of suppression won't work? Master needs to vent his anger. If it's just suppression, when it accumulates to a certain extent, it will be even more terrifying. That would be terrible. Audrey shook her head and said, but, the place Master is going to now might be. Audrey was still worried. Alanis chuckled and said, Sister, you're still too kind. It's not a big deal to sacrifice some low-level lives. Besides, your human race doesn't lack a few people. You have to think of Master. Hearing Alanis say that, Audrey nodded slightly and chuckled. Yes, everything should be thinking of Master first. Hearing Sister say that, I feel much better. Alanis smiled without saying a word. In a small mountain village in the valley, a young man and woman were playing. The biggest characteristic of these men and women was that their clothes and manners did not match this world. It was as if they were people from another world. Behind a big tree, a man and a woman looked at each other and smiled. They spoke secretly, and the girl's face was red with embarrassment. Yanni, can you be my girlfriend? A young man with short hair spoke with expectation. Brother Long, Yanni didn't know what to say. What's wrong, Yanni? The man was a bit anxious. Are you still unable to let go of the things in the past? No, I have long let go of those things. Since he is just using me, why should I think about him again? I can figure it out because I am happy here, and I have forgotten the troubles outside. Yanni sighed deeply. I am only afraid of bringing disaster to you, Brother Long. After all, I have once offended a god and was a blasphemer. No one knows when the god's punishment will fall on my head. At that time, I am afraid that it will implicate everyone here. Yanni, don't worry. Haven't so many days passed? Moreover, he can't find you here. Even if he comes, we have so many, so we are not afraid of him at all, the man said confidently. Yanni shook her head. You don't understand. The power of a god is too powerful. It's not a power that ordinary people can fight against. Yanni, The man was about to say something. Yanni's expression suddenly changed. She quickly pulled out her long sword and looked around vigilantly. Yanni, what's wrong? The man did not understand what had happened. Yanni replied solemnly, tell everyone to gather quickly. I can feel that a great danger is approaching. The man believed Yanni's words without a doubt. Yanni also had a premonition that someone had found out about this place. Even Yanni herself did not know how she could have such an accurate premonition. The man did not think too much and turned around to gather everyone. When the man left, Yanni relaxed. She leaned against the tree weakly. With a desolate expression, she said, I know you're here. It doesn't matter how you want to punish me. But the people in this village are innocent. I hope you won't disturb their lives. The space in front of her distorted. A silver-haired man appeared from the distorted space. Lei Lou slowly opened his eyes and looked at Yanni. 4 people stood up from the shadows around them. They surrounded Yanni with long swords. I didn't expect that a slave like you would be liked by so many people. Lei Lou reached out and grabbed Yanni's neck, pulling her to him. Yanni smiled miserably, her eyes filled with unspeakable sadness. Unfortunately, it's not difficult for me to truly enjoy these things. Lei Lou lifted Yanni's neck and said wickedly, when you betrayed me back then, you should have thought of today. But don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. I will first turn you into an immortal body, and then slowly torture you. Just watch. I will train you into the best slave. Yanni couldn't help but shiver when she heard such cold words. Her heart was filled with fear, and just as Lei Lou was about to say something, a group of voices sounded. Quickly let go of Yanni. He turned around. More than 20 men and women rushed towards Lei Lou angrily. But when Lei Lou saw their clothes and hairstyle, he couldn't help but be stunned. Weren't these the clothes that he was familiar with? The boy who confessed to Yanni shouted, let go of Yanni. The others also surrounded Lei Lou. Lei Lou whispered in Yanni's ear, this isn't my fault. They surrounded me. No, you guys have to leave right now. This has nothing to do with you guys. Cough, cough, cough. Yanni was strangled by Lei Lou and forced to the ground. She could not help but feel a little suffocated and started coughing. You bastard. The man had already thrown a punch at Lei Lou. Lei Lou revealed an evil smile. After Yanni saw it, she immediately said hoarsely, Big Brother Long, quickly dodge. But to those who were already blinded by anger, how could they listen to those words while they were still angry? Lei Lou stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. A black fireball with a diameter of half a meter appeared out of thin air. The entire fireball was burning with black flames, exuding a cold aura of death. Lei Lou waved his hand, and the hellfire immediately pounced on the man. The man could not dodge in time and was directly burned. He immediately rolled on the ground and screamed miserably. The people on the side wanted to go up and help extinguish the fire, but Yanni stopped them. Yanni said with difficulty, Don't touch it. That's hellfire. It won't be put out, unless you use light magic to cancel it out. Cough, cough, cough. A few girls who had learned light magic immediately went up and cast spells. But how could their basic level of magic be able to extinguish the hellfire that Lei Lou had cast? Lei Lou snorted in disdain. This time, Lei Lou deliberately controlled the speed of burning his life force, which was enough to make him suffer for a while. No, don't. You have to punish. Just punish me. Don't torture Big Brother long anymore. Yanni felt that her vision was blurry because of the lack of oxygen, but she still begged with difficulty. Anyone who is related to you cannot escape. Lei Lou said coldly. Yanni shook her head with difficulty and begged in pain. Don't. Her tears also flowed out uncontrollably. Lei Lou also slightly let go of his hand, letting Yanni breathe fresh air again. It was still too early to execute her now. Lei Lou wanted to have a good time. Yanni was breathing hard-earned air in large mouthfuls. But her face was getting paler and paler because she saw someone struggling in pain. She immediately begged, but Lei Lou ignored her. Looking at Yanni's tearful face, Lei Lou felt very comfortable. If you want to cry, cry now. You won't even have the chance to cry in the future. Lei Lou, stop. A sweet girl distracted Lei Lou from his game. This voice was very familiar to Lei Lou. He looked towards the line of defense where the voice came from and saw a girl in a dress slowly walking over. Her upper body clothes revealed two pure white arms. Her black hair was scattered behind her, and under her pale yellow dress were two pure white calves. Lei Lou, is that you? Molly asked with uncertainty. Actually, Molly was also gambling. After what had happened just now, Molly realized that no one present was a match for him. She could only call out Lei Lou's name. Yanni had once mentioned Lei Lou to her. Lei Lou, can you let him go? He has already suffered so much. Lei Lou did not know why, but perhaps it was because of the familiar feeling of coming from the same world. Lei Lou waved his hand and extinguished the flames of hell. The flames on the man's body disappeared, and the people around quickly pulled him back. For some reason, when he saw this girl, the killing intent in his heart disappeared. Lei Lou saw the eyes of everyone around him. There was anger, fear, and terror. He let out a deep sigh. Had he done something wrong? Lei Lou suddenly pointed to the west. All of you keep heading west. After walking for about a month, you will arrive at the capital of the Misty Wind Empire. There is a very famous Holy Star Magic Martial Academy there. You can go there to understand this world. After he finished speaking, he was about to leave with Yanni. Wait. A few boys walked over. One of the boys said, you have to leave Yanni behind. Humph. Lei Lou snorted coldly and said expressionlessly, what if I don't? The few boys also mustered up their courage and walked forward. If you don't leave, don't even think about leaving. If Yanni follows you, she will definitely be tortured. We can't watch her suffer. It seemed that there were many people who wanted to pursue Yanni. Lei Lou didn't say anything, and a hot fireball appeared in his hand. The white fireball was exuding unbearable heat. Even the space around the fireball was distorted. Lei Lou threw it casually, and the white-hot flame engulfed them instantly. Lei Lou grabbed Yanni, and the space was distorted. Their figures disappeared into the void. Lei Lou locked Yanni in the basement. There was no one here. The magic lamp on the ceiling lit up the whole room. But there was a slim woman hanging on the wall of the room. Lei Lou walked to her and raised her chin, which was a face full of fatigue. Yanni, how is it here? Lei Lou said with a cold smile. Yanni was hung from the ceiling with both hands. Her toes could barely touch the ground. The weight of her entire body was concentrated on the rope around her wrist. It was not a good feeling. Yanni opened her tired eyes and looked at Lei Lou with a miserable smile, but she did not speak. In fact, Yanni didn't have the strength to speak. The intense pain on her wrist almost made Yanni think that her wrist had been broken. "Kill me," Yanni said with difficulty. Lei Lou sneered. "Isn't it too easy for you to kill you now? Just wait to receive the punishment." Lei Lou waved his hand, and a colorful energy ball entered Yanni's body and began to help her transform into an immortal body. Yanni instantly felt her entire body trembling. Cold sweat kept breaking out on her forehead. A painful groan came from her mouth. After a while, her body was finally transformed successfully. The pain had just passed, and Yanni's spirit relaxed, and she immediately fainted. With a raise of his hand, a water ball quickly splashed on Yanni's body. Yanni woke up under the cold water ball. "Don't fall asleep so early. The good show is still to come." Lei Lou gently kissed Yanni's forehead. With a flick of his finger, Yanni's clothes turned into ashes. Suddenly, a body as white as jade was exposed in the air. Lei Lou took 2 steps back, carefully appreciating it. Yanni closed her eyes and turned her head to show her protest. She was a princess in a trance, and etiquette was the most important thing to her. One could imagine the shame in her heart. Then, in the basement, there was a constant echo of voices. After an unknown amount of time, Yanni fainted. Lei Lou turned and left the room, and the room fell into darkness again. After that, Lei Lou's days returned to normal. The day after tomorrow, he would be able to see Bing. Lei Lou had been living very comfortably these few days. All he did was play with a few beauties. However, that kid from Star Glory said that he couldn't stand the loneliness, so he went to the northern continent. The war there was a complete mess. All the forces were fighting each other. He should like that place. Days passed just like that. During this time, countless people tried to assassinate Lei Lou. It seemed that marrying Bing was very enviable, and it also involved the interests of many people. However, those who came to assassinate Lei Lou were all controlled by Lei Lou's spiritual magic. Now, they were all going to assassinate those who came to assassinate Lei Lou. This would definitely be interesting. In the next few days, many nobles in the city died at the hands of the assassins. 2 days later, it was finally the day that Lei Lou and Bing got married. This wedding was held in Lei Lou's villa. Because most of the people were people that Lei Lou did not know. Therefore, he only invited Bing's good friends and a few nobles. This wedding was very popular. The king also came to the scene. When he saw the 2 goddesses, he was also slightly surprised. But his expression was also very calm. Later, Lei Lou secretly asked the king why he did not respect them as much as the others. The king's answer surprised Lei Lou. God is only one of the powerful beings in this world. We are just relatively weak. Just like a strong person, just like an ordinary person, as long as we don't provoke them. Lei Lou did not expect the king to be able to figure this out. This truly impressed Lei Lou. It was rare to be able to do such a thing without being alarmed. The wedding soon passed. Even when he was getting married, there were quite a number of people who wanted to assassinate Lei Lou at night. Moreover, a portion of them actually came for the appearance of the 2 goddesses. The 2 goddesses were indeed capable of toppling all living things, and it was understandable that many people had feelings for them. The king had given Lei Lou a large piece of land. In the southeast of the Blue Moon Kingdom, there was a large plain, and it was located by the sea. There were very few wars erupting here. The Blue Moon Kingdom's major commercial cities were all here, and it could be said to be a land of great fortune. 3 months later. The relationship between Lei Lou and the girls was also getting better and better. They could enjoy the fortune of having S**X every day. Yanni had also been trained well. Now, not only was she a good slave, but she was also a superb killer. However, she was still unable to face the truth and closed herself off. Although she knew how to dress up Lei Lou and curry favor with him, her eyes did not show any emotion. Seeing Yanni like this, Lei Lou also fell into deep thought. He felt that ever since he came to this small world to experience, he had become a god of creation. Although he had gained a lot of power, he also felt that he had lost a lot of things. Those things were probably emotions. Lei Lou thought. In the beginning, when he made the 4 goddesses, Lei Lou, who created them, had branded an order to be loyal to him in the depths of their souls. After that, all the girls were not that sincere in their feelings for him. Yanni did not actually fall in love with him, nor did she betray him. He also did not want to become a god without feelings. Power could corrupt people, and if the heart of darkness was too much, he would become a demon. Lei Lou thought that ever since he came to this world, he had been doing whatever he wanted. He had not considered the thoughts of others. Was he going to be a god who did whatever he wanted? Or was he going to be a good person who thought of all living things? These two kinds of thoughts were entangled in Lei Lou's mind. Lei Lou prepared to go out alone to think. He was walking aimlessly on the main road outside the city. His mind was filled with thoughts, but no matter how he thought about it, he could not understand it. Forget it. I should just leave myself alone. Lei Lou quickly left here to begin the journey of training his heart. In the blink of an eye, 6 years had passed. During these 6 years, the entire continent had begun to be in turmoil. Magic Year 447. The Mist-Wind Kingdom was weakened by God's punishment. The king was assassinated in March. The first prince inherited the throne. In May, the second prince rebelled and brought out a shocking secret of the Mist-Wind Kingdom. The Mist-Wind Kingdom was carrying out a plan to merge humans and magic beasts. The second prince led the magic army and quickly conquered half of the kingdom. The first prince obtained the support of the Holy See, and the 2 princes' forces were locked in a stalemate. Magic Year 449, January. The king of the Blue Moon Kingdom was assassinated. But to everyone's surprise, the king's will was not for the first and second princes to inherit the throne. It was for the Princess Bing to inherit the throne. In March, Princess Bing officially became the queen. In May, the first prince and the second prince raised their armies and rebelled. The Blue Moon Holy See remained neutral. In July, the first prince defeated the second prince. His forces increased greatly and he began to march towards the Blue Moon Kingdom. In August, the Orc Empire attacked the first prince from behind. The first prince suffered heavy losses and had to be replayed. The various powers fell into a balance and the war temporarily stopped. Magic Year 450, March. The Second Empire of the Central Continent, the Sunset Empire, sent troops to Mist-Wind Kingdom. This action also quickly broke the balance of all the forces, and the entire Central Continent fell into chaos. Magic Year 450, October. The churches on the Western Continent were attacked by mysterious people, and all the members of the Holy See were not spared. The Holy See sent 3,000 angels into the Western Continent. Magic Year 451, January. The demons broke the seal and entered the human world. As the human world had been in war for many years, they had suffered great losses and were unable to resist the demons. The invasion of the demons was also surprisingly smooth. Soon, they occupied 1/5 of the Central Continent. However, at this time, the many years of war in the human world had subsided, and many forces began to cooperate to resist the demons. Magic Year 451, February. The 3,000 angels sent to the Western Continent were completely annihilated. Less than 300 angels returned. The King of Gods was furious and sent out another 2 legions of angels. Tens of thousands of angels entered the Western Continent. Magic year 451, March. A new empire rose up in the northern continent. The emperor of the empire was called Xing Yan. The entire Star Glory Empire swept across the entire northern continent at lightning speed. Magic year 451, March. The little princess of the Land Kingdom sacrificed herself for the Sunset King to resist the blood curse that the necromancers had cast at the cost of her soul. Her lifespan was shortened to 60 days. After the treatment of the various court mages, the final conclusion was reached. If one wanted to remove the curse, one needed a bottle of Phoenix's blood. The Sunset King immediately issued an order. 2 elite legions were sent to Phoenix Mountain. Because of the time, the little princess had to go personally in order to arrive at Phoenix Mountain before the curse took effect. At the same time, the king also issued an SS-grade mercenary mission, offering a huge reward for the Phoenix blood. Magic year 451, April. 5 special people came from Phoenix City, the nearest big city to Phoenix Mountain. SS-grade mission. Assist the royal army to obtain the Phoenix blood, take revenge for 5 million gold coins, and the king promised to agree to any of the requirements of the person who completed it. Wow! If we can complete this mission, we will be rich. In a tavern. A very handsome man spoke. However, this man's eyes were shining with the light of gold coins, and looking at it made his back shine. A beautiful woman with short red hair said, "TCH, even if we complete the mission, we have to be alive to enjoy it." This woman wore a set of red swordsman's clothes, and she looked very heroic. "You still dare to say that," the handsome man said in an angry tone. "Every time we work hard to earn money, you spend it all. If it weren't for you, how would we be penniless?" The fiery-haired woman pouted and muttered, "How would I know that he would lie to me?" The handsome man said disdainfully, "It's that kind of trick to coax children. Only a big B***East and brainless woman like you would fall for it. You." The short-haired woman wanted to show off her power on the spot. The handsome man also glared her, unwilling to be outdone. A middle-aged man who looked very stable said, "All right, Xia, Ryder, stop arguing. Xia, be quiet. Don't act like a boy all day long. Ryder, stop talking too much. Let's see if you want to accept this mission." The two of them sat down at the same time. They said in unison, "Understood, Captain Sith." A girl with light pink hair beside them looked at the three of them with interest. This girl was very beautiful, but she looked very small. The 2 sweet dimples on her face made her look very cute. If one looked carefully, they would find that her ears were pointy. In other words, this cute girl was an elf. Ever since the elven god king cast the curse, the elves would slowly integrate into society. However, the entire elven race was forbidden to intermarry with humans. Meng watched the 3 of them argue and felt bored after a while. She began to recall her own experience. Ever since she passed the elven trial, she had been out for 5 years. Because of the curse of the elves. Many elves left the elf forest to integrate into human society. She first went to the Human Mercenary Guild. At that time, she was in the midst of an adventure team recruiting people. At that time, many people came to recruit her. In the end, she chose a team called the Mystery Adventure Team. Because in this team, the identities of the 4 people were full of mystery. She also joined because of curiosity. The leader of this adventure team was called Sith. His strength was very good, almost reaching the level of a sword saint. There was also a girl whose character was very much like a boy. Her name was Xia. And a man who was a money grubber named Ryder. But these 2 people were a pair of enemies. They were noisy every day. This also filled the entire team with a happy atmosphere. However, speaking of which, there was still one person who was the most mysterious, and also the most mysterious person in the entire adventuring team. At the thought of this, Meng turned her head to look at the entire person called Huan beside her. He had been in a black cloak for so many years. He even wore a silver mask on his face. It was as if no one knew his strength and identity. No one had ever seen his face. He rarely spoke, and his eyes were always filled with confusion. It was as if there were many troubles troubling him every day. It made people want to help him share his troubles. When he first joined the team, he was even teased by others. Because her name was Meng, and his name was Huan, together with her, it made fantasy. Everyone thought that dream and fantasy were a match made in heaven. From then on, Huan left a shadow in Meng's heart. As time went by, she also found that she was more and more obsessed. Especially on his body, there was also a very intimate atmosphere. She always felt that she wanted to be close to him involuntarily. Since then, she had been deeply infatuated with him. But due to the clan rules, she could not marry with a foreigner. Hence, Meng buried the love in her heart deep in her heart and never said it out loud. Meng! Meng! Suddenly, Xia's voice pulled Meng back to reality. When Meng came back to her senses, she realized that the other three people were also staring at her. When she recalled what happened just now, she could not help but blush. She said softly, "What's the matter?" Xia said ambiguously, "Meng, what are you thinking about? I asked you for a long time just now, but you didn't answer. And why is your face so red?" After saying that, she also looked at Huan. The other two also looked at Meng and Huan ambiguously. This time, Meng was so shy that her neck turned red. Her lips moved twice, not knowing what to say. "Meng, if you like Huan, just say it. His strength is not bad. Other than being a little dull and ignoring others, he has no flaws." Ryder took the opportunity to tease her. This time, Meng's face turned even redder. However, Meng still slanted her eyes to look at Huan beside her. But Huan was still as calm as ever. He didn't have any expression at all. He was still drinking slowly. Meng suddenly felt wronged in her heart. She couldn't help but say, "But he might not like me." Meng regretted her words. Didn't that mean that she liked him? Huh. The other three people also dragged out their voices in an ambiguous manner. Meng's shy face and pointy ears were all seen, and were dyed with a faint layer of pink. Meng stole a glance at Huan beside her, but it made Meng feel very disappointed. Huan still did not have the slightest emotional fluctuation. Meng could not help but lower her head. It was all her own wishful thinking, but Xia was not willing. She jumped up and tried to throw herself at him, trying to remove Huan's mask. She said, "Meng said so much. You should at least respond." Huan's body suddenly moved. His body swayed and he appeared somewhere else. Xia had no choice but to change her position and land on the ground. But Xia suddenly realized that her body could not move. "Oh no, it's a binding spell," Xia said in horror. Then, with a plop, she fell to the ground. The surroundings also caused a burst of laughter. Xia stood up angrily and glared coldly at the people around her who were smiling mischievously. The other people were also used to it. Sith said slowly, "Xia, you've suffered so much from him, yet you still refuse to change your nature. Seriously, can't you put away your temper as a boy?" "Humph." Xia snorted angrily. "I'll take off your mask sooner or later." Ryder immediately took the opportunity to tease her. "Don't smash your own face before you take off someone else's mask. No one will want it then." Xia was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, baring her fangs and brandishing her claws as she pounced on Ryder. After this scene, the awkward atmosphere from Meng disappeared. "Alright, stop messing around." Sith looked at the pair of enemies with amusement. "Huan, how is the mission this time?" The two people who were making a racket immediately quieted down to listen. The people around also pricked up their ears to listen. The entire tavern immediately became quiet. All the adventurers present knew that there was a person in the mystery adventurer team that had a very special ability. It was to be able to predict the danger level of the mission. This was an indispensable piece of information for a mercenary. Up until now, Huan had not failed to predict it a single time. There was once a seemingly simple mission, but Huan had predicted that it would be very dangerous. Many adventurer teams didn't listen to him. In the end, a level 9 magic beast appeared in that mission. Less than 10 mercenaries returned from the thousands of people who went. From then on, as long as there was the mystery adventurer team, many mercenaries would pay special attention to the most mysterious person wearing a silver mask. Huan looked at the mission introduction and said slowly, "We will accept this mission." The 4 of them were stunned. After all, there had been many dragon-slaying warriors over the thousands of years. However, no one dared to challenge the Phoenixes. Not only was Phoenix staying in Phoenix Mountain, but the 3 gods of the Phoenix tribe were also there. This was the reason why no one had dared to challenge a Phoenix since ancient times. Huan still used his charming voice to say, "Many people will die from this mission, but we will still complete the mission, and we will receive a very powerful support." When they had first seen Huan, Huan's voice had been very pleasant to hear, and his appearance should be very good. But Huan had never taken off his mask. This made people feel very strange. The 4 people in the adventurer team also looked at each other. In the end, they agreed to accept this mission. Many of the surrounding adventurer teams, seeing such a rich reward, could not resist the temptation and accepted this mission one after another. Just like that, after drinking in the tavern, they all followed the royal army on their way. On the wide mountain road, hundreds of thousands of people were moving forward. At the front was the 30,000 royal elite army. Behind and on the left and right were 70,000 people. They were adventurers and mercenaries from all over the world. In the middle of the royal guards, a luxurious carriage was slowly moving forward. In the carriage, a girl dressed in white sat quietly. Although her face could not be seen, she was definitely a peerless beauty. This was the little princess of the Sunset Empire. However, at the moment, this little princess's face was pale, revealing a sickly beauty. The little princess gazed out of the window, looking at the vast crowd, and could not help but sigh deeply. She raised her delicate hand, and a blood-like red line was spreading on her arm. She didn't have much time left. The little princess sighed again. How many people could successfully return from this trip to Phoenix Mountain? Perhaps she would die under the phoenix's flames. Thinking of this, the little princess sighed deeply again. She had been wearing a veil since she was 4 years old. Because she was too beautiful, her father named her the Blue Star Princess, symbolizing that her beauty overshadowed the stars in the sky. Perhaps it was because the heavens were jealous of beauties, because she had been weak and sickly since she was young. But she was still deeply loved by her father. But this time, it was really going to be a life-threatening situation for this beauty. She had actually been cursed by the so-called unsolvable curse of blood. However, she was rather gratified that she was able to save her father's life. The Blue Star Princess quietly recalled everything that had happened in the past. Finally, she recalled what her teacher had said to her before she left. "I used 10 years of my life to perform a divination for Her Highness. This time, the Phoenix Mountain trip is dangerous, but Her Highness will meet the right person to help her. But what I don't understand is that fate shows that this trip to Phoenix Mountain will affect the future of the entire empire. I still need Your Highness to pay attention to this point. I'm afraid there will be other fortuitous encounters during this trip to Phoenix Mountain." Princess Lan Xing remembered that her teacher had said so back then. Her teacher was not only the chief mage of the palace, he was also a rare diviner. His divination accuracy was well known throughout the entire continent. The result of this divination that had cost his 10 years of life was definitely not wrong. Moreover, her teacher had watched her grow up. He treated her like family and would not lie to her. "Help me." Princess Lan Xing looked out of the window and muttered to herself. Thinking about how her mentor would say that she would affect the fate of the empire, Lan Xing felt a heavy weight in her heart. What would happen to her? Suddenly, Princess Lan Xing noticed that there was an empty space among the mercenaries in the distance. She was a little curious. She drew in the air with her finger and immediately used the wind of perception spell. Princess Lan Xing's spirit immediately floated along with the wind element on the empty ground, and the scene in the distance also appeared. In that empty area, there were 5 strange people. 2 men, and 1 person was in a black cloak. The surrounding mercenaries were all roasted by the high temperature near Phoenix Mountain. And these 5 people not only had a dark cloud above them to block the sun, there was still a lot of cold around them. If there wasn't a wind barrier around it, it would have been packed. But the Blue Star Princess felt strange. She also looked down on the face of the person inside the cloak. It was a blur. The Blue Star Princess was just about to increase her psychic powers to observe more closely when the man in the cloak raised his head suddenly, his silver eyes fixed on her own spirit. Before Princess Lan Xing could react, a huge wave of mental energy sent her mental energy back into her body. The scene before her eyes was immediately destroyed. Princess Lan Xing's vision returned to the carriage once again. How terrifying! Princess Lan Xing's chest heaved up and down. Just a moment ago, Princess Lan Xing could still feel that there was a huge amount of mental energy hidden behind her back. However, Princess Lan Xing could vaguely see a silver mask and a head of silver hair. What's wrong? Huan. Meng could not help but ask when she realized that Huan seemed to be looking at something. The others also turned their heads to look. It's nothing. It's just that someone used magic to spy on us just now, so I sent them back, Huan still said calmly. Huan was actually Lei Lou. 6 years ago, Lei Lou left the Blue Moon Kingdom and began to think. He remembered why he came to the human world in the first place. So he hid his identity and joined an adventuring team to travel around. He observed all kinds of things in life. However, before Lei Lou left, he had already transformed his women into an immortal body and eternal youth. Lei Lou was not going to go back and see a room full of old women. Moreover, the human race in Lei Lou's world had a lifespan of 200 years, so he didn't have to worry about them. 6 years passed. Lei Lou had also thought through many things. Why couldn't he do as he pleased? He had his own strength, so why couldn't he? This world was originally based on strength. Why should he become timid because of his previous moral values? Therefore, Lei Lou decided to let go of himself in the future. Why did he have to make things difficult for himself? In this life, he had to live a carefree life. As they moved forward, they arrived at the foot of Phoenix Mountain. When they looked up, they could vaguely see a few red dots dancing on the top of the towering mountain. Due to the rugged mountain path, Princess Lan Xing had to get off the carriage and change people to carry the sedan chair. As the altitude rose, the temperature also became higher and higher. The surrounding plants had long become fire-resistant red plants. Ordinary plants simply could not survive. For these high temperatures, the elite royal soldiers and the mercenaries who were struggling between life and death could still endure in front of them, but for Princess Lan Xing, she could no longer endure it. However, Princess Lan Xing firmly refused the mage to help her cool down. This was because water magic was a weapon used to deal with phoenixes. If they saved their magic now, their chances of survival in the future would be even greater. Just when everyone was at a loss as to what to do, a black-haired female knight beside Princess Lan Xing discovered the situation of the mystery adventurer team. Thus, this female knight quietly said beside the princess, "Your Highness, why don't we invite them over?" After saying this, she pointed in the direction of the mystery adventurer team. Princess Lan Xing nodded and said, "Lang Mei, go ahead. Be polite. They are all very powerful, especially that person in the cloak." Princess Lan Xing then heaved a sigh of relief. In any case, the other party had been casting a cold spell, so it would be good for them to come over. She really couldn't stand the high temperature anymore. Lei Lou, who was walking, suddenly stopped and looked to the side. Sith and the others also stopped and looked at Lei Lou. There was a female knight knocking on the barrier outside. She seemed to have something to say. With a thought from Lei Lou, the barrier immediately opened a small door. Lang Mei immediately felt a cool aura coming toward her, and her whole body felt very comfortable. Lei Lou and the other 5 looked at this female knight curiously. She had short black hair, a curvy figure, and a very beautiful face. This female knight was also a rare beauty. Her cold expression revealed her heroic and imposing appearance. However, Lei Lou had long been used to beautiful women. For the past 6 years, Lei Lou had constantly thought about it, making him feel that he was no longer shocked by anything. When he saw Lang Mei, he did not feel any change. However, what Lei Lou did not expect was that the other 4 people were not too surprised either. At most, Meng looked at Lang Mei curiously. Lang Mei was also very surprised. Her intuition, which had been fighting all year round, told her that these 5 people were definitely not ordinary people. However, Lang Mei did not forget her mission. She gracefully bowed like a lady. She directly said to Lei Lou, "Sir, can you help the princess?" After hearing Lang Mei's self-introduction and explanation, Lei Lou finally understood that the princess could not stand the high temperature anymore. However, she did not want to waste the magic power of a magician, so she had to ask her good friend Lang Mei to invite Lei Lou. Lei Lou turned around and looked at the princess on the sedan chair. Judging by her figure, he knew that she was a great beauty. However, there were already enough beauties around Lei Lou now, so he was not that interested. However, Lei Lou still agreed to Lang Mei's request and came to the princess' side. He also enveloped the princess in his barrier. At this moment, Lei Lou still didn't know. However, when he saw the Blue Star Princess again, he regretted not seeing her face clearly. At this moment, the Blue Star Princess and Lang Mei were also secretly observing the 5 members of the Mystery Adventure team. However, the more they looked, the stranger they became. The other 4 members were still fine. It seemed like they could see through their strength, but they still felt that it wasn't real. It seemed like they were suppressing their strength a little. When they looked at the person in the cloak again, they felt that it was even stranger. Their entire being was empty, and it was as if they couldn't see anything at all. After a long time, the group gradually climbed up the mountainside. The high temperature around them made even the mercenaries who were struggling on the edge of life and death feel a little uncomfortable. They had no choice but to use all kinds of methods to resist the cold. Only then did the Blue Star Princess and Lang Mei realize how terrifying the people around them were. The temperature in the outside world had risen so much, but the enchantment was still extremely cool. Just when everyone was about to collapse, Lang Mei suddenly realized that there was a small phoenix on a tree. Instantly, everyone swarmed over. The mages continuously cast water magic. The warriors used their combat aura to attack from afar. Lang Mei also rushed forward with his spear. However, his waist suddenly tightened, and he quickly retreated. Turning around, he realized that he had been carried back by the man in the cloak. Lang Mei is just trying to break free. Suddenly, the man waved his hand. More than a dozen enchantments quickly emerged. Cold charm by such a powerful magic shocked at the beginning of the freeze. At this time, the man said frightening words. "They're all dead." And that's when the mutation kicked in. What originally looked like a baby phoenix echoed a long cry. Her body rapidly expanded dozens of times. Everyone stared blankly at the fiery phoenix that was much bigger than an adult phoenix. "We're doomed this time. We just had to meet the Undying Blood Phoenix," Lei Lou muttered. The Undying Blood Phoenix belonged to the neutral camp. As long as you didn't provoke her, she wouldn't provoke you. However, once they started to attack, the outcome could be imagined. When the people around Lei Lou heard this, they were very surprised. However, before they could react, the undying blood phoenix flapped its wings, and flames covered the sky and earth. Instantly, the flames enveloped everyone. This time, even Lei Lou's barrier couldn't maintain the cold aura. They could feel the temperature inside the barrier rising rapidly. And they couldn't see anything outside the enchantment but fiery red, death. It was a high-temperature flame. What was even more terrifying was that the more than 10 layers of enchantment outside were breaking layer by layer. Right now, the Blue Star Princess and Leng Mei's minds were blank. They stared blankly at the continuously breaking enchantment. They clasped their hands together, not praying to the goddess, but praying to the man called Huan beside them to persevere and resist this flame, or else everyone would die. In the end, when they reached the final barrier, the flames were finally extinguished. Phew! Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. They had almost been scared to death just now. Actually, this was also part of Lei Lou's plan. He did not want to appear so powerful, or else the others would start to doubt him. They saw that their surroundings were already charred black. Only a dozen or so people at the end of the team managed to escape the undying blood phoenix's flames in time to avoid being burned to death. At this moment, 2 long cries rang out. There was one black and one white, and 2 gigantic phoenixes appeared in front of them. This time, everyone's faces turned pale. Everyone knew that the evil Death Phoenix belonged to the evil faction. She would not care about human lives. This time, it was likely that everyone would not be able to escape. However, the 3 phoenixes kept looking at the only barrier that was not broken. Everyone also realized that there were still survivors in the undying blood phoenix's flames. They were also impressed. Lei Lou smiled bitterly. If he didn't do something, he would be exposed. He suddenly stood up and soared into the sky. The 3 phoenixes also shrunk to about 1 meter. Lei Lou waved his hand and used a barrier to block everyone's line of sight. He looked at the 3 excited phoenixes. Lei Lou smiled and said, "Didn't you say there was a surprise? What is it?" The 3 phoenixes looked at each other and smiled. Suddenly, their bodies flashed and flames of different colors covered their bodies. The phoenixes' bodies also gradually disappeared. The figures of the 3 characters appeared in the flames. The flames gradually dissipated and 3 beautiful figures appeared in front of him. What Lei Lou believed the most was that the 3 phoenixes in front of him were triplets. Their bodies and faces were exactly the same. However, for Lei Lou who had personally created them, he could still clearly distinguish the 3 of them from each other. Their temperaments were quite different. Holy Snow Phoenix was dressed in snow-white clothes. She wore a pure white dress and her long hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall. Her entire body was exuding a holy and pure aura. Immortal Blood Phoenix was wearing a fiery red short dress. Under her short fists were her short white thighs and her fiery red long hair. She gave off a passionate and unrestrained feeling. The clothes of the evil Death Phoenix were extremely alluring. She was wearing a tight black leather suit that revealed her shoulders. Her alluring curves were perfectly displayed. She was also wearing a pair of black leather boots and a pair of leather gloves that covered her entire arm. She was dressed like a witch. Her eyes were constantly revealing her charm. Lei Lou did not expect that the 3 phoenixes could transform into human form. This was a pleasant surprise for him. Thinking back, he had not touched a woman in the past 6 years. Now that he saw the 3 beauties beside him, his emotions were naturally high. He immediately opened his arms and hugged the 3 phoenixes in his arms. The undying blood phoenix responded enthusiastically. The Holy Snow Phoenix was a little shy. However, she still obediently buried her head in Lei Lou's embrace. The evil Death Phoenix was the complete opposite. She kept rubbing Lei Lou with her beautiful body. However, Lei Lou felt that it was a little awkward to still call them by their names after they had transformed into human forms. Hence, Lei Lou said to the three women in his embrace, "I'll give you a name. The Holy Snow Phoenix will be called Jier, the Evil Death Phoenix will be called Imoer, and the Undying Blood Phoenix will be called Fonger." "Thank you for the name, Master." Each of the three girls gave Lei Lou a kiss. Although Lei Lou really wanted to continue staying with them, it didn't seem like it now. There were still quite a number of people waiting for him down there. Lei Lou explained the current situation to them and what had happened. The three girls nodded and returned to their phoenix forms. "Eh? Why did you guys change back?" Lei Lou was stunned. He couldn't help but ask in puzzlement. "We only show it to you, Master." Hearing this, Lei Lou couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Forget it. They can do whatever they want." The barrier dispersed. Everyone saw Lei Lou and the three phoenixes still floating in the air. No one had expected what had happened inside the barrier. At this moment, the Evil Death Phoenix let out a long cry. An ordinary phoenix flew down from the high mountain. However, the phoenix seemed to be afraid of the Evil Death Phoenix and curled up on the ground. The Evil Death Phoenix let out another long cry and the phoenix immediately pecked on its wings. A thread of bright red blood flowed out. Lei Lou hooked his finger, and the ball of blood flew into Lei Lou's hand, forming a ball of blood that floated up and down. The phoenix also felt relieved and flew away. Lei Lou descended and landed beside the Blue Star Princess, dropping a few drops of the ball of blood onto the Blue Star Princess's arm. On the Blue Star Princess's hand instantly flashed a ray of red light. The symbol representing the blood curse disappeared without a trace. However, from the beginning to the end, the Blue Star Princess just watched in a daze. Wasn't this too easy? After sacrificing so many people and not getting the phoenix's blood, it was actually easily taken care of by someone. He was too unbelievable. At this moment, the three phoenixes in the sky let out a long cry and attracted everyone's attention. The three phoenixes turned into a black, white, and red light and rushed towards Lei Lou. Lei Lou shook off his cloak and the three lights disappeared into his cloak. The three phoenixes in the sky also disappeared without a trace. However, the people beside Lei Lou discovered that there were three beautiful birds in his cloak. One was black, one was white and one was red, which corresponded to the three phoenixes. The others were extremely shocked, but they didn't know what to say. Lei Lou didn't explain further. He closed his cloak and the three phoenixes disappeared into it. At this moment, the other survivors gradually surrounded them. At this moment, the nobles who looked a little wretched ran over and grabbed Lang Mei's hand. They said excitedly, "Lang Mei, are you hurt? I was just worried that something might have happened to you." Lang Mei flung her hand away in disgust. Without saying anything, she turned around and left. The man's expression did not look good, and a trace of malice flashed in his eyes. However, this trace of malice did not escape the careful observation of Lang Mei. She sighed softly. If it was not for the princess protecting her, she would have fallen into the hands of those nobles long ago. You are the princess, you can't protect yourself forever. Moreover, the princess herself didn't have much power. If she forcefully stood up for herself, her reputation would also be affected. Although she was currently doted on by the king, it didn't matter. Once the king died, the princess would only be married off as a political sacrifice. Lang Mei looked at the man named Huan with a complicated gaze. Finally, she gritted her teeth and made a decision. She walked towards the man quickly. Lei Lou noticed that someone was renting it to him. He turned around and saw Lang Mei walking over calmly. At this moment, Lang Mei made a move that everyone had not expected. Lang Mei knelt down on one knee with a knight's salute. She raised her head and said solemnly, "Earth Knight Qichao Lang Mei, as a knight's honorary mage, has left the Setting Sun Empire and pledged loyalty to Sir Huan for the rest of her life. She will protect you with her life and follow you forever. Lang Mei. What are you doing? The Blue Star Princess didn't understand why Lang Mei, who had always been by her side, would suddenly pledge loyalty to her. Even Lei Lou was stunned. However, the current Lei Lou was not the same Lei Lou from 6 years ago. If he was the previous Lei Lou, he would have accepted this beauty without hesitation. However, the current Lei Lou was different. He reached out and pressed on Lang Mei's head. A wisp of black gas gushed out from Lei Lou's hand and entered Lang Mei's head before flowing back into his own hand. Dark magic, soul reading. The Blue Star Princess cried out in shock. Soul reading was used to read memories, but the spiritual power of the two of them had to be very different. Otherwise, they would suffer a backlash. Lang Mei's entire body was trembling. She had endured this kind of pain that came from her soul for a lifetime. Soon, her clothes were wet with cold sweat. Drops of sweat fell on the dry ground. At this moment, Lei Lou also withdrew his magic. He probably understood the reason why Lang Mei was loyal to him. Firstly, she wanted to escape from his life, and secondly, she liked Lei Lou's strength. She hoped that she could use Lei Lou's strength to help him get rid of those flies. It would be easy to explain once she understood the reason. Lei Lou accepted it unceremoniously. Sanfeng didn't want to show her face in front of others while Lei Lou happened to be someone who could take care of her. Lang Mei had arrived at the right time. Lei Lou took the knight's sword from Lang Mei and put it on Lang Mei's shoulder. Then, he said in the same solemn tone, "Qi Qiao, Lang Mei, Earth Knight, I accept your loyalty. I will follow you forever and never abandon you." The onlookers were dumbfounded as they didn't understand why Huan, who had just met her, would suddenly accept her pledge of allegiance. "Sister Lang Mei, why?" Princess Lan Xing asked with a puzzled look. She couldn't figure out what had happened all of a sudden. She couldn't figure out why this cold-looking sister Lang Mei would pledge her loyalty to Huan, who had just been crowned. Moreover, she acted as if it was a matter of course, and Huan agreed immediately. "All right, Princess, there's no need to say any more. Perhaps you'll understand in the future that I won't be able to protect you from now on. You have to be careful." Lang Mei revealed a rare smile. The Blue Star Princess nodded with tears in her eyes. Just like that, a small disturbance passed just like that. Everyone started their journey back, but would it be smooth on the way back? Since the matter was settled, there was nothing much for Lei Lou to do. Thus, he and everyone prepared to go to Luori City to receive the reward. However, it was easy to come here, but it was difficult to go back. There were tens of thousands of people in the team before, but now there were only 100 or so people left. Moreover, the news that Lei Lou had the phoenix blood had been spread by the mercenaries. It was estimated that they would encounter a lot of trouble along the way. Not long after they left Phoenix Mountain, one of the 5 big pirate gangs in the central continent, the wolf-killing bandit gang, was surrounded by them. There were about 17,000 people. It was a relatively famous bandit gang in the central continent. It was said that when the gang was founded, the leader of the gang killed a magic wolf with his bare hands in order to become the leader. Therefore, the gang was also known as the wolf-killing gang. There were not many people who wanted to steal the phoenix blood this time, only 1,000 people. They were probably gathered in a hurry. The phoenix blood was a supreme treasure belonging to fire mages. It could greatly increase the power of fire mages. However, very few adults could obtain it. It was not easy to find a target this time. Moreover, there were not many people. How could they not rob it? The few remaining guards followed closely to protect the carriage. Moreover, they did not show any fear when facing enemies that were several times their own. Their eyes revealed that they were unafraid of death. The leader of the bandit group also felt a headache when he saw this. As one of the 4 leaders of the wolf-killing bandit group, he was probably quite capable. These people were obviously the elites among the elites. Although they could take them down, they would also lose a lot. Perhaps if they obtained the phoenix blood, they would also be robbed by the people behind them. In this world, the strong preyed on the weak and robbed each other. Therefore, the leader of the bandit group thought about it and shouted, "As long as you can hand over the phoenix blood, we will not make things difficult for you." The many bandits could not help but be stunned. Why was this leader different today? However, everyone still believed in their leader, and there was no meaning to it. It was clear that the wolf-killing bandit gang's reputation was not in vain. Hearing the bandit gang say this, everyone looked at Lei Lou. After all, the phoenix blood belonged to him. After giving the Blue Star Princess a few drops, the rest belonged to Lei Lou. Lei Lou also walked forward and said bluntly, "It's easy to want my phoenix blood. As long as you can defeat me, that's enough." After hearing Lei Lou's words, the captain waved his hand. A strong man holding a big axe walked up aggressively. Lei Lou smiled evilly and said, "I want to make it clear first that I'm a summoner." The people behind Lei Lou were stunned. So he could summon other than such a powerful spell. When the hisses and the others heard this, they couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Looks like today is going to be another exciting day. When that man heard this, he immediately rushed forward. As long as the other party couldn't summon a summoner, there was nothing to be afraid of. But by this time, it was already too late. "In my name, the gatekeeper from hell, Cerberus, come out." A magic ball shot out from Lei Lou's hand. When it landed on the ground, a summoning magic array immediately appeared. Instantly, a ball of hellfire emerged from the magic circle. It was accompanied by a deep, angry roar. All the horses of the bandit gang fell down together. They fainted on the ground with white foam coming out of their mouths. The morale of the bandit gang immediately fell into chaos. The flames gradually weakened. Only then did everyone see the full appearance of the hellhound. The black hellfire covered its entire body. 3 pairs of red eyes were also staring at the big man who was shivering in front of it. Although the thief didn't know what level this magic beast was. But just looking at its power, it was definitely not fun. But for the people here, the spiritual impact was completely different. The moment the Cerberus appeared, the people here almost collectively sucked in a breath of cold air. As the royal knights and adventurers who often took risks, understanding all kinds of magic beasts was also a compulsory course. To deal with the Cerberus, which was a level 8 magical beast, even if they were to deal with several times more people, it would be useless. It was just an additional meal for the Cerberus. Not only could light magic restrain the Cerberus, but the Cerberus would probably have already advanced to a level 9 magical beast. The Cerberus looked at the tiny human in front of it with contempt. It opened its mouth and spat out a black fireball, immediately burning the weak bandit into ashes. The other party was obviously shocked. However, it was still unwilling to give up on the temptation of the phoenix blood. Moreover, there was still hope in its heart. To maintain such a strong magic beast, it would definitely not burn its spiritual energy. As long as the other party's spiritual energy was exhausted, the magic beast would have to return to the 10,000 Beast Mountain. The many bandits looked at the densely packed companions around them and finally regained their courage. They shouted as they charged forward. The Cerberus immediately spat out 3 long hellfire flames, injuring countless more people. The Cerberus let out a low growl and directly pounced into the bandit gang. Along the way, it was unstoppable. However, Lei Lou frowned. That was because there were still quite a number of bandits coming around from the side. Space tear. Lei Lou waved his hand abruptly, and a huge rift appeared in front of him. Through the rift, he could actually see the scenery inside. Inside was barren land. There were blood-red plants and withered branches everywhere, as well as all kinds of magical beasts. This is empty 10,000 beasts. The Blue Star Princess widened her eyes and suddenly shouted in disbelief. Everyone stared blankly at the scene in the crack. Even the bandit group and Cerberus stopped their attacks and watched the magnificent scene together. Cerberus suddenly raised its head to the sky and let out an excited roar. Everyone immediately saw that there were quite a number of magical beasts running towards the spatial crack. When they got closer, they realized that there were actually hundreds of hellhounds inside. No wonder Cerberus was so excited. It was because its own subordinates had come. At the same time, the entire bandit gang had a fearful thought. Could it be that these magical beasts could come out? Unfortunately, the scene that these bandits had imagined really happened. Hundreds of hellhounds rushed out from the spatial rift like a waterfall. They quickly drowned the entire bandit gang. The result was obvious. The hellhounds were obviously one-sided against the bandit gang. The battle ended very quickly. Many hellhounds carried 1 or 2 bandit corpses back to empty 10,000 beasts to enjoy. When Lei Lou returned to the team, the entire team looked at him with fear. Lei Lou sat on the edge of the carriage and closed his eyes. This action was immediately spread by the surrounding mercenaries. In the end, those who had originally intended to snatch the phoenix blood all gave up. This was something that Lei Lou had not expected. However, their group still continued to advance towards the imperial city of the setting sun kingdom. A new adventure was about to begin. After this, there were basically no obstructions along the way. Lei Lou's group also smoothly arrived at the royal city of the Luoluo Empire. The royal city of the Luoluo Empire, one of the 2 powerful countries, was indeed different. The entire city was exuding a sense of prosperity. Even though the distant war was embroiled in a stalemate, it did not affect people's emotions in the slightest. The entire street was still filled with people coming and going. Under the leadership of the royal knights, Lei Lou arrived at the royal palace of the Luoluo Empire. The entire palace was not as prosperous as Lei Lou had imagined, but it exuded a majestic aura. The person who had designed this place was definitely not simple. Led by the princess, Lei Lou met her father, the king of the Sunset Kingdom, Dalman VII. Dalman VII was already 60 years old this year. Compared to the 150-year lifespan of the human race, he was not that old. His hair was already white, but he was very energetic. Father. The Blue Star Princess ran happily into Dalman VII's arms. Dalman caressed the Blue Star Princess's natural hair lovingly. She was deeply doted on. At this moment, everyone was quietly looking at the reunion of this warm father-daughter pair. Lei Lou suddenly felt a little envious of Blue Princess. It had been a long time since he had experienced the warmth of such a family. After a long time, the people finally reacted. "Greetings, Your Majesty." The 4 Sith people immediately knelt down on one knee and bowed. Lei Lou slightly bent his back to show his respect. With his divine might, he could not kneel to anyone or he would definitely be punished by God. "Why don't you bow to me?" Dalman said to Lelo. A king's childishness suddenly burst out from his body. It was an aura that could only be cultivated by someone who had been in a position of power for a long time. However, it seemed to be a little too strong, and even the Sith and the others were slightly affected. Because of the impact of the king's aura, the divine might from Lei Lou's body also automatically spread out. The people in the room immediately felt that Lei Lou's figure was rapidly expanding. It was as if he was facing a tall mountain. And Lei Lou's divine might was on a completely different level compared to Dalman's aura. The result was that Lei Lou's divine might immediately counterattack Dalman's. If this attack hit, he would definitely be heavily injured. Fortunately, Lei Lou did not have any malicious intent and withdrew his divine might in time. Even so, Dalman's face suddenly paled. It seemed that he was still slightly affected. Dalman calmed down his turbulent aura and revealed a wry smile. "You indeed have the qualifications. Then, he discussed some unimportant matters with Lei Lou and was arranged to rest. Just as Lei Lou left, Dalman started coughing violently. "Father, what's wrong?" Blue Star Princess asked anxiously. Dalman laughed bitterly. He took out a crown from his back. "I didn't expect that when I caught the quasi-divine artifact, the aura of the king's crown's upgrade would still not be able to withstand it. Blue Star, you have to be careful of that man called Huan in the future. His strength is too terrifying." Blue Star nodded quickly, as if she had understood what he really meant. His gaze was complicated as he looked in the direction where everyone had just left and said, "I'll find someone to pay attention to him." Dalman caressed Blue Star in a merciful manner. "Daughter, you've been so outstanding since you were young. If you weren't a woman, this throne would definitely be yours." Oof, cough cough. "Originally, I wanted to pass the throne to you and let you become the queen, but your elder brother and second brother definitely wouldn't agree. Moreover, I'm afraid that the important ministers in the imperial court wouldn't agree either. I still don't understand why the Blue Moon King wanted to make the princess the queen, but in the end, it ended up in a mess." Princess Blue Moon smiled mischievously. "He's probably old and muddle-headed." However, Dalman shook his head in surprise and said, "The shrewdness of that old fox is obvious to all. If it wasn't for him, he wouldn't have been able to successfully rebel with only 700 people and develop into the Blue Moon Empire today. But why did he make such an unwise choice in the end?" The Blue Moon Princess thought for a moment and shook her head gently. Dalman sighed. With that old fox's character, he wouldn't take such a big risk if he wasn't completely confident. Forget it. Let's not bother about him for now. Blue Star, you should go and see your teacher quickly. With that said, Blue Star finally remembered her teacher. He hurriedly bade them farewell and left in a hurry. Dalman looked at Blue Star's back as he left and muttered, Blue Star, I've decided to make you the queen. No matter what, I'm going to take this gamble. I hope you'll be able to get through this soon. Mentor, I'm here." Blue Star excitedly threw himself into the arms of an old man with a head full of white hair. The old man gently stroked Blue Star's sky-blue hair. His eyes were full of kindness. "Teacher, your prediction was right. It was really thrilling." Lan Xing told him everything about Phoenix Mountain at that time. The old man smiled. "I know all this. Don't forget, I can observe the situation around you through the magic crystal on your saber." Suddenly, the old man said seriously, "You have to remember, Lan Xing, that the fate of the Sunset Empire is between you and that adventurer. I can't tell exactly what it is like." Although Blue Star was very puzzled, she still nodded obediently. The old man also revealed a kind gaze once again. "All right. Hurry up and go see your savior." Blue Star nodded, turned around, and left. When the old man saw Blue Star's back disappearing into the corridor, he suddenly took a deep breath. His face was filled with worry. He muttered in a somewhat desolate manner, "Blue Star, although I already know the true identity of that man named Huan, I really can't reveal any information to you. Otherwise, the Setting Sun Empire will really be finished. I hope you can grasp it well, because your fate is already connected to hers." The blue sky indicated that today would be a good day. However, the Emperor of the Setting Sun Empire, Dalman, wasn't doing too well. There wasn't a single person in this mysterious adventure team who agreed to stay behind, no matter how generous the conditions were. What made him even angrier was that these 5 people followed his previous request and took away a quasi-divine weapon. They left immediately after the sun's shooting bow. The next day, he couldn't find anyone. At this moment, all the members of the mysterious adventure team were walking outside Sunset City. However, there was one more person in the adventure team. It was the female knight, Leng Mei. These days, Lei Lou and Leng Mei got along quite well. Now, other than the smile on Leng Mei's face in front of Lei Lou, her attitude towards the others was still cold. He really couldn't understand her. However, what made Lei Lou the happiest was that Leng Mei was actually the chief palace chef. The delicious dishes that she could cook made the five of them praise her endlessly. No matter who it was, they all thought that Leng Mei's culinary skills were pretty good. Hence, Lei Lou also felt that the 3 meals of the entire adventurer team should be handed over to Leng Mei. Moreover, the most amazing thing about Leng Mei was that ever since they ate her cooking, everyone's appetite had doubled. From Lei Lou's point of view, Leng Mei's food was really good. She could always turn all kinds of extremely ordinary food into delicious dishes. Now, when it was time to cook, everyone was staring at Leng Mei. It seemed that Leng Mei really fed everyone. Lei Lou continued to move forward until he passed through the battle zone and arrived at the territory of the Mist-Wind Empire. This was because several countries in the central continent had jointly issued an SS-level mercenary mission, go to the mysterious island and destroy the undead monarch. In the past few years, people discovered that an uninhabited island had suddenly been frozen. Later, a high mage quietly landed on this mysterious island. After conducting research, they discovered that this was actually the frozen land of the undead that had appeared in the legends of the world of the dead. In other words, a top-class necromancer had appeared here. It was the undead king. But soon, the sorcerer was surrounded by thousands of undead creatures. In the end, he burned his life force to use the space transfer that he had yet to fully explore. In the end, there was less than a 10% chance that he succeeded. The sorcerer successfully returned to land and told everyone about this news. He also died because his life force was exhausted. After this news, the Temple of Light quickly sent out the Royal Knights and jointly issued an SS-grade mission. The reward was a quasi-divine artifact. Thus, everyone took a fancy to this quasi-divine artifact and came to register. They gathered at the seashore in the southeast of the Sunset Empire. Lei Lou's adventuring team also officially participated in this mission. The night was silent. The stars in the sky constantly flickered. Lei Lou sat quietly on the grass, thinking about something. The other 5 people all went to the tent behind them to rest. For some reason, Lei Lou felt a sense of loneliness in his heart. Why was this? Suddenly, a figure walked over and sat quietly beside Lei Lou. "Master, are you still awake?" Leng Mei turned her head and smiled. Lei Lou raised his head and looked at Leng Mei. Leng Mei's eyes were filled with concern at this moment. Her eyes seemed to be very bright, like the stars in the sky twinkling. Lei Lou looked at Leng Mei quietly. Leng Mei also looked at Lei Lou quietly. For some reason, the atmosphere suddenly became somewhat ambiguous. However, Lei Lou and Leng Mei did not notice it. Looking at Leng Mei's concerned gaze, Lei Lou suddenly had the urge to hug Leng Mei in his arms. However, this was just a thought. Lei Lou looked away and sighed, "I'm just thinking about the past." "The past?" Leng Mei asked a little later. Lei Lou nodded and said, "I don't know why, but I always feel very lonely." Perhaps it was because of the atmosphere around them that Lei Lou could not help but speak his mind. "Lonely?" Leng Mei muttered. Her eyes were a little absent-minded, as if she was reminiscing about the past. In the end, Leng Mei also let out a long breath. She raised her head to look at the sky and said somewhat dejectedly, "In the past, when I was in the imperial palace, I was also filled with loneliness, except when I was facing the princess. I had no choice but to be careful with everyone, especially those who often came to pester me. I had to be even more careful, because as long as something went wrong, I might be doomed forever." Lei Lou listened to Leng Mei recount everything about herself. Lei Lou could not help but sigh. The experiences of the two of them were really two extremes. Lei Lou was at the highest level of all life. He controlled the fate and life of all living things. Leng Mei was a commoner knight with a beautiful purple color. It was not easy to survive in the complicated palace. Because of this, Lang Mei had to face everyone carefully. Therefore, she would not have many sincere friends. For this, she would also feel lonely, which was normal. But what about Lei Luo? Lei Luo's power and his authority were unmatched. However, Lei Luo always felt an indescribable loneliness in his heart. After listening to Lang Mei's story, Lei Luo couldn't help but sigh. Lang Mei, it's really hard for you. It's because of this that you left the Sunset Empire. Lang Mei nodded. Lei Luo took another deep breath. But what about me? Before I joined this adventure team, I had great power, unparalleled power, and many beautiful women by my side. But why do I still feel lonely? Lang Mei stared at Lei Luo's confused eyes for a long time. Finally, after some thought, she said, Master, you and I are the opposite. You feel lonely because you are too powerful. Because everyone is afraid of your power and power, no matter what others do or say, they will involuntarily develop in the direction you want them to. Although you were very happy in the beginning, after a long time, you will feel very bored, which is your loneliness now. Is that so? Lei Luo muttered. From the very beginning, the four goddesses were different. No matter what they did, they were all centered around themselves. Later on, Bing, Neili, and Little Yue were all focused on themselves. Lei Luo felt that they were different from other women. He felt like they were close friends who could share their hearts to each other. This feeling made Lei Luo unconsciously pull Lang Mei gently into his embrace. Lang Mei's entire body stiffened from Lei Luo's action. But she still obediently leaned into Lei Luo's embrace, feeling an unusual warmth. Lei Luo just leaned on each other and hugged each other. The two of them continued to chat, talking about their lives, talking about their understanding of life, talking about almost everything they could talk about. The night was still quiet. However, Lei Luo and Lang Mei's relationship had progressed a lot. They did not understand each other at the beginning, but now they felt like bosom friends. But behind them, no one noticed that a beautiful figure was biting her lips and crying. Meng, what's wrong with you? Suddenly, a voice came from behind and woke her up. She looked back and saw that it was Xia. Xia looked at Meng's tear-stained face. She looked up into the distance. On the high hillside, two people were sitting next to each other. Xia did not completely understand. She immediately knew the reason. Xia made a hissing gesture. She quietly pulled Meng back into the tent. She also made a soundproof barrier. Xia stared at Meng's small face for a long time, until Meng could not stand Xia's gaze and turned her head away. Meng, you actually like fantasy, right? Xia went straight to the point. Meng was a little hesitant. Xia smiled gently. Meng, we all know your feelings towards fantasy, but why didn't you tell fantasy? Meng raised her head, her pretty little face full of tears. She said in a low voice, the rule of the elf clan is that elves are not allowed to marry other races. I really have no way to explain it to Huan Ming. After saying that, Meng shed tears again. Silly. Xia held Meng in her arms. Like a big sister, she gently stroked Meng's hair. Since we're in love, why should we care about some stupid rules? Do you know that Brother Ryder and I escaped because they objected to the marriage arranged by the family? We were both able to do it, so why can't you? You too. Meng turned pale with fright, but she was also very confused. Recalling what had happened in the past, she suddenly covered her mouth in surprise. She said incredulously, could it be that big sister and big brother Ryder? Xia nodded, showing a rare hint of shyness on her face. Big sister has long been with big brother Ryder. Upon hearing Xia's words, Meng covered her mouth in surprise. Xia was a very obedient female elf in the clan. Meng never thought that she would violate the clan's rules. But now, Meng's heart was slightly shaken. On one side was the clan's rules, and on the other side was the person she loved. Meng's heart was in a mess as to what to choose. Happiness needs to be fought for. She sighed. Big Brother Ryder and I secretly left the clan and ran away. Although our lives are not as good as before, we never regret it because we are living very happily now. Xia caressed Meng's hair and said gently, Meng, you are a good girl. Don't suffer your whole life because of your hesitation. Happiness always slips away unintentionally. I know. Meng nodded. A hint of determination flashed in her eyes. Xia smiled in relief. The sky was beginning to brighten. Lei Lou and Leng Mei sat outside for the whole night. A night without sleep didn't affect Lei Lou much. But Leng Mei couldn't help but fall asleep in Lei Luo's arms. When Lei Luo saw Leng Mei sleeping, he revealed a gentle smile. He couldn't help but sigh. Leng Mei must have not slept so soundly for a long time. Lei Luo cast a sleeping spell on Leng Mei. He put her into the tent. Then he woke up the others. In the end, the others looked at Lei Luo and Leng Mei ambiguously. But Lei Luo didn't care, because Leng Mei would be his sooner or later. After Lei Luo put Leng Mei into the tent, Lei Luo and the others started to pack their things together. At this time, Meng suddenly walked to the side of Lei Luo with a shy face and said, Huan, can you come over for a moment? Although he did not understand why, Lei Luo still followed Meng. However, behind them, Xia also quietly followed. What's the matter? Lei Luo looked strangely at Meng, who wanted to speak but stopped. Meng's face was blushing. She wanted to open his mouth to say something several times, but she did not say anything. In the end, she took a deep breath and said, Huan, are you hungry now? She finally said something after holding it in for a long time. But Xia, who was eavesdropping from behind, almost fell out. Huh? Lei Luo was a little cold. Was that what Meng asked him to come here for? He didn't think too much and said directly, I'm not hungry for the time being. Meng, is there anything else? No, nothing, Meng stammered. Xia was so angry that she wished she could rush out and say it in Meng's place. Lei Luo did not think too much about it. He just casually said a few words and left. Looking at Lei Luo's departing back, Meng raised her hand and put it down again. She opened her mouth a few times, wanting to say something, but she did not manage to get herself to say anything. It was only when the illusion gradually disappeared into the distance when Meng's tears could not be held back anymore. Xia walked out in large strides and said in disappointment, Meng. What's wrong with you? Why did you stop talking at such a crucial moment? Meng threw herself into Xia's arms and cried, I'm afraid that Huan will reject me. Xia caressed Meng's hair and sighed. Meng, I know what you're thinking. But if you don't tell me, then there's really no hope. Because I have a feeling that Huan can leave after this mission. Meng raised her head in surprise when she heard Xia's sudden words. She asked worriedly, leave? Why would he have to leave? Is this mission going to be dangerous? Didn't Huan say that nothing will happen during this mission? Xia shook her head. But, Meng, you've overlooked something. In the past, Huan has always been thinking about something. Ever since he joined this adventuring team, he has been in a period of confusion. But recently, have you noticed that Huan seems to have figured out what's bothering him, so Huan is very likely to leave. Meng carefully recalled everything about Huan. She murmured, it seems so. Huan has indeed become much more cheerful recently, is Huan really going to leave us? Xia nodded and said, so, Meng, you must seize the opportunity. Once Huan leaves, you may regret it for the rest of your life. Meng looked at her beloved with a complicated gaze. She gradually clenched her little hands, and a determined look flashed in her eyes. At this moment, Lei Luo was discussing with Captain Sith. Captain Sith, I have some matters that require me to leave for a period of time. Please inform them. Captain Sith was stunned. Leave? What's wrong? Huan. Lei Lou said a little embarrassedly, I just have some private matters to settle. However, I will meet up with you before I go to the island of the dead souls. Also, I have this for you. If there's any danger, crush it. Lei Lou threw a small transparent crystal to Captain Sith. I got it. You can do whatever you want without worrying about us. Captain Sith smiled. Then I'll leave first. Lei Lou turned around. The space around him rippled like water. Lei Lou walked straight into the void. Lei Lou had only left for a few minutes. Meng and Xia were gone. Xia looked around and asked in confusion, why is Huan gone? Captain Sith said nonchalantly, he had something to do and left. His words were like a heavy hammer pounding on Meng's heart. Meng's face instantly turned extremely pale. Her body went limp and she almost fell down. Xia hurriedly held on to the tottering Meng and asked Captain Sith, where did Huan go? Captain Sith still did not turn his head. As he cooked, he answered nonchalantly, he said he had some personal matters to attend to, but he'll be back in a few days. This sentence finally made Meng regain some color. Xia also let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, this was not a permanent departure. A major incident had happened recently. The Western continent seemed to have completely lost contact with the outside world. The angels that entered the Western continent had all disappeared without a trace. As a result, in the human world, rumors had it that the Western continent had been occupied by demons. Now, the Western continent had been listed as a forbidden area. As for what had happened in the Western continent, no one knew. The invasion of the demons had also met with difficulties. All the forces in the central continent had temporarily united to fight against the demons. Although the demons were powerful, they were too many. Although one demon soldier could fight against 6 or 7 human warriors, the demons were still far inferior to humans. What made the demons even more distressed was that they had a problem with their logistics. The demons' top priority now was to quickly occupy an area as a logistics point. However, what made the demons happy was that the 4 fallen angels had already evolved into 4 pairs of dark angels without precedent. In other words, they were the light angels after the evolution of seraphim. Those were only available during the War of the Gods. However, they all died in the twilight of the gods. Also, there were not many angels sent by the Protoss to the lower realm. Most of the angels had gone to investigate the Western continent. In a small town in the southeast of the central continent. The town was full of people. Nearly 100,000 people were there. 40,000 of them were Templars from the Temple of Light. The other 60,000 people were adventurers. Why isn't Huan here yet? An adventurer team of 5 was talking in a tavern. This was the adventurer team of mystery. Xia was mumbling to herself. Tomorrow is the departure time. Why isn't he here yet? Captain Sith casually said, well, stop complaining. When it's time for him to come, he will come. I believe he won't miss the appointment. Even if he comes, he won't come earlier. Can't you see that Meng is much more haggard now? Xia was still complaining. Then she looked at Meng, whose face was a little pale now. The light in her eyes was much dimmer than before. Everyone already knew about Meng and her dilemma. Other than Lang Mei, who was still cool every day, the other 3 were willing to help Meng achieve her wish. What's the use of you complaining to me? Who knows where he is now? Captain Sith could not help but smile bitterly. There's still Meng. You don't have to worry too much. I believe Huan is a person who keeps his word. Meng nodded. However, her eyes were still filled with worry that could not be dispelled. At this moment, Lei Lou was in the divine hall of creation, constantly flattering the figure of San Feng. Ah, Jier, how many days has it been? Lei Lou rested his head on Emoer's towering chest. Jier was feeding him fruits while Fenger was constantly massaging his body. They're almost at the enemy. It's time for us to leave. In the past few days, Lei Lou had been playing with Jier, Moer, and Feng Hair in the Temple of Creation. It was about time. It was time to activate it. Lei Lou got off the bed, and a silver light flashed on his body. The black cloak and silver mask from before appeared. Jier and the other two also flashed and turned into three small birds, entering the cloak. The space was distorted, and Lei Lou disappeared without a trace. "TSK, what do you mean by keeping your word? It's about to be triggered, but Huan hasn't come yet," Xia said angrily. Meng's eyes were already red behind her. The other three did not say anything. They just quietly packed their things. In a while, the ship was about to set off. Xia saw that no one was talking, so she angrily opened the door and prepared to leave. But at the door, there was a man in a cloak leaning against the wall. On his body were three little birds, one black, one white, and one red. Xia had not reacted yet. The man said, "Are you all ready? I've been waiting for a long time. Huan. Do you still know how to come back?" Xia waved her hand and threw a punch at him. Lei Lou dodged it gently. He was already used to it. The others also welcomed him. Meng's eyes were filled with tears of joy. But now was not the time to be happy. They were about to set off. Lei Lou and the other 6 immediately came to the dock. There were already close to 100 large ships docked here. Close to 100,000 people boarded the large ships and began to sail away one after another. Lei Lou and the other 6 were assigned to a very small room. Because there were too many people on the ship. The room was slightly crowded. But these were nothing to mercenaries. To mercenaries, this was a common occurrence. Lei Lou took the lead and entered the room. Meng followed closely behind. But the others did not enter. Instead, they closed the door. It seemed that Meng had something to say. At this moment, Meng's entire face was flushed red. Meng took a deep breath. She knew that this was her last chance. If she didn't say it now, she would never have another chance in the future. She would never have the courage to say it again. Therefore, Meng mustered up her courage in the end. However, her voice was still very soft. It was almost inaudible as she said, "Huan, I actually, like you very much. Can you?" At the end of her sentence, Meng's voice was basically inaudible. Lei Lou was stunned, recalling everything about Meng. Only now did he realize that Meng seemed to have started liking him a long time ago. Lei Lou did not think in that direction at all, so he did not notice Meng. Lei Lou placed his hands on Meng's taut shoulders and said, "Meng, I already have a lot of women. Don't you care?" Meng excitedly grabbed Lei Lou's arm and said, "I don't care. I don't care how many women you have. As long as you bring me to your side, that's enough." It seemed that Meng had really fallen in love with Lei Lou. Lei Lou reached out and stroked Meng's pointy ears. Although he didn't say anything, Meng's eyes were already filled with tears of joy because the ears of elves could only be stroked by a lover. Meng threw herself into Lei Lou's arms and cried loudly. The wish that she had kept for so many years had finally come true. A round of applause came from the door. Lei Lou and Meng turned around at the same time. The 4 of them walked in while clapping. Meng was also bashfully snuggling in Lei Lou's arms. Only Lei Lou could see a hint of sadness in Leng Mei's eyes. It can't be. Lei Lou thought to himself. Could it be that Leng Mei had started to like him too? They had only known each other for a few days. At night, after everyone had gone to sleep, Moer's seductive voice sounded in Lei Lou's mind, "Master, that girl called Leng Mei has already fallen in love with you." After Lei Lou heard this, he also used telepathy to say, "But I've only been able to get along with her for a few days." At this moment, Moer suddenly became serious and said, "Master, although you've created this world, you still don't understand a girl's heart. Love doesn't require long-term relationships. Sometimes, one look and one action is enough. Really? Actually, it's really a simple thing for a girl to fall in love with a boy. All you need to do is to move her. There's no need for a reason to truly like someone. Lei Lou felt the same way. Did he need a reason to love someone? Didn't he need one? He didn't care anymore. Since she loved him, he would just love her. After thinking this through, Lei Lou also understood. Since Lang Mei liked him, then he should simply allow her to like him. Lei Lou also felt that she was pretty good, so it wasn't a big deal. If you want to accept it, then just accept it. Thinking of this, Lei Lou also fell asleep. After that, it was a long and boring voyage. After the fleet traveled in the vast sea for more than 20 days, they finally arrived at their destination. The sailing over the past 20 days was surprisingly smooth. There were no storms blocking their way, nor did they encounter any sea monsters. For an adventurer, it was too easy. However, many mercenaries felt a sense of oppression. That's right. It was a kind of oppression. It was like the calm before a storm. Over the past 20 days, Lei Lou's relationship with Meng and Lang Mei had progressed very quickly. However, due to the large number of people, the relationship had not progressed to the final stage. Lei Lou had also studied the others. Meng was currently in the state of a woman in love. Her originally intelligent mind had become less useful. She was often confused. Lang Mei was much better than before. At least, she did not look expressionless every day. She was smiling more every day now. On the deck, hundreds of thousands of people were quietly watching the Spirit Island getting closer and closer. The entire Spirit Island was filled with a deathly gray color. The sky was covered by dark clouds, and the entire island was filled with a deathly aura. Meng stood beside Lei Lou and looked at the Spirit Island with some disgust. As an elf, she naturally hated these undead creatures that destroyed nature. At this moment, Lei Lou turned around and said to the people behind him, "Remember to follow me when we go ashore. Otherwise, you'll be in danger." Everyone nodded silently. They didn't need Lei Lou's reminder. They could already feel the pressure that this island brought. Compared to all the previous missions, the pressure was even greater. It was even more terrifying and oppressive than the previous trip to Phoenix Mountain. Not long after, everyone began to disembark. Those who got off the ship first gathered on the beach and waited for everyone to disembark. Now was not the time to steal the limelight. Fortunately, there was a beach big enough to accommodate 100,000 people. There was a very high slope on the shore, so the undead were probably behind the slope. As soon as Lei Lou got off the boat, he immediately led the other 5 people to hide in a secluded corner. Although no one understood why, they absolutely trusted Lei Lou and walked over together. There were also some smart mercenaries who hid together. These mercenaries who had experienced life and death had a great intuition for survival. After everyone had landed, there was a sudden change. A low roar rang out. Several gray abilities quickly sank all the ships. Those who were still near the ships were also hit by the gray energy. What was more frightening was that those who were hit by the gray energy quickly rotted away, and their entire skeletons were revealed. Everyone shuddered. They immediately became alert. Meng ran into Lei Lou's embrace in fear. This little girl had never seen anything so terrifying. "What is this?" Lang Mei asked in fear. For those who had never come into contact with undead, this was extremely terrifying. Lei Lou looked behind the slope and said with a deeper meaning, "This is the breath of the undead bone dragon." This sentence gave everyone quite a scare. If it was the undead bone dragon, then there were more than 10 dragon breaths just now. Everyone looked at the sinking ship behind them and gritted their teeth. They continued to advance up the mountain slope. At this point, there was no way back. They could only continue forward. But when they reached the mountain slope, they were all stunned. Everyone was stunned. Behind the hill was an endless plain, but this plain was already covered with dense white skeletons. At the front were skeleton archers, and in the middle were death knights. On both sides were dense skeleton soldiers. Behind them were rows of undead magic books, lichas. Looking at the number, there were millions of them. Looking at the sky again, everyone was even more desperate. Dozens of bone dragons were staring at everyone. That kind of despair was emitted from everyone. At this moment, a tall silver wolf attracted everyone's attention. This silver wolf was more than 2 meters tall and had silver fur all over its body. Even its eyes were silver. Immediately, a terrifying name flashed through the minds of all summoners. One of the 5 great archaic devils, the Howling Wolf. With a wolf howl, the Howling Wolf only used its back to stand up. Its height quickly reached over 4 meters tall. Now, Howling Wolf had transformed into a werewolf. It pointed with its sharp claws, and the densely packed bone arrows all shot towards the stunned adventurers. Suddenly, there were countless screams, and everyone began to counterattack in a hurry. However, they were already suppressed by the rain of arrows from the skeleton soldiers. The Death Knight also began to repeat. At this time, the difference between an adventurer and an army was revealed. Everyone was also scattered almost immediately, falling into a situation where they were fighting on their own. At this time, a series of "puchi puchi" sounds rang out. The corpses that had been dead quickly twisted. All the flesh on their bodies fell off, and they stood up again as skeleton soldiers. They picked up their weapons and began to attack the crowd. The bone dragon in the sky also continuously spat out death, dragon breath. The lich behind them continuously summoned new skeletons. The human army and the army of the undead continued to fight with each other. However, it was impossible for the dead creatures to kill them again. The living became fewer and fewer, and the dead continued to multiply in numbers. Soon, the result of the battle between the living and the dead was revealed. The human army began to decrease. In the end, the undead stopped their attacks and surrounded the survivors. However, many people realized that something was wrong. There were about 100 people who survived. They were all beautiful women without a single male. Could it be that skeleton had the same hobby? All the beautiful women who survived could not help but shiver. At this moment, the air distorted. 6 people appeared out of thin air. The surrounding undead wanted to attack. However, they were stopped by the howling sky wolf with a wave of his hand. Lei Lou and the other 6 slowly landed on the ground. The howling sky wolf gradually walked over. The 5 people around him quickly got into their positions and became alert. Meng and Leng Mei ignored their own fear and stood in front of Lei Lou. Seeing this, Lei Lou was very touched. He reached out and pulled the 2 beauties back into his arms, kissing each of them. Then, he walked up and said, "Take me to seek destruction." At this time, unexpectedly, the howling sky wolf suddenly bowed to Lei Lou. "My lord, this way please." After saying that, he immediately asked all the skeletons to make way for him. Lei Lou took the lead and walked forward. The 5 people behind him also looked at each other and followed Lei Lou forward. However, they were very confused about Lei Lou's identity. The more than 100 beautiful women behind them were also terrified. They were being escorted by the skeleton soldiers to meet the destruction that Lei Lou had mentioned. Therefore, no one spoke. They were all silent. Only the tapping and clicking sounds of the skeletons could be heard when the skeleton soldiers walked. After a long walk, Lei Lou and the others arrived at the foot of a tall mountain. This tall mountain spanned across the entire island. There was a large magic array at the foot of the mountain. Lei Lou and the others were the first to walk forward. Then, the more than 100 beauties also rushed forward. Finally, the howling wolf also walked up. He waved his hand, and with a flash of silver light, the scenery in front of him changed. At this moment, they were already at the peak of the mountain. One side of the mountain was still lifeless. On the other side of the mountain was a lush forest, and on both sides of the mountain were two completely opposite sceneries. And right in front of them was a black castle. But within the black castle, there was a powerful aura. This aura was filled with evil and irascible. Even the sky-howling wolf felt a little scared. Everyone was shivering under this aura. Meng was in Lei Luo's arms with her eyes closed in fear. Lang Mei also pulled on Lei Luo's clothes. Everyone walked into the castle. In the corridor leading to the hall, there were several beautiful women standing on both sides. Welcome to the City of Destruction. Just as Lei Luo stepped into the castle, the beautiful women on both sides spoke together. The many beautiful women joined together and spoke softly. It sounded quite good. However, in their eyes, there was an unconcealable sadness. The 100 or so beautiful women behind Lei Luo also understood that they might become like this in the future. Lei Luo smiled as he walked into the hall. It was as Lei Luo had expected. At the end of the hall, there was a life form that he was very familiar with sitting on the high steps. At the end of the dark hall, a person was sitting quietly on the high steps. The dark light could not illuminate his face, but a pair of eyes with an evil purplish-red light looked over. Following Lei Luo's arrival, the man on the throne also stood up. His blurry face was also illuminated by the light. Instantly, an extremely handsome face appeared in front of everyone. All the beautiful women were stunned as they stared blankly at this perfect face. Lei Luo looked at him with great emotion, or rather, he was looking at his own dark side. 6 years ago, when Lei Luo had just left the Blue Moon Empire, he had separated himself from the extra dark side in his heart. He wanted to strike a balance between his heart of light and heart of darkness. The destruction in front of him was a clone born from Lei Luo's dark side. He had 1% of his own power, but his personality was completely opposite to his own. He was completely evil. It had been 6 years since Lei Luo had met him. At this moment, 5 pairs of purple wings spread out behind Destruction's back with a bang. An enormous divine might came pressing over. Instantly, a few of the weaker beauties present couldn't endure the pressure and all knelt down. The remaining people were also bitterly enduring. But as the divine might increased, everyone gradually couldn't resist it anymore. At this moment, a furious shout rang out. The combat aura on Xia's body actually turned green. It turned out that Xia had already surpassed the sword god level. She could even be ranked first in the human world. At this moment, 2 pairs of demonic wings spread out from behind Xia's back, and a pile of small horns grew out from her forehead. 2 pairs of pure white wings spread out from Ryder's back as well. Everyone present was stunned, including Destruction. Angels, demons, and a person who surpassed the level of sword god. The mysterious adventure team was too mysterious. At this moment, 3 layers of different types of defensive barriers quickly appeared in front of Dream. One was fire, one was wind, and one was light. This was a light elf. No one had ever heard of it. The rest of them turned to look at Lei Luo. The 4 members of the mystery adventure team were all so surprised, but what about this most mysterious person? Lei Luo smiled bitterly and took off his cloak. A head of silver hair was revealed, but a silver mask still covered half of his face. Lei Luo turned around and walked towards Destruction. As he walked, he cast a sword on his back and spread out 5 pairs of silver wings. Oh my god! This time, everyone was shocked. The most mysterious person in the mystery adventure team was actually a grade 1 god. Lei Luo walked over to Destruction's side and sat down. A silver chair appeared out of thin air, dragging Lei Luo's body. Destruction also smiled as he sat down. Lei Luo reached out to take off his silver mask, and another wave of exclamations came from below. Huan looked exactly like the evil man beside him. Were they brothers? Everyone was like that. Life is pretty good, Lei Luo said as he smiled. He looked at the maidservants around him who were wearing thin clothes. Not bad. Destruction shrugged. The maidservants beside him all revealed an expression of humiliation and hatred. But what was plastered on their faces was a forced smile. How have you been? Have you thought it through? Destruction asked. Lei Lou nodded. I've thought it through. Oh right, they're all my friends. Make the arrangements, he said to Destruction, and Destruction gave him a look. The maid smiled and walked to the Sith group. She said in a gentle voice, please follow me. Huan, you, Meng said worriedly. Lei Lou smiled and replied, don't worry, I'll be back in a while. Then, Meng and the others were led to the back. Destruction waved his hand and several purple balls of light drilled into the forehead of the beauty who was brought here. Destruction said domineeringly, from now on, all of you are my slaves. If you don't listen, you will suffer the greatest pain in the world. After saying that, the 100 or so beauties felt a heart-wrenching pain. Moreover, this pain came from the soul. It was unbearable. However, this pain quickly disappeared. Everyone present felt like they were drenched in cold sweat. Now, all the beauties understood why the maidservants were so obedient. This kind of pain was not something that humans could endure. Don't think about committing suicide. Even if you do, I can revive you. All right, go down now. I'll teach you what to do later. Hearing this, all the ladies below felt despair. They were quickly brought here. Lei Lou at the meeting table had a sumptuous table of food and wine. The handmaidens from both sides walked to their side to serve them. Lei Lou looked at the beautiful women around him and said, ha 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 ha. Destruction, you really have boundless luck with women. Destruction reached out and pulled a handmaiden over to caress her body. That handmaiden only bit her lips tightly and did not dare to resist. No, these women can't compare to yours. But what's the use of saying these things? We are one body. Destruction laughed loudly. The surrounding maidservants were stunned. They were one. Could it be that they were the same person? Lei Lou took a sip of wine. Destruction, what's going on in the Western continent? It seems very lively there. Destruction laughed indifferently. The Protoss deserved their bad luck. It seems that a holy knight of the Holy See fell in love with an angel. That angel also fell in love with him, but they were stopped by the Protoss. In the end, in the fight, that angel died trying to block the attack. That man actually comprehended a brand new power in his grief. A brand new power? Lei Lou was astonished. That's right. It's the same holy light, but it's black. It seems to be a darkness derived from light. His power has skyrocketed to the level of a grade 1 god, and then the Protoss race will be in trouble. They can actually reach the level of a grade 1 god. That's ridiculous. Lei Lou was astonished. An ordinary person could actually reach the level of a grade 1 god. No wonder people said that the human race had the greatest potential. That's right. Oh right, I brought back a pretty good angel from the Western continent. Go. Call Michelle over. As Destruction spoke, a maid immediately walked down. After a while, the sound of metal chains could be heard. A golden-haired angel girl was brought over. Her pure white skin, exquisite face, and thin lips were all extremely adorable. However, Michelle seemed to be enduring a lot of pain. She bit her lips tightly and looked back. Michelle's pair of pure white wings had been pierced through by the iron chains. The two iron chains were crossed, and the angel's wings were the place where the nerves were most concentrated. The feeling here was more acute than anywhere else. Of course, the pain that Michelle was enduring was also more severe. Lei Lou assessed Michelle from head to toe before commenting, not bad. Destruction said nonchalantly, of course. Otherwise, I wouldn't have saved her. But if she doesn't listen, you can punish her anytime. After saying that, Destruction flicked his finger and a force hit the intersection of the chains. Michelle screamed on the spot and knelt on the ground. Cold sweat dripped on the ground. Lei Lou held Michelle in his arms and felt her full body. He reached out and touched Michelle's sorrowful iron chain. Michelle's body tensed up as her eyes flashed with extreme fear. Her appearance was really adorable. Michelle suddenly felt her wings loosen up. The iron chain turned into powder and disappeared into the void along with Lei Lou's power. He also healed the wound on Michelle's wings. Michelle felt the warmth on her wings and heaved a sigh of relief. A pair of golden eyes stared gratefully at Lei Lou. Destruction frowned and said, "Remove her iron chain. Aren't you afraid that she won't listen to you?" Hearing what Destruction said, Michelle became nervous again. She was so scared that she immediately crawled into Lei Lou's arms and hurriedly said, "No, don't. I will listen to you. All right, just be obedient." Lei Lou caressed Michelle's soft hair and said, "Destruction, tell me about the army you have formed now." At that moment, a deep roar sounded from outside the castle. Gradually, a woman walked in with a moon eagle in her arms. This woman was even more beautiful than Michelle in Lei Lou's arms. She was even more beautiful than Bing and Nelly. The woman walked forward expressionlessly. Her entire face was so beautiful that it seemed otherworldly. However, when the woman raised her head, she was stunned for a long time. The woman realized that her master had come to visit. And this person actually looked exactly like her master. At that moment, the moon eagle in the woman's arms suddenly flew towards Lei Lou. "Boss, I have finally met you. I am a magic dragon." Lei Lou was stunned for a moment. After thinking for a moment, he remembered that this was the devil dragon he had met in the Devil Dragon Valley. Hence, he smiled and said, "I didn't expect you to be the devil dragon of hell. What a surprise." Then, Lei Lou looked at the woman beside him. Destruction looked at Lei Lou's confusion and said with a smile, "She's a gift prepared by the devil dragon of hell for you. Her name is Yuna." "Yuna? I think I've heard of her." Lei Lou thought about it carefully. "You seem to be the night's flower." Yuna nodded. At this moment, Yuna was also puzzled. When she first met the master of the infernal dragon, she felt an unusually powerful evil aura. Yuna also knew who her master was. What she saw later also confirmed her guess. This master was bloodthirsty, cruel, and evil. He often abused the girls who were caught. Yuna also pleaded with her master, but it was useless. After that, Yuna became numb and could only help the girls heal their physical wounds. Although the physical wounds could be healed, what about the soul? These days, Yuna had been living under heavy pressure every day. However, what made Yuna puzzled was that although this master often did things to her, he had never really done it with her. This made Yuna puzzled. According to her master's personality, he shouldn't be like this. Today, Yuna also went on a routine patrol with the demon dragon to the nearby waters. When she returned, she found that her master had a guest. This evil master of hers actually had friends. But when she saw this person's face, she was instantly dumbfounded. Because this face was actually exactly the same as her master's. Could this be her master's brother? Although Yuna didn't understand, she still walked up to her master as usual, knelt down, and called him "Master" in a low voice. Destruction lifted Yuna's chin and asked her to look at Lei Lou. "How is it? Not bad, right? I saved her and Michelle for you." Hearing this, Yuna sighed in her heart. So she had to be given as a gift to others. She wasn't surprised that it was an accident. Her master was indeed like this. Lei Lou looked at the gentle and heroic face in front of him, with the pride of a knight and the beauty of a young girl. He reached out and touched Yuna's skin, feeling its delicateness and smoothness, then said, "Not bad, I'll take it. Stand up first, Destruction. Continue the topic." Destruction took a sip of wine and said, now there are a total of 4 core. There's terror, destruction, undead, and bloodthirsty. Each core has 300,000 undead creatures, a total of 1.2 million, and the bone dragon, 360,000. If you want it, you can do it at any time. It should be enough, right? After hearing this information, Yuna couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. If such an undead core were to be thrown into the battlefield, who would be able to withstand such an army? Hearing Yuna's voice, Destruction glared at her with dissatisfaction. Yuna immediately shut her mouth and lowered her head. Lei Lou continued, then get ready. Goddess of Ice is in trouble. In a few days, get ready to be put into use. Lei Lou and Destruction chatted for a while. The afternoon passed quickly. It was soon time for dinner. Destruction waved his hand and a long table appeared in the hall. The table was filled with common food. Lei Lou was about to stand up, but when he looked down, Michelle was already asleep in his arms. Lei Lou stretched out his hand and slapped Michelle's round buttocks. Michelle immediately woke up. She looked around blankly and immediately realized what was going on. She hurriedly knelt down and pleaded, Master, I'm sorry. Michelle will never dare to do it again. Lei Lou smiled and said, it's nothing, as long as you obediently listen to me in the future. Hearing Lei Lou's words, Michelle also heaved a sigh of relief. Yuna also gave him a sidelong glance. This new master's temper seemed to be better than the previous one. Lei Lou sent someone to call Meng and the others over. When Meng saw that Lei Lou was safe and sound, she heaved a sigh of relief. However, she was a little afraid. After all, Lei Lou was a grade 1 god. Seeing Meng's situation, Lei Lou knew that she was worried about her identity. Lei Lou immediately pulled Meng into his arms and let Meng sit on his lap. Meng's little face immediately turned red with embarrassment. The original estrangement had also disappeared without a trace. Seeing that everyone was puzzled, Lei Lou opened his mouth and said, all right. If you have any questions, just ask. In the end, it was still Xia who was more daring and directly said, Huan, what is your relationship with him? Lei Lou pointed at Destruction and said somewhat hesitantly, he is my brother. Ryder asked directly, Huan isn't your real name, right? Lei Lou nodded and said, my real name is Lei Lou. What's my identity? Aside from being a rank 1 god, I'm also a prince of the Blue Moon Kingdom. Prince? Sith was stunned. Aren't gods not allowed to directly interfere in the human world? Destruction said from the side, right now, other than the 8 major gods, the other gods have more or less interfered in the affairs of the human world. Some empires even have gods supporting them from behind. Everyone looked at each other after hearing that. They did not expect it to be like this. For a moment, everyone was silent. In the end, it was Xia who said, Huan, are you ready to leave the team? Instantly, everyone's eyes turned to Lei Lou. Lei Lou nodded. I've been out for 6 years. It's time for me to go back. For a moment, no one said anything. The atmosphere was somewhat sad. Meng's small hands tightly grabbed Lei Lou's clothes. She still wanted to follow Lei Lou. Lang Mei also stood behind Lei Lou, indicating that she would follow Lei Lou. However, she still did not look at Yuna. After all, that was the flower of the knights, the object of worship for all knights. Where are you guys going? Lei Lou opened his mouth and asked Xia. Xia shrugged and shook her head. Lei Lou said, you can go to the royal city of the Mist Wind Kingdom. There is a tavern there. The owner of the tavern is a couple. They are the same as you. They survived the battle of the gods. I think they will be of help to you. After hearing that, Xia and Ryder were shocked. It turned out that they were not the first. They did not know how long the meal lasted. In the end, Xia and Ryder decided to go to Lan Feng's city to seek refuge with the god and devil couple. Sith was preparing to go out and form a mercenary group. Meng and Leng Mei decided to stay by Lei Luo's side. This dinner could be considered the last farewell meal. After dinner, the few of them tactfully left. Lei Luo and Meng came to the house that destruction had prepared for them. A huge bed appeared in front of them, and Meng knew what was going to happen next. Her pointy ears turned pink. Lei Luo kissed Meng's ears and said gently, "Meng, are you ready?" Meng nodded shyly and closed her eyes shyly. Without saying much, Meng's clothes were taken off. Meng's perfect figure was revealed. She was really a cute elf. Lei Luo kissed her again. When he woke up the next morning, Meng was still sleeping sweetly. Lei Luo got up and looked around. Destruction was still not up. What was he doing? Lei Luo ignored the obstruction at the door and went straight to Destruction's room. When he went in, the scene inside was very beautiful. Destruction was enjoying himself in bed. On a very big bed, there were more than a dozen naked beauties. They heard footsteps and all looked at Lei Luo. All of a sudden, the beauties' faces turned red. They hurriedly covered their embarrassing private parts. Besides Destruction, no one else had seen their bodies. But after being glared at by Destruction, they could only endure the humiliation and take their hands away. The women who had lived here for so long had also learned to observe their expressions. Because if they were not careful, they would be punished. There were also quite a number of women who wanted to commit suicide. But they were easily resurrected after being destroyed, and then they would be punished for a period of time. At this point, no one thought of committing suicide anymore. Everyone wanted to know how to not make mistakes and gain the favor of their master. Destruction raised her glass to Lei Luo. "Let's eat together." Lei Luo sat down unceremoniously. The maid at the side also immediately brought food to Lei Luo. These things were not conjured by magic. They were all made by the girls themselves. "Destruction, your life is really not bad. How did you teach them to cook?" Destruction smiled indifferently. "It's very simple. Let them cook until I'm satisfied." When the other girls heard his words, they all shivered. They all knew how miserable the girls who were responsible for cooking were. It wasn't just a matter of cooking. Everyone had to endure a lot of pain to cook. Only when Destruction was satisfied with it could the pain be relieved. Girls who would be punished would even faint. One could imagine how much pain they had to endure while cooking. Destruction looked at her and gave a look to a woman beside him. That woman immediately bit her lips knowingly and used her body to move behind Lei Luo, gently letting Lei Luo lean against her body. Lei Luo felt the softness behind him and could not help but laugh. "Lei Luo, you really know how to enjoy life. This kind of life really makes me feel too comfortable," Destruction said nonchalantly. "How about it? Do you want them to play with you for a while?" Hearing Destruction's words, the surrounding girls' faces turned extremely pale. They did not expect that they would be played with by more than one man. However, at this moment, they had no choice. How could they resist? However, Lei Luo rejected with a smile, "I won't be using it for the time being." Destruction smiled and said, "Don't worry. We're the same person anyway. Sooner or later, we'll need to merge again. Isn't mine yours too?" This sentence scared the surrounding maids. They were actually split from the same person. Noticing the women's expressions, Destruction glanced at the surrounding people with dissatisfaction. All the women immediately lowered their heads in panic. Lei Luo ignored them and continued, "Let's not talk about this for now. Destruction, in a few days, I'll be preparing to return to the Blue Moon Empire. What do you plan to do?" "Me?" Destruction drank a mouthful of water. "I'll continue to enjoy my life here. When I have time, I'll become an undead warrior or something." Hearing this, Lei Luo nodded as well. "All right, Let's talk about it after I've established myself in the cold-eyed empire. At this moment, the door opened. Yuna walked in. Lei Lou waved his hand, and Yuna obediently sat beside him. Lei Lou raised his head and said to Yuna, "Yuna, Lang Mei admires you very much. You two can interact more with each other later." Yuna nodded. Thinking of the female knight who had a similar personality to her, she had a good impression of her. Lei Lou stretched out his hand and pulled Yuna onto his body. Yuna's body suddenly tensed up. She did not dare to make any movements, but her eyes were already filled with fear. Lei Lou did not make any further movements. He only caressed Yuna's smooth face. Destruction chuckled and said, "Why don't I make room for you?" Hearing what Destruction said, Yuna's heart tightened. She knew that such a day would come, but when it really came to this, she could not help but feel afraid. Lei Lou looked at Yuna's cold expression every day. He also wanted to see how she would look like in bed, so he readily agreed. "Then I'll have to trouble you." Yuna looked up in horror and then sighed silently. Finally, this day had come. Destruction waved his hand, and the dozen or so women on the bed immediately crawled to the other side of the bed, leaving a large empty spot. Seeing this situation, Yuna could not remain calm. Could it be happening here? But there were still so many people here. Was she going to do that in front of so many people? Soon, Yuna began to struggle. Because just as Yuna expected, Lei Lou began to take off Yuna's clothes. At this moment, Yuna couldn't keep her cool anymore. She hurriedly held Lei Lou's hand and begged him, "No. I don't want to be here." Lei Lou didn't say anything. Destruction, who was beside him, began to be dissatisfied. He stretched out his hand and flicked, and Yuna's clothes began to turn into powder. Yuna's entire body was exposed in the air. "Ah!" Yuna screamed and hurriedly curled up her body. She used her hand to cover her towering chest, and tears kept falling from her eyes. "Don't, not here." Lei Lou couldn't help but laugh when he saw her like this. No matter how cold a woman was, she was still a woman. The other dozen or so women beside her also knew about Yuna's embarrassment. They all turned around and didn't look at Yuna. Usually, they were also taken care of by Yuna. Naturally, they would help Yuna at the right time. Don't do it here. As long as I leave here, I'll do anything you want me to do." Yuna begged with tears in her eyes. "Then from now on, you have to listen to me obediently," Lei Lou said with a smile. Yuna hurriedly nodded. With a flash of white light, she moved to another space. In the blink of an eye, Lei Lou brought Yuna to a room that was empty. Yuna panted heavily. Her body also relaxed. After all, this was a better place than before. But Yuna couldn't help but sigh, and her eyes couldn't help but drip down. At this moment, Yuna suddenly felt very wronged, and in the end, she couldn't help but cry. But when she thought of her current situation, she held back her tears. "If you want to cry, then cry," Lei Lou said. Yuna didn't know why Lei Lou said this, but she suddenly felt as if she had found a safe haven. The pressure and helplessness she had felt for many days turned into tears, and tears fell down in large drops. After an unknown amount of time, Yuna gradually woke up from her sobs. She looked at the silver-haired man in front of her. Yuna's eyes were filled with an extremely complicated expression. She asked with some doubt, Why? Lei Lou gently stroked Yuna's smooth back and said softly, "It seems that destruction has a great impact on me." Yuna said nothing, her beautiful eyes full of doubt. Do you like this video? Let me know by giving it a thumbs up and leaving a comment below. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the notification bell to stay updated on my future uploads.